Please have a seat.
Morning and warm welcome to all dignitaries and respected faculty members. Before we start the formal proceedings of the session, I request Professor M. Tariq Bande to present bouquet to Honorable Vice Chancellor Professor Nilofer Khan, please.
Thank you, Thanks a lot. Thank you very much.
Thank you. May I request Dean Engineering Professor S.M.A. Andrabi to present bouquet to Dean Academics Professor Sharifuddin Ijzada, please. Thank you, sir. May I request Director M. Tariq Bande to present bouquet to Dr. Ashfaq Zerisa, please. May I request Director IoT Professor Tariq Bande to present bouquet to Dean Engineering Professor S.M.A. Andrabi, please. Thank you, sir. On behalf of the Center for Innovation, Incubation and Entrepreneurship, CIIE, Institute of Technology, University of Kashmir, it's my privilege to welcome you to the inaugural session of the AICT-sponsored Faculty Development Program on Innovation and Entrepreneurship, scheduled from 21st to 25th April 2025. We are honored by the presence of Honorable Vice Chancellor Professor Nilofer Khan, who joins us today as a chief guest alongside our distinguished guests of honor, Professor Pirzada Sharifuddin, Dean Academics Affairs, Professor S.M.A. Andrabi, Dean School of Engineering, Dr. Ashfaq Zari, Special Secretary to Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor M. Tariq Bande, Director, Institute of Technology, will be presiding over this session. This program brings together faculty members from diverse institutions with a shared objective of advancing pedagogical innovation and entrepreneurial thinking in higher education. Over the course of 5 days, the FDP will engage participants in sessions led by eminent academics and practitioners from across the Kashmir Valley. Today marks the commencement of the faculty development significance of this inaugural day is further heightened as it coincides with the World Creativity and Innovation Day, that is April 21st, a global celebration that underscores the vital role of creativity in problem solving and sustainable development. The session will cover a wide range of topics, including design thinking, startup ecosystem, business model development, intellectual property rights, and funding opportunities. Through expert talks, interactive activities, and case studies, the FDP aims to empower educators to become key drivers of innovation within their institutions. The initiative aligns with the objectives of National Innovation and Startup Policy, fostering a culture of creativity, problem solving, and entrepreneurial thinking in higher education. We are grateful to All India Council of Technical Education for supporting this initiative and to all our institutional stakeholders for this encouragement and facilitation. I now invite Professor M. Tariq Bande, Director, Institute of Technology and Chairman of this event to deliver the welcome address. Please, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Bilal. Assalamu alaikum. It is with immense joy and a sense of purpose that I welcome you all to the inaugural function of the 5-day Faculty Development Program on Innovation and Entrepreneurship, being held here at the Institute of Technology, University of Kashmir, Zakura campus. On the behalf of the Institute, I extend a warm and heartfelt welcome to the Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Niloufar Khan, Dean Academic Affairs, Professor Sharifuddin Pirzada, Professor Muzaffar Andrabi, Dean Engineering, Professor Shad Parviz, NIT Srinagar, our distinguished dignitaries, respected faculty members, and all the participants. Your presence marks not only the start of this program, but also a shared commitment to foster innovation and entrepreneurial thinking within the academic space. This FDP, scheduled from 21st to 25th April 2025, is being organized under the umbrella of Center for Innovation, Incubations and Entrepreneurship, CIIE, in collaboration with AICT and the Ministry of Education's Innovation Cell. It aims to provide a vibrant platform for faculty to explore new age pedagogies, cultivate innovative mindsets, and build the foundation for an entrepreneurial culture in our institutions. While the focus of the coming days will be on knowledge sharing and idea generation, I would also like to take this opportunity to share with you all the strides our institution has recently made in infrastructure, academics, and innovation. Thanks to the vision and unrelenting support of university administration. We are especially grateful to our Honorable Vice Chancellor and her office, the Dean Academic Affairs, the Registrar, and the Construction Division, whose guidance and support has made these developments possible. Let me highlight just a few key achievements and initiatives. The establishment of a cutting-edge 5G use case lab, supported by the Department of Telecommunications and RUSA 2.0 grant, has brought futuristic research capabilities to our doorsteps. The creation of an e-Yantra lab, partially sponsored under RUSA 2.0 and supported by IIT Bombay to facilitate hands-on training in robotics and embedded systems. We are proud to announce that this lab will soon be opened to innovators across disciplines, creating opportunities for interdisciplinary experimentation and ideation. A civil engineering workshop developed through the initiatives and efforts of our students stands as a testimonial to the spirit of participation, and practical learning. We are also establishing a solar innovation lab through active participation of students by using solar panels and a setup that has remained dysfunctional for our 8 years. Upgradation of equipments in several laboratories, including about 150 computing systems in the Central Engineering Workshop, ensuring our facilities are aligned with current industry practices and standards. The installation of smart boards and audiovisual systems in classrooms and conference halls has significantly enhanced interactivity and digital learning. This is part of a broader effort that includes the facelifting and modernization of classrooms and labs, making them more conducive to collaborative and tech-enabled education. This also includes addition of more computing devices, machinery, and test engagement equipment. The recent approval of an AICT Idea Lab worth over 1 crore rupees will serve as a nucleus for innovation, rapid prototypes, and interdisciplinary project work. We are hopeful that this lab shall be set up in the current year. The engineering kitchen worth rupees 1.82 crore, a space designated to encourage creativity, tinkering, and cross-functional learning is also being set up. The institution has been selected as an official nodal center for virtual laboratories by IIT Kanpur under the Ministry of Education's Virtual Labs Initiative, enabling students from the region to perform stimulated experiments remotely with real-time data. Our campus is undergoing a steady and thoughtful transformation with landscaping and revitalization projects that aim to create a more vibrant and inspiring environment. We are also pleased to share that significant progress has been made in developing sports infrastructure on campus. Facilities for basketball, volleyball, badminton, cricket, football, and table tennis are partially complete, and we are hopeful that they will be fully operational by the end of next month. This marks an important step towards promoting a balanced and holistic campus life. The institute has established a greenhouse dedicated to the flower germination, which has begun operational this season. Further, the Department of Floriculture, Government of Jammu and Kashmir, will soon be undertaking a major garden development initiative on our campus, enhancing its natural beauty and ecological richness. Beyond infrastructure, we continue to invest in academic excellence. A comprehensive revision of syllabus across all programs is currently underway to ensure alignment with industry needs, emerging technologies, and global trends. We are also working towards introducing new in-demand undergraduate programs to broaden academic offerings and empower our students with future-ready skills. Our efforts to strengthen industry-academic collaborations are showing results. To improve placement outcomes, MOUs, increased outreach activities, and greater student engagement with real-world challenges. Honorable Vice Chancellor, CIIE, the institution's innovation cell since its establishment in 2021, has attained a 4-star rating by Ministry of Education. It has curated our 50 innovations across diverse sectors such as engineering, life science, agriculture, and food technology. These efforts have led to the filing of 27 patents, 13 published and 9 granted, as well as successful registration of 2 industrial designs. CIE has organized more than 60 events, from exhibitions and workshops to hands-on training sessions, connecting young minds with experts in technology, science, and management. CIE, through 5 short-term training programs, has helped our 150 students gain industry-relevant skills. This is in addition to the scouting of our 8,000 grassroots innovations, filing of 67 patent applications, of which 32 patents have been granted, having received 33 national and state awards, and much more through the National Innovation Foundation, Cell J&K. To support and mentor innovators at CIE, we are establishing a dedicated incubation space In this financial year, we intend to support at least 10 startups, providing early stage assistance to scale locally driven innovations. And with support from funding agencies, we are hopeful this number will grow. Esteemed colleagues, under the dynamic leadership of our Honorable Vice Chancellor, actively supported by Dean Academics, Dean Research, Registrar, Joint Registrar Budget, Executive Engineer, Chief Finance Officer, Chief Protocol, and our colleagues in the administration, the institution is now not only growing, it is evolving, becoming a space where ideas take shape, innovations are born, and students are empowered to lead. As we commence this FDP, I hope that it serves as a catalyst for new thinking, productive exchange, and meaningful collaborations. It can inspire each of us to become enablers of innovations in our classrooms, labs, and beyond. Once again, I welcome you all and wish this program a great success. Thank you all.
Thank you, Professor Bande, for the warm welcome and for laying the foundation of this faculty development program. Educationists should build the capacities of the spirit of inquiry, creativity, entrepreneurship, and moral leadership among students. Dr. A.P.J. Abdul Kalam. Now, may I invite Professor S.M.A. Amravdi, Dean School of Engineering, to share his thoughts with the audience. Thank you. Please, sir.
Honorable Vice Chancellor Professor Neeru Khan Sahib, Dean Academic Affairs, Professor Pirzada Sharikuddin, Director IoT, Professor Muhammad Tahir Bandi, Coordinator CIIE Director Dr. Bilal Ahmed Malik, faculty members from IoT, participant faculty members who are basically our colleagues from colleges and sister universities, officers, scholars, students, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah, and very good morning to all of you. At the outset, I congratulate Chairman of CIIE, Professor Tahir Bandi, and Coordinator Dr. Bilal for organizing this faculty development program on the theme Innovation and Entrepreneurship. When I was informed by Dr. Bilal that they are organizing an FDP on the theme to CIIE, I was thrilled and I was really happy. Many people may be knowing that we were not doing very good on this what's called aspect of university education, that was innovation and entrepreneurship. We have been doing very good in teaching as far as research is concerned. We have been doing very good throughout the history of this university in teaching, and around 2001, 2002, we started producing a huge number of net qualified, JRF qualified students. And from 2005 onwards, we have been doing extremely good at the national level in research, and we have been receiving funds to the crores of rupees from national funding agencies. It was felt that our sister universities are moving ahead in this field of innovation and entrepreneurship. Now we should also play our role. And in March 2021, when I was director of this college, I was dean also, I moved a proposal for the establishment of CIIE, and Professor Kalasa was very quick in sanctioning this CIIE at IoT Zakura. with a funding of 4 crores from RUSA 2.0. And immediately, within a month, first installment of rupees 68 lakhs were released also. But as the fate had in store for us, the mentor of innovation, incubation, the pioneer of innovation, incubation, entrepreneurship at University of Kashmir, Professor Ghulam Muhyiddin Bhatt passed away. Let me tell you, when he moved the proposal for establishment of CIIE at IoT Zakura, the strength, the confidence, and the motivation that was behind it was all from Professor Muhyiddin sir. He was the pioneer when actually we started doing good as a university in researching what is called these projects. Nobody was knowing about patents, innovations, and incubation. When Muhyiddin sir got a small project from Department of Science and Technology called EDC. It was established at UC. With funding from DST, he started working on these things. He made awareness about patents, like what is called these intellectual property, extra, and he did the pioneer work about this. Professor Sar, Dr. Bilal, Vice Chancellor Nirmal Khanji, are with me. But around 2020 to 2011, DST stopped funding EDC. But Muhyiddin Saab ran this EDC from internal resources. He was actually generating resources from EDC, depending on it, and he sustained this activity without help from any coworkers or around dedicate. And then came the idea of starting CIEE with RUSA 2.0 funds. And Professor Kalasa helped us by giving 4 crore rupees and raised immediately 68 lakh rupees. 68 lakh rupees. After the demise of Professor Muhyiddin, I too had to relinquish the office of IoT Zakura within 14 days. And then it passed into the hands of Professor Gauhar, and he was the chairman of CIE for 3 long years. After that, the present director is looking after it as chairman. And I suppose they have done a wonderful job. I'm happy that only last year, AICT Innovation Council has granted 4-star ranking to our innovation cell. And that's an achievement. Actually, the idea of starting these innovation cells in colleges was to provide an opportunity to the students to experiment and to innovate. Its aim was to create and foster an ecosystem of entrepreneurship and innovation. Its aim is to develop linkages between students, scholars, faculty, and institutions with R&D, laboratories, as well as the corporate houses, the businesses, the industry. But starting this at an engineering college has another model, has another advantage. The advantage is to provide state-of-the-art laboratories, workshops, equipment to the innovators so that they can develop their models, test their models, and make their prototypes. And establishing this CIE at an engineering college, its aim is to introduce the innovators to state-of-the-art technologies, to provide them infrastructural technological feedback or support. For example, what is called entrepreneurs need to develop their websites, or they need to what's called use IT for the advancement of their business interests. And the engineering college is the place that is best suited to produce that type of values for the innovators. Innovation actually has been identified as the future driving engine for three important national dreams or targets. One is achieving $5 trillion economy. Second is achieving global leadership in science and technological innovations. These have been what is called the target of the government of India for the next couple of decades, and it has been identified that if you want to achieve these, what is called a couple of targets, national, what is called dreams, so innovation through the youth of India is the platform, right platform. So I continuously is what is called chairman and coordinator of CIE for arranging this program, which is being attended by our colleagues from colleges and sister universities. And he is to introduce the fresh faculty, the new minds, new faculty people, to what is called the concept of innovation and its what is called a role in modernizing Indian economy and taking global leadership roles in their hands for the future, so that such things are were inculcated at the college level with what is called students at a young age, and such centers are established in colleges and our sister universities. With this, I thank you all.
Thank you, Professor S.M.A. Andrabi, for sharing suggestions and valuable suggestions with the audience. May I now request Professor Sharifuddin Pirzada, Dean Academic Affairs, to kindly share his reflections, please. Thank you, sir.
Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Nilokumar, Dean School of Engineering, Professor Muzaffar, Director, Institute of Technology, Zakura, Professor Tariq, my former colleague from NID, Professor Saad Parvez, Professor Ashana, Special Secretary to Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. Ishwar, Dr. Bilal, other colleagues of IoT, participants, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to everyone and Assalamu alaikum. Firstly, on my personal behalf and from the side of administration, we congratulate the whole team with Professor Tariq, Professor Muzaffar, to showing excellence in the running of this institute. We are aware that this institute had faced very strong reservations and difficulties over the period of time. As was mentioned, Professor Mohiddin Saab contributed a lot, Professor Gawar contributed a lot, and this contribution went on and on. However, in the past 3 years, we have seen that this progress in a rapid pace. I can say this has been growing exponentially. And the credit goes to our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Nilokumar, and all the team, including the registrar of the university, the other staff. One can easily find the difference between IoT 6 months ago or 1 year ago and now. So this is not exaggeration or something which we should not be proud of. Now coming to this program, they have been conducting so many programs in the past also, as was revealed by Tariq Saab that this is 21st April, which is celebrated as Problem Solving Day. But this is also the National Civil Services Day. So this coincides in a nice way. The bureaucracy and the innovations can play a very good role in the future growth and in growing the economy of our country. Now, Director IoT Tariq Saab and Dean Muzaffar Saab should be aware of the latest information from AICT that they have to include this artificial intelligence in each of the engineering branches. One is doing BTech in artificial engineering, it's a different thing. But now every course like electrical, mechanical, physics, or several other branches, they have to take one course at least for artificial intelligence. Now I come to this artificial intelligence because this is now the age of artificial intelligence. The recent press release or article by Bill Gates that he says that in another 10 years we'll see all health doctors and teachers replaced by artificial intelligence. How much it comes to, the time factor is important, but many things are supposed to go in that direction. Because when in 1956, John McAfee, the founder of this artificial intelligence, first introduced this, and many people kept fingers crossed. Is it true that this will work? Now, innovations and entrepreneurship, they go a long way. Our IoT or our university has contributed in a humble way, but much more needs to be done. Because there's a wide gap. Now imagine yesterday only in China, marathon race by robots. The robots were running. Or 2 weeks before in Italy, there was an experiment conducted on the light. It was assumed that light travels in waves, but now scientists say that it travels in liquid form, in solid form. That light was put in the lab under experimentation at absolute zero temperature, minus 273 degrees. Semiconductors. So there is certainly a large gap, but we have to narrow this gap. We have to do our part. We have to contribute in the humble and strongest way. And we can do it. Everything starts from nothing. We have been doing so good in many aspects, like the direct IoT revealed many such cases, the projects, the outcome, the funding, the collaborations. But now we have to be very serious and very fast. Our Vice Chancellor was kind enough last time to have given a green signal to start 3 courses which are related to robotics and artificial intelligence. And it's a very wise decision and very appreciable decision. Because we have to run with the pace of the time. And this is the one area where we can achieve something. Because if we say that our IoT will tomorrow make semiconductors, this will be acceleration, definitely. But what is achievable? If that is to be kept in focus, our half work is done. And that is artificial intelligence, one area where we can train our staff, our students, and make them excel. Because 10 years down the line, there will be a drastic change. The experts say that we don't need teachers in the class after 10 years or 15 years. But does it mean that we have to forget the basic sciences and basic engineering? No. That runs parallel. Mechanical engineering. Roberts, mechanical engineering is important. The construction of infrastructure and other things, civil engineering is important. But they will reduce our energy and they will reduce our time. They will save our energy. And they will give fantastic suggestions. Where something requires 2 years, 3 years to come to the conclusion, artificial intelligence will be doing very fast. There are many cases where we see that in China now train is going at a speed of 450 kilometers per hour. Can you believe it? I traveled once in train which was 320 kilometers. That's like 10 years ago. But now it's 450 kilometers. The hypersonic and supersonic aircrafts. Now last day only, the 3 astronauts, 2 from US and 1 from Russia, they landed after 7 months in space. Of course, that is not the longest one. 9 months was by the two which were mistakenly there. So that way, the startup here from the last 3 years, and I hope this 3 years will continue at a brisk pace, will be able to contribute in our own way, the administration, the faculty, the students, the teachers, and collectively we can achieve the goals so that our country makes progress, development, and the target to be achieved in 2047. We need to see our country as a developed state, and I hope collectively we can do it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Sharifuddin Pirzada, Dean Academic Affairs, for the valuable words, which obviously is the key for the modern life where we are going. Innovation in deep tech is the future of humanity, of course. Thank you, sir. Before inviting Honorable Vice Chancellor for the inaugural session, I have information that two of our finalist students from the Department of Mechanical Engineering Department have got selected in the India's leading capacity company, namely Tata Advanced Systems Limited, which deals with the aerospace manufacturing, mainly in the defense sector. May I request our students, Ms. Arbina Nazir, to come forward. I request Professor Nilofer Khan, Honorable Vice Chancellor, to facilitate the student.
Arbina has been
Selected.
oh, mashallah, very good. Congratulations. Very nice. And congratulations to the mentors, those who have mentored you. Big achievement.
May I request now Ms. Safa Farooq
Excellent.
to come forward, and may I request
Safa is, she has been, chosen for what?
Same.
Why only girls?
They are very good students.
Big achievement. Congratulations. Very proud of you.
Thank you, Honorable Vice Chancellor. It gives me great pleasure and honor to invite our chief guest, Professor Nilofer Khan, Honorable Vice Chancellor, University of Kashmir, to deliver the inaugural address.
Thank you very much. And good morning. Assalamu alaikum to everyone. Indeed, very happy moment for me to be here. I congratulate each and everyone who has contributed for this program. Our Dean Academic Affairs, Professor Pirzada, Dean Engineering, Professor Andravi, Director of this IoT campus, Professor Tariq Bande. We have with us Professor Saad Parvez from NIT, all the faculty from IoT present over here, dear students and the participants. I'm told that 50 participants are participating from colleges. I think this was the need of the hour, keeping in view the national education policy which has been implemented. Even the colleges have to be prepared and see how they have to gear up themselves, their faculty, their students, their infrastructure. So just an effort to make aware and send that alert to our affiliated colleges, how we have to work together in a joint manner, in an integrated manner, because this is the age and this is the system where everyone has to work, together. Uh, Happy to see that today's program has been sponsored by AICT and Ministry of Education. Uh, um, this innovation and incubation cell, as Professor Andrabi gave some details, how it has been working, how it has been, mentored. From day one, since I joined as Vice Chancellor, I have been telling it has to be more vibrant, it has to be more visible, it has to be more connected, and it has to give more results. Funds is no issue. Funds can be provided, no issue about funds, but there has to be the team, which has to be very responsive team for the working of this, cell. I'm happy that things are picking up, but still a long way to go. In the early morning only, I had a meeting with my special secretary who's here, and Professor Nasir Iqbal, the registrar of the university, that we need to integrate all these, centers or departments. Our new gem, our capacity building, CIIE and DLL. Professor Andrabi Saab said that, lately we have gone into innovation, incubation and entrepreneurship. See, University of Kashmir is one of the premier institute of higher education, and I remember even as a student how University of Kashmir was doing, not in a bigger manner, but through our lifelong learning, we have always been connected, with the community. We have always been connected with the students. I was doing my undergraduation, at Women's College, but in the evening there used to be classes from lifelong learning pertaining to food preservation, pertaining to food technology, pertaining to interior decoration. And believe me, such good resource persons used to come. Those skills are still with me, which I have learned at that time. So University of Kashmir through DLL has always been connected with the society, has been connected with the community for giving not any advanced, type of course, but small skill types of courses. And even now, through our DLL, we are doing it. We started with two vocational courses, with VIVO courses, which have been shifted now. One in the MERC, and the other one has been shifted over here. We didn't even stop those courses. So University of Kashmir, through its different centers, has been working towards this innovation, incubation and entrepreneurship. But again, definitely, as per need, we need to tailor ourselves, we need to, integrate ourselves, we need to work hard, we need to be more connected, and definitely things will move. Many of us must be knowing that Government of India has already started a Yuva portal. And what is this Yuva portal? University of Kashmir participated, throughout for preparing this Yuva portal, and it's ready now. Already the Honorable Chief Minister has said after some time he will inaugurate that and throw it open, and you will see how this portal has been prepared. For example, जिन्होंने हमारे यहाँ DLL में छोटा कोई course किया, there will be an upskilling course for them, and in that all academic institutions will be involved. University of Kashmir has given around 100 vocational courses where we can train the students, where we can train the candidates for upskilling or for skilling. So things are moving in different, directions. I'm happy that CIE is playing its role. We do acknowledge the contribution of Professor Mahideen Saab, whether he played in the establishment of the Safa Pora Engineering College, lots of hard work he did, I know, as Dean Colleges. I've seen that, or even for establishment of IoT, establishment of this center, and definitely we acknowledge that the seed which he has sown is growing up and definitely will grow up and send signals not only at the national level but even at the international level. And for the development of this CIE, whatever is to be done, university will definitely do it. We want that it should, become more visible and it should be more, connected. I'm happy that some of the initiatives overall for the development of IoT have been taken, but as Professor Tariq knows, that my main concern has been CIE, and I time and again tell him make it more vibrant. And of course, happy to know that around 8,000, 8,000 people have been connected at grassroots levels, or we have reached to them, and 33 patents have been granted. Again, I have congratulations to everyone who has participated, the faculty who have taken part in it, have mentored the students, and so on. And as we know that this is the age of startups, this is the age of innovations, and definitely University of Kashmir has to take equal part in it, and accordingly see how our courses can be connected with this activity, so that definitely as per NEP 2020, as per National Education Policy, the main objective, startups, mentoring, entrepreneurship, skill development, which goes side by side with the other academic courses, are taken care of. And I'm happy, IoT has taken up lots of measures for that. We have a very prestigious course going on in IoT, that's our DYD, Design Your Degree, and definitely, the help that this degree or the this unit has received from IoT, it's under the ambit or the umbrella of IoT, and definitely I'm sure, in due course of time, as the clarity moves on forward, we have, students going on into different semesters, definitely the results will come. The results have started coming up, but the results, when they come, definitely we'll see how this GYD has been very, fruitful for us and is the need of the hour. And Professor Andrabi was talking about EDC. EDC, I think, was funded by state government.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
DST. So, I will, I will ask Zarisa. Definitely, I would like to see, is there any amount in EDC? Just try to see. We should utilize that grant for some other center and see how other center can be supported by this, grant. Just give you the information about it. I'm happy to see very good sessions are being, conducted, and I'm sure our faculty from colleges, our own faculty, our own students will be benefited by this. It's a very important 3-day prestigious course which will be held in a workshop form, and I'm sure, it will be very helpful for all of us, helpful for the faculty of colleges, and such activities I ask the director of IoT and his team, please keep on organizing these types of activities. It's very important so that our college faculty is very well informed, very well trained in order to take care of this component under NEP curriculum in their own colleges. And definitely we need to integrate them wherever they need the help of the university. We should definitely help them. And funding is no issue. I time and again tell them that funding is no issue, but just give me the results. That is it. Let the results be there, let the involvement be there, let the training be there. University is spending, lots of finances for this innovation, incubation, entrepreneurship, and results definitely have have started to come up. More results will be coming up in due course of time. Through Newgen also, we finance the startups already around 58 lakhs. 58 lakhs have been given to the startups. One startup is from Jammu. Our own people are not aware. There's a particular team which assesses it. So we should, as teachers from various colleges, please mentor your own students and tell them to participate whenever there's a call to file the applications, give their proposal, give their projects which are assessed in a committee. Definitely they will be benefited. The University of Kashmir is committed to build up on this culture, innovation, incubation, entrepreneurship, startups, because it's the need of the hour, it's the need of NEP 2020, and definitely University of Kashmir is marching ahead with these with the objectives of all these four. And I'm always after my Dean Academic Affairs, my Dean Engineering, Director IoT, to make it more visible and to make it more productive, how we can move forward in this. And for that, colleges should participate with us. Once again, very thankful to AICT and Ministry of Education for funding for this particular workshop. And definitely, I have all hopes, director and his team and the Dean Engineering, to make this IoT college more vibrant, should be the model of engineering college, at least in JNK, and then we can move to the country. Let me know where I know, although I know my gray areas. Faculty is one of my gray area. Inshallah, by this year we'll fill it definitely. And in spite of that, my aim is to have the best faculty in place for this IoT Zakura, because engineering is one of the field which needs the best mentoring, which needs the best teaching, because this is the future. Our students have to, number one, mentor further new generations, and number one, set an example how engineering courses are fruitful to the students. We have seen that somewhere some of the engineering courses are losing its popularity, but definitely our faculty should try to have that type of curriculum which is need of the hour. See, as per rules and regulation, where we have to do the exercise in order to reframe our curriculum as per the needs of the industry, as per needs of employment, as per needs of the society, so that our curriculum is at par with any reputed college or institute of the country. With these words, once again, congratulations to the director and the team, and the persons working in CIE, to the dean of the faculty for organizing this wonderful workshop. I will definitely look forward to have the recommendations, to have the report on 3 days workshop. Yes, 5 days workshop, which is being conducted, and so that I can see what type of exercise has been done. With these words, thank you very much. All the best, and hope all our faculty from colleges are trained and they learn something and bring that change in their own respective colleges. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Nilofer Khan. Now, I may reach to the concluding session of this inaugural session. Respected Vice Chancellor, Ma'am, Professor Nilofer Khan, esteemed dignitaries, distinguished guests, dear colleagues and participants. It's my honor and privilege to propose the vote of thanks on behalf of the CIIE, Institute of Technology, University of Kashmir, at the conclusion of the inaugural session of the AICTE Ministry of Education sponsored faculty development program on innovation and entrepreneurship. At the outset, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Nilofer Khan, for gracing this occasion as the chief guest and for her inspiring inaugural address. Her presence and leadership continue to guide our academic and institutional endeavors. I express my thanks to our guests, Professor Pirzada Sharifuddin, Dean Academic Affairs, Professor SMA Amrabi, Dean Engineering, Dr. Ashfaq Zari Saab, Professor Saad Saab from NIT, Professor Saida Afshana Ma'am from DYD. I also thank Professor M. Tariq Bandi, Director of Institute of Technology and Chair of this session, for his constant support and meticulous planning as the principal investigator of this FDP. A warm thank you to our heads of departments, program coordinators, and faculty members from within and outside the institute for their encouragement and participation. I would especially like to acknowledge the dedicated efforts of our technical staff and IT section of the Institute of Technology and supporting and non-teaching staff whose contributions have ensured the smooth organization of this event. I'm also grateful to the proctoral wing for their support. Finally, a heartfelt thanks to all our participants who have joined us from various institutions of the Valley. I special mention goes to faculty members from Jammu University who have traveled all the way from Jammu to attend this FDP. Your enthusiasm and presence are central to the spirit of this faculty development program. We now look forward to an engaging series of technical sessions and discussions in the days ahead. Now I request our guests for a cup of tea in the office of the director, and I request the participants that the tea will be served upstairs in the conference room. Okay. Thank you all once again. Thank you.
Please stand up at your respective places. We'll have a group photograph. Please stand up at your respective places. थोड़ा अरेंज हो जाएगा वहाँ पर ताकि फोटो अच्छे से लगे। यहाँ सीट्स खाली है ना इधर, सीट जहाँ खाली है वो फिल हो जाए पहले। आप इनको इंस्ट्रक्शन दीजिए।
आप पीछे जाइए, जो खड़े हैं ना वो पीछे जाइए, सीट्स खाली है।
हेलो,
उस साइड आप पीछे।
जय साहब, ये सीट खाली है यहाँ पर।
इधर देखें।
थैंक यू।
First of all, I would like to welcome all the participants for the first session of this 5-day FDP. We have Professor Saad Saab from NIT Srinagar. Professor Saad Saab there's no need for any formal introduction, as he is renowned among the innovators of the valley. Anybody who is involved with the innovation, incubation, and entrepreneurship knows that one of the foremost names which comes in mind is the Professor Saad Saab. Without any further delay, I would like to invite Professor Saad Saab for the inaugural session of this, for the first session of this FDP. Saad Saab,
thank you so much, Professor Bilal Sahab. Assalamu alaikum and very good afternoon. The train is running late as usual, so we are all already delayed by an hour. I will try to wind it up before 1:30 or 1:15. Would that be okay? Okay. So I first of all thank Professor Bilal and the organizers for giving me an opportunity to come and have a small discussion with you. I'm not going to tell you anything which you don't know, but in the domain of entrepreneurship, innovations, incubation, skill development, where this has become a buzzword in today's education systems. We all have been asked to talk about it, share experience, get people who have some kind of experience, and then discuss with students and faculty members. So it's the ongoing process which is going on, and the reason why we are doing it is that this has become a necessity. Innovations and entrepreneurships have become a necessity in education institutions. It's not like that people were not innovating, they were not into entrepreneurship. Through ages, we have seen that even in Kashmir, that our society were talented, they were entrepreneurs, and then the kind of innovations which we have done, it comes across various domains. And then then what was the necessity? The necessity was that a formal system, a formal process in education system, in education institutions was not there. And that's the reason that the Minister of Education thought that if we want to create ecosystems of entrepreneurship in the country, you have to create ecosystems in our campuses, because with lakhs of campuses around the country, these can be hotbeds where nurturing of innovations could be done, where mindsets could be changed. And that's the reason why we are now talking the last decades. We have been talking about entrepreneurship and innovations in Indian campuses. Okay, now I know that all of you are faculties, and very quickly I want to know about you. How many of you are pursuing entrepreneurship and innovations in your campuses? Very quickly, you raise your hand so that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. How many of you, because you are faculty members in colleges, different colleges, want to create those e-cells, we call them, your management is very eagerly looking to create those e-cells and create a environment, an enabling an environment for your students in your campuses. Most of you, that's why you are here. That's really good. Now, what we need to do, I'll share my experience. I'm from an IT. Till 2014 and 15, I was not knowing anything about I&D environment. What this is all about. And one fine morning, my director called me. I was doing my research at that time. I was busy with my own academic pursuits, like what all of you are. So he told me that there is a pressure from the ministry and the Ministry of Education that we need to start something relating to entrepreneurship, relating to innovations in the campuses. So would you take this challenge? So when he told me, I was not knowing, but I accepted the challenge. I told him, okay, it's a good, it would be a good learning for me, and then let's begin something in this domain. I remember that in early 90s or before 90s, I don't know, there is a lot of people. I am audible without mic. The mic is spreading problems. Okay, so I will talk directly. So in before 90s, when the institute was called as the Regional Engineering College, all of you know about REC, we used to have an entrepreneurship development cell. It was a small cell where students were exposed. It was the formal cell, a very informal cell where students were asked to share their ideas and if they want to do something as far as entrepreneurship is concerned. So some activities were going on, but after 90, when the turmoil started, everything was shut, and in 2015, the responsibility was given to me. So when I came out of that meeting with the director, I just thought, how will we do it? Because I was not knowing anything about entrepreneurship, innovations, but we had a chairman. Why I'm sharing this story, because you may have to pass through the same journey. It's very, very important for you to exercise some caution. This is very, 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 important. Otherwise, we won't be able to reach our targets. So I just got some students along with me and then share their knowledge that, okay, we have to create a cell, we have to create a center. We would give it a name, and then with brainstorming, a small 5-6 students team got built up with me. I was given a small space. We started this journey, and we call it as an Innovation, Incubation, and Entrepreneurship Development Center. So the first is innovation, the second is incubation, the third is Entrepreneurship Development Center. This was the name of the center which we actually named it. And slowly we built up. We did some kind of activities, some small workshops, invited some experts in our campuses, and slowly within 2-3 years, we created an enabling environment. Now the students started coming to this center, and now there was a bell which started ringing in the campus. So we participated, and then the next one was important thing is collaboration and network. Without collaborations and network, you cannot do anything. So we started collaborations. The first collaboration which we did was with Gyan Cell. The Gyan Cell, NIF, the National Innovation Foundation, Ahmedabad. So again, as was told to you, Professor Mahiuddin was a pioneer in this region who was already doing a lot of stuff in University of Kashmir. I met him. We established through GIF, through NIF, we established a cell which is called as a grassroots innovation foundation at NIT Srinagar, and then we started working on grassroots innovators, because in Kashmir we have very rich grassroots innovators who have been. I was not knowing about it, but they have been doing a wonderful job. So we approached them in regions like Anantnag, Badgam. Beautiful and lovely environment has been created, and there are some mind-boggling innovations which were done at that time. Some of the innovations we brought in our campus, and our students started working on it. So that's the journey how exactly we actually inspired and created a journey of innovations and entrepreneurship in NIT Srinagar. Later, there were some collaborations. The second collaboration was done with the Ministry of MSME. You can do that. You can search about that. The Ministry of MSME has some schemes. So I remember in 2019 there was a advertisement which had come on the papers that the Ministry of MSME New Delhi office is looking for ideas, and then if the institutions, colleges, or universities in their region are able to give us few good ideas, and if the national experts select those ideas, we will be giving a grant of 1 crore rupees, and 15 lakh rupees to develop one idea. So that was the basic crux of that MSME scheme. So I started working. I thought that this is an opportunity because to develop innovations, we need money. Money is very important. The campuses generally don't have money. NIT was not giving me any money. I had to generate my own funds. That was very, very important at that time. I'm talking about 2018, 19. And then I sat down in my office, started writing the proposals. So there was a couple of proposals which I wrote. I sent it to the ministry, and then luckily our proposal was selected, and we were asked that please come up with at least 15 to 20 good ideas and send it to us. Then again, I went on the television. I went on a lot of the papers, local dailies, and then I asked people, please, if you have some ideas, students also. And then I was astonished to find that there were about more than 50 to 60 beautiful ideas. So we have to sit down. We sat down and then we worked on the ideas. Only 10 ideas were selected from our end, and those were sent to the ministry. And then we were fingers across. We were waiting that at least 2 ideas had to be selected. And it was a pan-India contest. It was not only for JNK, it was a pan-India contest. And after 6 or 7 months, I got the news that 2 ideas have been selected from JNK. And then our institute has been recognized as a host institute. So it was the first, NIT was the first institute which was recognized as an implementing agency of the MSME, the Ministry of Small and Medium Enterprise. So we got a grant. We established a business incubation center at NIT Srinagar. And the 2 ideas, one idea was from, the innovator was from Anantnag. His name was Naik Kayum. He was calling me just now, 30 minutes back. He had an idea that we want to develop a seed sowing machine. He told that, but I have seen in our region that the farmers, when they sow the seed, whether it's a rainy day or a sunny day, they face a lot of problem, and then it's a hand sowing process, and then can be automated. That was his idea, and then we had. I will talk about that innovation also. So we took that idea, which was selected, and he got a grant of 50 lakh rupees to develop the idea. The second idea again was from a student, not of NIT, but he was a student who late after his selection he joined NIT as a PhD student. He was an engineering student. He was from Pampur, and his idea was that, sir, because I belong to a family of saffron. We have in Pampur, a lot of saffron is grown, and then the difficulty which I find is that the post harvesting, when the saffron is processed, so it's a hand processing which is done, and I find that my ladies, the people around, the old people, the young people, they face a lot of difficulty in cutting, combing, and then you see the saffrons are collected in bunches, and then we have to segregate it and pack it. So can we do something, and then can we automate the whole process? That was the second idea which was selected, and he joined us at NIT Srinagar in IIED Center and got a support of 15 lakh rupees. So those were just mere ideas. They were just ideas which were selected by the national experts of MSME. So that is the first grant which we got, 1 crore rupees, and then 15 lakh rupees for these ideas. That was the first hackathon of MSME, and now from 2019-20, regularly every year we have a hackathon, and till now there are about 4 or 5 hackathons which have been conducted by the ministry, and every hackathon at least 1 or 2 ideas are selected. but it's a very competitive process. It needs a lot of hard work, and you as a faculty member can always apply and get that grant. What I'm trying to tell you that because I'm addressing not to the students, I'm addressing to the faculty members, that the first step is to establish yourselves or your incubation centers or your innovation cells or centers, whatever you call it. Give it a beautiful name, develop a good logo, okay? Have a tagline, and then look for funding, because your institutions, your universities, colleges are not going to give you good fund, maybe 1 lakh, 2 lakh, 3 lakh rupees, not more than that. So it would be very difficult for you to do that. This is the first. Then NIS again roped in, and again they gave us some grant of to develop some technologies. So there were a couple of technologies. One technology, one idea which we developed at NIT Srinagar was through NIF grant. The Gyan cell which I just talked about was design and fabrication of a dehulling walnut dehulling machine. So you know that the problem was that in Kashmir also, even now, the harvesting of the walnuts which we do, you find the walnut, the green part of that walnut is called as the hull. So dehulling is done manually. You must have seen ladies sitting together and with a knife they are just taking those green shells out. It's a very cumbersome process. So again, I involved, we had some funding of 1 lakh rupees for that idea, and then I involved some engineering students. Then we designed and developed a machine, and which was very well recognized, and we gave a presentation in the Rashtrapati Bhavan also. We were selected in one of the Rashtrapati Bhavan. There's an event every year. There's an event of innovations which is conducted in Rashtrapati Bhavan. So it was recognized there also. But that innovation is still lying in my office. I'll tell you why I'm talking about it, and lately where do we lack and what exactly we need to do. Because we have to understand the pros and cons of our incubation centers very, very well. Otherwise, we won't be able to do much. Because as in the morning, the Vice Chancellor ma'am was telling that I need results, but results are not that easy to come, right? So this is two. The second, the third grant, which was very, very important and crucial for us, was the ITBI, the establishment of the Inclusive Technology Business Incubation Center. There's DSC has a scheme which we call as a NIDI scheme, NIDHI, so nurturing innovations and technologies, developing entrepreneurship. So they have a board at DST New Delhi office called as the NIDI board. So these NIDI is basically giving a lot of funds to different schemes. So one scheme is called as a NIDI scheme. So they are giving funds for ministries and educational institutions to establish incubation center. So again, in 2020-21, I wrote a proposal because we had an experience of 5 to 6 years, the glimpse of which I've just shared with you. So based upon our experience and some activities which we did with the students and the innovators around, I wrote a proposal, we sent the proposal, and the results came in 2022, and NIT was again, NIT and SCOST, these two institutions were the two universities which got selected in that grant. So that was a big, big boom to us. 23, we got the grant, which is a 5.5 crore grant. Their startups have been nurtured. So this grant contains a lot of capex and other investments where OPEX and capex, where we are asked, we or you will be given money not to create your facilities. Maybe you need some softwares, you need some machines, but also the expenses of the staff. So under this scheme, you have to create a new entity. It has to be a Section 8 company. That means it doesn't have to intermingle with the institution administration and accounts. It has to have its own body. It has to have its own body. So we created a body. We call it as the Innovative Incubation Foundation. I am the principal investigator of that scheme, and I'm the project head of this GIF, which we call as the Innovative Incubation Foundation. It's in NIT. So And the most important thing is that under this scheme, you have a ignition grant for the startups up to 10 lakh rupees. So if you have every tranche, they give about 1.5 to 2 crore rupees, and out of these 2 crore rupees, you have about 35 to 40 lakh rupees, which you can invest as an ignition grant and give it to your startups. So this is how exactly a small background, a glimpse, a fleeting glimpse of what we have been doing and how exactly our incubation centers have started. And I'm sure that the University of Kashmir is also doing the same. They too are working to establish this IPBI under NIDI scheme. SCOST has also done it, and IUST has also done it. So parallelly, these ecosystems are being created for the students, because you are the faculty member, you should know that what facilities we have. But all these facilities which we have built up have their own difficulties. Mr. Ruksan is sitting here. He's a AI expert. He has quantum. He's working as a CEO in the quantum. The name of the organization, sir? Chinar Quantum. Sorry, Chinar Quantum. So his few people also pitched their idea, and they also got selected, and we are giving them also a grant. But unfortunately, again, I told you that Section 8 company has to be fully implemented in your campuses. Until and unless your top leadership doesn't do that, we face difficulties. So currently, NIT Srinagar is facing difficulties because of the frequent changes in our leaderships, because the academicians who have a mindset, the leaders, the directors, the vice chancellors, the principals of your colleges who have a mindset, it's very difficult. I tell you, it's very, very difficult for us to tell them what we are doing. So if you as enablers have to create a mindset, not among the students or the innovators, but you have to create a mindset among your colleagues. Because if you are doing something in innovations, like what I have just told you, they may not understand it. So having those sensitization programs, the workshops, seminars, they become very important, and the participation from all your faculty members and the stakeholders, it's equally important. Until and unless you are not able to do that, we will not be able to work freely and effectively. It's very, very important. Now, this is what we have done. Now, you as enablers, I'll call that they are in the journey of entrepreneurship, innovations. It's a journey which starts with creativity. The first step, the top step, is called as a creativity, and it culminates at entrepreneurships, or startups we call them, entrepreneurs we call them, where actually you produce some services or some products, sell it in the market, and gain profits. So that is the culmination. And then that's not the only culmination, but the sustainability is very, very important. How you as faculty members, or as a principal investigators, or as enablers of campuses, look at your incubation centers or your cells which you have established, look that what idea has to be taken, what idea has to be developed, what idea has to be nurtured. That's very, very important. And who could be the potential candidates for startups and entrepreneurs, and what are their difficulties, and how do you cater to those difficulties? So it's all a journey. It's a journey. So the journey starts with the first step, which we call as the creativity. It's a creativity. You see, the 5 days course which you have, it revolves around this journey. It revolves around creativity. Most of the people will be coming to you, talking to you, that what is creativity, how creativity, how can you be creative in your endeavors, and then how could you build up an environment of a creative environment where ingenuity is basically taken care of and the ideas are flown of the students. That's very, very important. And the second step, when you are able to create that environment of a creative environment in your campuses, and then people start working, using their ideas, using their minds, unleashing their ideas, coming up with good ideas which you think that they are good, and now you support them. You develop some kind of products or services. Now, what kind of products and services you develop is very, very important. Every service, every product which has to be developed or would be developed has an effect on on entrepreneurship dynamics. It's very, very important. So innovations and creativity. Creativity is always, thinking new things. So you don't have to reinvent the wheel every time, but you don't have to have a product which already exists in the market and which is very common. This is the first mistake which we do in entrepreneurship, and that someone will come to me, he will tell you, someone will come to me, someone will come to you and tell that I want to start a pastry shop. Okay, I want to start some coffee shop. I want to start, some kind of cab service. So those products are already there. So there is no value addition which you can do. They are not startups. They are business. There's a difference between a common business and a startup. So under these schemes which I discussed with you, under the e-cells, our main motto is to look for new ideas. That's very, very important. So new ideas have to be born. If you're able to unleash the ideas of innovators, the startups, the students, and then develop those ideas from ideation stage to commercial stage, then our journey is successful. So in innovations, we talk about doing new things. These are things which do not exist, or they do exist, but there is a small Detroit. There is something which is not available. Some small, it could be innovation. Doesn't mean that you have to invent something new, but some small particulation, some small differentiation in the existing products is also innovation. And then this becomes an intellectual property which needs to be protected. And now you have to have another important phase of it, which we call is the IPRs. So you protect those new ideas with help of patents, trademarks, design, copyrights, geographical indicators. In agriculture, we call it as the plant variety, trade secrets, and so forth. These are some, maybe there is a session which someone will come and talk to you about how to protect those intellectual property rights. It's very, very important. And is that all? Because basically, when we measure the indices of our incubation centers, now the performance indices, we say that okay, if I file a patents, I am successful. No, there are thousands of patents which are filed, and there's this line. Maybe you get a certificate, you get a IP, you get an IP, it's protected. Ultimately, they don't do anything. So the ultimate success basically comes when these patented items for which you have got a patent, they are commercialized. So either you do it or you ask someone else to do it for you and take the royalties, which all of us know about, right? And then it culminates into a commercial activity. So whenever we say that creating value in the marketplace, whenever you create a value in the marketplace, then you say that you are at the third step of this journey, which we call as the entrepreneurship. So this is, well, when we talk about it, when we read about it, it seems to be very simple, but really it's not that simple. It requires a lot of efforts. It's a very difficult journey, both for the enablers. All of us are the enablers, and the go-getters. The go-getters are people who actually want to do it. So it's a relationship between the two. They have to get married, and then both of them have to be very serious in the things which I'm going to tell after some time. So very quickly, because we are already, I was planning it for 1.5 hours, but we still have only one hour left. So creativity is a very important component. The second learning for all of us is, because we are faculty members, we have to create a creative culture in our campuses, in our classrooms, in our incubation centers. So mostly in this example, I tell you that what exactly, how do we differentiate between a creative act and a non-creative act? The example which generally I give is that somewhere in Canada, once upon a time, there was a essay competition. There was an essay competition, school children, where different schools they were called, and the essay which had to be written was titled as Courage. Courage. So different students we are asked to write an essay, maybe 5-6 page essay on courage, and then there was a prize for the best essay. It started maybe half an hour or 1 hour. Time was given to them, and then after the 1 hour was over, all of them, the papers were collected, and there was a jury, experts, again from schools, the principals and teachers. They were asked to evaluate those essays. About 50 to 60 students took part in that essay, and then they were evaluating. To their surprise, there was one student who just wrote on the paper, 5 or 6 pages of paper was given to him. He wrote, "This is courage." He wrote, "This is courage," and left it blank. So just imagine if we are the teachers, right? And if you give this as a competition, write an essay on courage, and there is one student who writes, or few students who write, "This is courage," how many of we are going to give him good marks, or will appreciate him? I don't think that many of us. See, ये क्या बकवास लिखा आपने? ये ऐसे लिखना आपको. But this demonstrated, this news came in Reader's Digest once, and then this demonstrated that a creative environment, what makes a student or a person creative as compared to his peers. So this is the kind of creativity which we need to build up in our students, in our education systems. The rote education system has to go away. It has to go away. We have to come up with different thoughts. The ingenuity has to be unleashed, as I told you. It's very, very important. And until and unless we don't think out of box, we don't think the alternative solutions. If we are stick to one solutions, if our culture, if our way of doing things come in between, then we are spoiling the culture of innovation in our campuses or in our regions. And that is the problem which till now in our Indian education systems we had. Now a new education policy has come up, and they have really taken up this as a challenge, and they're trying to build up, they're trying to create ecosystem of education in a way that this creativity is really given some due cognizance. That's how exactly we have to think. And this works very well. If you have a very stupid question asked by students, don't shun them. Because there is a small thought behind that stupidity. See, learning is creativity. Creativity leads to thinking. Thinking provides knowledge. Knowledge makes you great. And until and unless there is some curiosity which we create in our system, things are not going to work well. So curiosity is very, very important. Imagination is very, very important. The kind of activities which we tell our students to do should have some imaginations, dreaming about it. The problem is I don't know how many of you, when I was very young, there were some fiction stories which we used to read, and there used to be some fiction novels and movies which were very, very common. And at that time, I remember that we were just outrightly rejecting them. We're saying that this is just fiction. This cannot be. This cannot or can never become a reality. But today, when we actually go through our memory lane, we find that those fictions are the reality. They are becoming innovations. They are really becoming products and services for the humankind, for this globe. So all of you will appreciate that the fictions, they actually those fiction stories that actually culminated out of imaginations, thinking. Talk about AI. In the morning, madam talked about AI. AI is very fastly, at a very rapid rate, it is overtaking human beings. It's trying to create new products, new services, new way of thinking, new way of doing things. And then AI, once upon a time, it was fiction. AI was a fiction, now it's a reality. So imagination is very, very important. The most important thing is to not stop questioning. And then we generally get disturbed when our children ask questions to us. Am I right? Yes. Yeah, very stupid question. What is this? Especially, I'll give you my example. My son, when he was about 6, 7, 8, 9 years, the kind of question when he used to observe, even the same experience would you have, you must have experienced it at your end also. Very stupid questions, which you don't have the answers. So, but generally you stop him, you just rebuke him, you tell him stop this nonsense, don't think on those lines. Here is where we are killing it. There is when you are when a student, when a small child is asking some question which you don't perceive, which you don't understand, and that is the time when creativity is being killed. So again, if you look at the Western education system, many times they open the forums for stupid questions. They ask groups, teams of students to come up. They give them a problem and they ask them to come up with stupid answers to those problems. And that stupidity gives rise to some new product or services or new innovations. Believe me, that is the kind of environment which we need to create in our campuses, in our systems, among the students, the kind of assignments which we give them, the kind of tasks and chores which we give them. They should be out of the book, they should be out of the rote education which we are imparting them. That is very important. That's the where creativity has to be built up. So very quickly, I'll go through it. How do we spend time in creative thinking or new projects? Practice dreaming is very, very important. Practice focusing on cohesive ideas. Learn to pitch your ideas. So this is creativity. The second step, I have seen that there is a session on creativity. Maybe today itself someone is going to talk about details. I just again given you a small overview of the importance of creativity in this journey, which is step one. If really we want to create a society of innovators and entrepreneurships in our J&K and in our India, then it's very important that such kind of environment and atmosphere need to be built up in all our systems. The second step is the innovations. Now, innovations, I need not talk about it. All of you know that it's the innovations which is driving this world. New products, new services. Something every time we see that it is something new has come up. Now, if we compare, I have a small comparison. If you look at the different economies of the world, what is the innovation health of India until this date? How do we measure the innovation health of a country, of a nation? There are few indicators, many indicators. The one important indicator is the number of patents which we file. So there is some data which I have collected right from 2000. This is 1977 to 2015. These were the kind of patents which were filed by different countries. This is U.S. United States Patent Office report, which I am sharing with you. We find that USA was the top. That's why even today it's the number one economy, the number one developed country. All of us know about it, the technologies which they have. And then China was quite behind. It was like India was 17,000, some 18,000 patents. China was up to 2015. But the quantum jump which China has, from 1819 to this 2015 to this date, we see that the number of patents which Chinese industries have filed, they are much more than the US outnumbered. And the kind of innovations every now and then we read and we see that what China has done. So there is some data which is very important for us to understand. So this is up to 19. You see, India is just 1,200 and about 1,500 patents in 19, 1,000 patents in 18. So this is in 17. It was only 1,000. We are improving in the global index. Also, we are improving. So this is actually the patent applications at the top 10 offices in 2023. The latest data which I have collected. Again, which look at how China has been really coming up. And another measure of a society, of a country, of a nation being innovative is the GDPs. All of us knows. Look at in 1980, I'm just comparing India with China. The per capita income, GDP is one indicator. The per capita income is the second indicator. In 80, it was $266. In China, it was 194. And look at 2022. This became 2388 for India, and look where China is. So what has gone wrong with India, or what has gone right with China? The answer to that is innovations, the kind of innovation culture which they have. If you happen to go to China, you'll find that they are the kind of budgets which they have. China, they have again like Make in India slogan is there now. We are giving more weightage to the Make in India concepts. In China also, there was Make in China 2025. This was slogan given a few years back. So the main areas where the China invested the economy was in sectors like semiconductors, AI, drones, electric cars, and solar panels. If I give an example, the electric cars all of us know about, or the ICE engine cars. In India, we have the kind of we have only 6 generic companies who manufacture 6 to 8 generic companies who manufacture engines for Indian cars running on the Indian roads. But if you go to China, they have more than 200 companies who manufacture cars. And the cost of electric cars, if you look at if you compare the cost, in India, if you want to buy an electric vehicle, electric car, I think the सबसे सस्ती गाड़ी है that is about 7 lakh rupees. General Motors MG की, it's about 7 lakh rupees. But China, it is only $600. It's very, very less. And then they have so many varieties which we even don't know. But they have been manufacturing those cars now, right from $200 to $20,000. That's the variety and the range of innovations in this automobile sector as well as EVs are concerned. So that has really come up only because of innovations. And the kind of budget which the innovation budget of China is at least 10 times more as compared to India. That's why we find that the graphs which we have just seen, they have reached up to this figure. That's one of the reasons. And that's why the Indian governments are very, very particular that education campuses are the best places where such ecosystems can be developed, and we can really come up with some kind of innovations in our campuses which can increase our GDPs or which can augment our, the economic augmentation can only be done if such campuses are made very, very active. So that means we have a role to play in establishing and keeping these innovation centers alive. Okay, now this is what I have just told. Just read this, very interesting. This is the report which came in the Business Standard. In 2023, only 5% of the Indian startup funding went into deep tech, whereas in China, investments were 35%. The difference of investments, which has to be, if India really want to be a global leader, then we have to come up with a lot of fundings for these startups, which we lack even today. In 2024, China waived $361 billion in taxes and fees for high-tech firms, and they also gave $80.7 billion in research and development deductions. And you know what is the budget for India in R&D? It's very, very less. It's very, very less as compared to China. In 2024, China's total R&D spending was $496 billion. This is the data of 2024. India in 2025 budget a fund of just $23.45 billion was made for private sector R&D activities. So this is some glimpse which we see that what differentiates the innovation environment of India as compared to China. And then there's a need. I think this is the right moment where India is coming up with lot of initiatives, lot of schemes, even for you. And we have to make use of such schemes. We have to give proposals, take these schemes and develop this kind of environment in our campuses so that this figure which is in 2025, maybe as someone was, we are very fastly growing economy and we are looking for a $5 trillion economy and then $10 trillion economy in another 5 or 6 years. So to reach that figures of a 10 or 15 trillion dollars economy, we cannot do it until and unless these ecosystems in the campuses are really pushed forward and they come up with economic augmentation and job creations. That's very, very important. Okay, now what should we innovate? So most of the students, the startup innovators come to me also, sir, हम कुछ करना चाहते हैं, हम क्या करें? What should we do? That's a question which is a very, very difficult question to answer. You cannot suggest as a enabler, we cannot tell them, okay, you do this, but again we have to look what opportunities we are in. What are their skills? What are their how passionate they are about something? We have different areas. We have thousands of areas, right from high tech, deep tech, agriculture, horticulture, food processing. We have so many areas where people are having some skills and they want to make use of these skills to produce some service or some product or some innovations which can be commercialized in the market. So we have to we have to be very focused. We have to look about we have to look at the mindset of that startup or that idea generator and the kind of support which we can give them. It's a very crucial area where a lot of us fail because we do not recognize the potential of a startup. We do not recognize the potential of that idea generator, what his idea is, and we do not understand that what kind of idea need what kind of nurturing. So nurturing is very important. That's why when we talk about the incubation centers, for example, in Kashmir, if you look at the SCOS, they have a very good incubation centers where the agriculture-related food processing and horticulture-related technologies are being developed, and a lot of innovations are done. You come to IUST or NIT, the technology is a lot of students are working. So, what kind of idea you have? You need to direct your students or your innovators to that the potential beds where innovations can thrive, they can grow. It's very, very important for us to understand. Now, when we talk about innovations, it doesn't mean only that we are generally when we see innovations, we the thing which comes in our mind is that I want to produce some good, no. So when we talk about innovations, they can be divided into technological innovations and non-technological innovations. In technological innovations, the kind of the future innovations as AI is the basic crux, the kind of technologies which we have. It could be, say, for example, AI, B for blockchain or big data. All of you know about it. C for cybersecurity. These are the areas where people are focusing a lot. And then they are the future jobs. They are the future innovations. They are the future technologies where people have now to invest and they have to work to develop new avenues in these areas. And then the full stack developers, the front end and the back end, because all of us we use mobile and you have a lot of apps which we download every now and then. There are innovators who have very good ideas of creating an app and solving the problem. And then we have gamification. We have a lot of new technologies relating to the data analytics, because now businesses of today are managed by two things. If you look at the global businesses, they are managed by two things. It's the key. If these two keys are not present, you won't be able to innovate. The first is the data. All businesses are managed through the use of data. And the second is ideas. So what good ideas, what potential ideas you develop and you create that kind of data analytics platform where you are actually coming up with something new which can solve a problem based upon on the data which is available. So these are some of the prospects, the future prospects where you should also encourage the students to the future jobs or the future innovations. So software developers, web developers, big data analytics, specialists in user and customer experience, because now we are becoming a service society. Very, very important. There are thousands of services which are created every now and then we need to solve their problems. Then digital influencers is a very, very important area where people have to work, they have to innovate, come up with some kind of new, platforms of creating digital things and influencing the customers. Then advisors to creators and digital marketing, environmental engineers are really coming up. The climate change, we also have now the climate entrepreneurs. They are entrepreneurs, we call the climate entrepreneurs. The climate entrepreneurship is now being taught in few universities. Entrepreneurship innovation courses are being introduced where such future technologies are being taught to the students so that they become the right seed is sown for solving some problems and taking them as innovations and startups. Then 3D architect and engineers, innovation managers, e-commerce, quantum machine learning. As Mr. Ruksan is working on quantum machines, he will be telling about it. Social media analysts, information security. Actually, these are actuaries are also kind of people who statistically evaluate their data and come up with some kind of findings using some statistical methodologies. So, when innovations are developed, this is the second part of my presentation. The first gave you a very brief glimpse of the first phase, which is we call the creative phase. The second is the innovation phase. What should we innovate? Why should we innovate? How you can be an enabler for innovations to come up in your campuses, in our societies. And the third part of it is entrepreneurship. Now, if you have a developed idea, how do we commercialize it? Until and unless we don't commercialize it, we don't bring it to the market dynamics have to be understood. And our journey is not complete. It's not complete. It's just on the papers. Or maybe you have filed the patents, you got a certificate, you get some kind of some kind of advantage in your careers. I have a patent, you get some points and so forth. But that is not the end of the journey. The end of the journey is basically when actually this innovation lands you in a market and you are selling your product or your services. What kind of products have to be developed? Again, that's the big question mark. There are two strategies generally which we adopt in markets. One is called the blue ocean strategy, and the second we call as the red ocean strategy. I think all of us should understand it very briefly. Till now, I hope that there are some more speakers who will give you some more insights in these two kind of strategies. In red ocean strategies, in blue ocean strategies, we look at the product which can create a monopolistic market. Putting in a very simple terms, we develop a product or a service where we don't have any competitors. So that is the success rate. And if you are able to develop such technologies, such innovations in your innovation centers, and then you find the right networking, right collaborations, right market forces, which would create value in the market and sell these products or services, then you are successful. Because you have created that kind of dynamics in the market that the need has been understood. It's based upon the design thinking, which I was talking about. The concept of design thinking is very, very important, have to be kept in your mind again and again. So I'm using the design thinking mechanism, the design thinking process, and I have created a product, which eventually has very, very, very less competitors or eventually no competitors. Then you find that this might become a success if everything goes well. So that kind of strategies are called as the blue ocean strategies. And the blue ocean strategies cannot take place until and unless your creativity is not unleashed. It's very, very important. Until and unless you don't have a new idea. The example which I gave you in the beginning, Mr. Tariq, who came up with an idea that I need to develop a frugal machine for processing saffron. and this is a first of its kind. We have the prototype ready at NIT. Sometimes you come, I can show you that machine. It's a first machine which has been developed, and whatever search we have done, we have not found that machine existing in the world till now. Because the kind of engineering which has gone behind it is mind-boggling. You see the saffron saplings, which when we did the 3 saplings, the flower, which we pick up and then we collect all those stigmas. Sorry, not the saplings, the stigma, the 3 stigmas from the flowers, and then they have to be passed through a process which would do 3 main activities. Number 1, the first activity is that those saffron stigmas, they have to be straightened because they are curved. You have to straighten them, and then the second is the straightening is called the combing operation. This is called the combing operation. The second step is that you have to cut the roots at some appropriately determined length. So it's a cutting operation. The third is that now for different applications, again you have to make them in different sizes. So sizing operation is the third operation. So this was done manually, and now this machine is able. We have done the experiments, but the experiments are very expensive because the cost of saffron is very, very high. So what I mean to say is that this machine eventually we're looking for this commercialization. We have talked to the government also. We have talked to the agriculture and production department, the secretariat also. But there are very, very few takers because again the problem is that the product is ready. It's an innovative product, but until and unless there is some adaptation of the technology, we are not successful. So adaptation has to be done by the government agencies or some industries. We are not able to, at this point, we are not able to loop in those, players who can play a very potential key role in commercializing this product in one form or the other form. It's a prototype which is ready. So this is we don't have competitors in this product. There are no competitors. So we have an edge. The consumer's choices are there because around the world, where saffron is grown, you take Spain, you take Iran, you take Kashmir saffron, or there are some saffron which is grown in some European countries. Still, they don't have this technology there. So if this is commercialized, this would really create a kick in this industry. They have differentiated it because there is no product, it's a monopoly. There's a differentiation, and we have created a value by this technology, by this engineering marvel which we have done at NIT Srinagar. The kind of rollers which we have designed, the forces, the calculation of the forces, what kind of force needs to be applied to cut it. We don't want to make it irrelevant, and then and then how exactly it has to be straightened. Again, how exactly it has to be sized, and then it is now at the end product is which we do, put it in some kind of containers for final packing and then sending it to the customers. So this is, when we talk about the red ocean strategy, most of the innovations which we do are based on red ocean strategies. There is a competitor, and now you are giving some kind of competition to already existing competitors. Again, I would not say that the chance of failure, but again, the struggle is very, very high. You have to really struggle. You have to have a lot of or some kind of differentiation function and some kind of marketing forces which would help this product to be successful in the market. So that's the difference between, the general difference between these two strategies. So the red ocean strategy and the blue ocean strategy, it's a big fish in a small pond, and it's a small fish in a big pond where a lot of fish already exist. Now, again, the second part of it, innovations I'm talking about, are again what kind of, when we talk about innovations, when we talk about the two kind of strategies, again, it's not always possible that you would have some differentiation. Proven innovation is also there. You have some existing product, I would develop the same product but at less cost. That's also innovation. Maybe I'll put some different material, I'll change the design, some kind of design I have changed, but such products exist. Again, now there are three types of businesses which generally happen in around the globe. One we call as the settlers, the migrators, and the pioneers. It's a very important thing for the students who come to you with an idea. So where exactly you want to be? How do you differentiate your innovators? Whether they are settlers, they are migrators and pioneers. Settlers are me too. Again, the same thing which is being. I know there's a folder which has been manufactured. I manufacture the same folder. The same cheese मैंने बनाया with my own company name. I'm selling it in the market. These are settlers. I am just as everyone is. In Kashmir, we have observed, we are copycats. You agree with me? For your herd mentality is still there. Now, what people are doing, they have money, and then you will find that 10 years back, we hardly had any malls, and now it's become a city of malls. I call it the city of malls. I live in Sarad Nagar. 5 or 6 years back, hardly I used to see 1 or 2 malls coming up, and now there are. I measured the number of malls which we have from Rawalpura to Lal Chowk, and I calculated them. There are about 35 malls, big malls, 6-story malls which are coming up. People have money, but they don't know how to invest. Where to invest? Why to invest? They just copy. Usne mall banaya, I will too. And how many of malls are going to sustain? It's very difficult, because in innovations, the scalability and sustainability are two very important things. Until unless I don't have a plan, how to sustain, how to grow, how to scale up, my startup cannot be successful. So, please, if you have some innovators who are called, whom you define as settlers, then they need to change their business plan. They need to come up with something, some kind of detour has to be there, some kind of innovations have to be there which can differentiate it with the existing products. Then migrators are maybe a better thing, a better thing. Say, for example, the example which I have given here, a few coffee shop that is essentially a copy of an established coffee shop chain. This chai. Many of you, it's a different concept. How many of you agree that it's a different concept? They are also serving tea, kahwa, namkeen chai, and few beverages they are serving. But the concept, just understand the concept. So that is something which we call as a migrators, who sell coffee but with a different tagline, with something which is making them a bit unique as compared to the conventional coffee makers. And then third, the pioneers. Pioneers are something which have a very, they are the ones who have developed the product with some blue ocean strategy in their mind, something which is new. Now here, a company that develops a new way to enjoy coffee, like a personalized coffee brewing machine that uses AI to tailor the perfect cup for every individual. You have your own taste buds. You want coffee in your own, less sugar, more strong strength in it, less milk, something which you can tailor. So you have seen those blending machines, coffee blending machines, where you can always get a cup of coffee of your own taste, of your own likes. So these three are different. So what I want to tell you here is that whatever products you manufacture, whatever innovations you basically nurture, you have to know that what kind of startup ideas you have, whether they are settlers or migrators or pioneers. So work on migrators and pioneers. So it's our role, because there are so many students coming up with normal ideas. Now I have to sit with them. I have to brainstorm. A lot of brainstorming has to be done. They have to be, okay, अगर हम इसको थोड़ा सा ऐसे करें, थोड़ा सा ऐसे करें, थोड़ा सा ऐसे करें, and then 3 or 4 brains sit together and start unleashing their minds. We come up, really, I tell you, we come up with ideas. So it's the ideas which matter actually. Because I is very, very important. The idea for a project. So as was told to you, if you have some kind of student innovators who are coming to you as faculty members who are in charge of research, conduct sessions, invite the experts, invite people who are working in that area, whatever the areas, and then have a brainstorming session. So brainstorming sessions, I've seen, they are very, very important in developing good ideas. If you leave it to the innovator, okay, to search, then things are not going to work. Okay, I talked about it. These are some of the important value propositions. This is example, the Gillette, all of you know about the Gillette blade. I don't know, you are all young, but I remember that a couple of decades back when we used to go to a barber, वो आपका जो shape बना था ना, वो उसको कहते हैं उस तरह. All of you, even now in villages, we use उस तरह. That was where this company Gillette came up with an idea. Now, it's very common, but there are some problems. It's costly razor, forced blade, thick white blade, unsafe razor, difficult in using, honing and stooping had to be done again and again. It's unfashionable. And then they started using some strategies, business strategies, where they use ideas and then they came up with a very low price Gillette blades. Now it's a disposable 5 rupees or 10 rupees blades which we get in the market, use and throw it. So that is how exactly products are. It's a perfect example of whatever I have talked about till now is how exactly products are developed. You have some more time? 5-10 minutes?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Okay, again, future innovations. AI, I need to talk about, I think you would take this session of AI. AI is really coming up in every walk of life. A couple of examples. A student of mine in computer sciences in IIT Srinagar, he came up 3 years back. He was working with my IIT center, and then he told that I have developed a model, I trained a model where I can use machine learning AI concepts, and we can train that machine to detect onset of disease in apple orchards. So we started working with, I'm not from computer science background, but what we did, he trained the model. So the idea was very simple that we will place cameras in the orchards, जहाँ पर apple हमारे grow होते हैं, cameras करके will capture the images, and capture the images, we'll send this, transport those images to this model which was developed, train that model, and then whenever there's an onset of a disease, maybe during the time, spring time, जो आजकल का time है, जो birds हमारे शगुफे जिसको हम कहते हैं, they start coming up in our trees, apple trees or fruit trees, and then whenever there's a disease, this was undetected before, and then सेब खराब हो गया, scab लग गया, there are different ailments which actually occur in fruits and vegetables. So now we are living in a technology where AI can detect the disease and give a forewarning to the farmers that there is an onset of disease. You have to come up with some kind of mitigation steps like spray karna apne ya kuch. You have to do some spraying to prevent this disease to occur in a fruit. So this is kind of technologies based on AI which we have developed. And now we have AI in every, it's a buzzword. There are 2 types of stupidities. One we call it the natural stupidity. The second is the AI stupidity. So all of us, we are crazy. We are becoming AI, and I can give you maybe in our lecture of where AIs are being used, the applications. I don't have that time. Very quickly, I can show you some kind of, these are the applications in industry. People are replaced. This is an automobile manufacturing industry. You have AI robots doing the building, operations, manufacturing, integration of technologies. So you don't find any person there. This is all AI managed, and then maybe some kind of software has been developed. Warfare, we have seen the Ukraine war and how AI is being, the drones, the unmanned drones, all AI. Even there was a report I read somewhere that I will not name people and the nations, but one guy had to be killed. And then how he was killed, he was a very intelligent guy. He was not making any communications. So, but maybe 3 years, 4 years, some agencies was after him, and then once only he made a communication, and because of that communication, he was identified, and there was a small device, a drone type of thing, which identified that signals. It went there, and it had some kind of arsenal in it, and that arsenal was blown on his head, and nobody knew how he died. So this is the kind of, and now this AI is becoming very dangerous. Even Europe has come up with the AI policies. Every country has to come up with AI policies. If those policies are not there, I think, when we talk about AI, there are 10 stages of AI. 10 stages, and then we say that there'll be an AI or a machine which would be able to program itself based upon it will sense the environment, to see what's happening, program itself, and then do all kind of stuff. So this is really, when we go in deep of the AI science, it's very scary at times. It's very scary how the cosmic AI, the robots are going in the sky, getting the data from the heavenly bodies, processing that data without human intervention, making decisions. So this is a really lot of innovations, but good things are also done as an example which I gave you, but it's also very scary because of the negative effects of AI. So we have AI robo. AI, this is the robo advisories. You know, the legal, the advocates are finished now. We'll be having a legal robo, and then this is the AI robo doc, we call them doctors. Finish with doctors because your mobile will be your doctors, and then it will detect you, it will talk to you, it will tell you if I have some problem, some ailment, I will talk to my mobile. It will ask me questions like what doctors ask. It will diagnose. It will give me prescribe me medicines, and then I'll go to the pharmaceutical, get the medicines, and get things right. Even I have to upload some scans, you know, some reports. I'll just scan them, upload them. It will read itself, and it will give you. So doctors are also gone. We do say that not gone, but if the doctors don't, update themselves, and then this AI is going to change the dynamics of this world very soon. So these are selfless driver. You don't need drivers now, you know. And then these are surgeries which are performed by robots. You know, all surgeries performed by robots. This, smart assistance is there, and then, but this AI will have some kind of unprecedented challenges which we talk about. I'm not going to. There's going to be a job displacement, exactly. And teachers, you don't need South Koreans to come here and talk to you about innovations. And there'll be a robo who will be talking to you, giving you much better picture of innovations and entrepreneurship, telling you things which even South Koreans doesn't know, and then you will be. And this has happened last year in Bangalore. There was a humanoid teacher who had actually taken a class, and then the teacher was sitting and just assisting, and then the children were asked. They really appreciated the humanoid teacher talking to them, explaining to them different concepts, answering to all their questions to the perfection, and then that's how exactly AI is going to replace the teachers also. So 65% of the children now entering primary schools will hold jobs that currently don't exist. This is today. 65% of the children now entering the primary schools will hold jobs that currently don't exist. So that's why I showed you the future. What are the future jobs? So please be aware of what exactly we need to teach them. What kind of job market is coming up? Otherwise, if we still teach them irrelevant things which doesn't exist when they grow up, I think it's a wastage of our time and their money and our efforts also. So new skills that we have to know about: the analytical thinking, emotional intelligence, cultural intelligence, creativity, interpersonal skills, decision making, tech skills, active learning. And are we ready for these challenges? This is very important. So this slide is very important. If we teach today's students as we taught yesterday, we rob them of tomorrow. This is by John Dewey. This is very important. So the new education policy, I don't know, I haven't gone through it. The different curriculums have to be developed accordingly to what the technology is driving us. And if we are not unable to do them and teach them the same thing which doesn't exist when they grow, I think again that we are doing a lot of injustice to them. So design thinking, I know someone is going to talk about it. I'm not going to talk about it now. I don't have. So these are some of the design thinking inventions. Very, very quickly, I'll go through this slide. You can just enjoy. Look how inventions are created, how innovations are created in the market. You know about Uber, you know about Facebook, you know about Alibaba. So these are the few problems, last 2 minutes I'll take. This is a picture which I have taken. This is an African, a very remote, place where actually the women and the people use, because in Africa water scarcity is there, so they have to travel long miles and then fetch water to their houses. It was a very cumbersome. So someone looked at it as an opportunity, and then they came up with this design. They solved the problem also, and then a lot of entrepreneurship activities also. So look at the problems which our society is facing. Kashmir, all of us are from Kashmir. Anybody who's from outside Kashmir? Yeah. So from sir, Jammu Kashmir is one of the same things. So we have the problem. You are from?
Where are you?
So common problems. UP, Jammu, we have common problems. So these are some of the problems I talked about. This is a seed sowing machine which we have developed in NIT Srinagar. This has solved the problem of sowing seeds. The example I gave you in the beginning. This is the saffron processing machine which we have developed. There's a lot of scope, in fruit industry. A lot of innovations can be done in fruit industry. And these are some unsolved resolved problems. Look at the waste management problems where we need some solution. And then, look how exactly, what is this? Generally, I give this example in my talks. This is a convict, the bread maker. He's living a very, pathetic life. No innovations done in his baker's shop. He's inhaling this smoke, and hardly after 20 years, when he is doing his mundane task, he gets that problems of your lungs, lung cancer, and so forth. So this is the problem which some kind of solution has to be obtained. Waste management, education, tourism challenge. A lot of innovations can be done in tourism. It's a new. Look at the tourist footfall. It was 2.5 crores in Kashmir last year, 24 report, 2.5 crores. Look at the opportunities which we have. See how many taxis have come, but shikaras, we use the same concept of shikaras and gondola bookings and all that stuff. A lot of innovations can be done. Put your students on work. This is again walnuts. There's so many people falling down the tree and hurting themselves and dying. A lot of innovations. How we can, in Europe, they use big shakers, very, very expensive shakers where these walnuts are brought down. And in Kashmir, but we find that there are people who go up the tree and with big sticks, they strike it and then bring it down, and in that process they fall and they have their fractured. In harvesting, if you go to the Golden Giant Hospital, 50 to 60% of the people there have are from this industry, the walnut industry, where they have had a fall and then they have broken, fractured bones. So this is what we can do. The last slide, which I will not take much time, last two, this cannot be done until and unless we set our things right. We call it ABCDs, which I have faced for the last 10 years. I am now in this ecosystem. The attitude of people, the behavior, the culture, the discipline. D, I will add E to it, which is discipline, and E is the egos. So A, B, C, D, E, attitude, behavior, culture, and egos. If these five things are not set right, take my word, innovations will not happen. It's the attitude of your principal, your directors, your vice chancellors, your colleagues, your friends, people who are the stakeholders, whether it's government, whosoever the stakeholders. If their attitude, their inclusive and collaborative behavior, their creative entrepreneurial culture is not there, their discipline is not there, if egos are there, entrepreneurship and innovations are never going to take place. So these are very important. And last thing, these are the 10 things, the top 10 reasons startups succeed. With my experience, I put it, you should have a vision and plan, timing and speed, budget master and financial discipline, social skills and networking, discipline and order, determination and passion. You have to have that fire in the belly. The innovators have to have that the willingness, because he will fail. The failures have to be understood as a stepping stone towards success. He has to come up and again work for to meet his goals, objectives. So flexibility and adaptability has to be there. Fundraising skills are very, very important. Master of time management and team and execution. I'm sure that in these 5 days, most of the things would be covered, apart from other things which I have talked about. So 80% of the things which we discussed here in this 1.5 hour would be taken up by other speakers. So with those words, if you have some questions, some query, you can have it right now.
Talk about the artificial intelligence, but I have an opinion that artificial intelligence is not going to just take our jobs. I had an idea that this will add some jobs in the market for the people and other.
Sir, the data says that in the coming years there would be about 75 million jobs which would be taken away, and there will be about 200 million new jobs which will be created. So there would be jobs which will be taken away. I don't need a clerk. Just imagine, I have a chat GPT. Okay? I want to type a letter. पहले क्या होता था? Typist, yes. So that job is nobody now any would ask for a post of a clerk or someone who takes education, writes the letters and so forth. For example, I'm saying there are so many jobs which will become irrelevant, but of course, you rightly said there will be thousands of new jobs which will be created. And then A, B, C, D, E, F, I told you, those were new skills.
There are ethical problems also. So
There are
if you compare this thing, then they don't accept it.
Yeah.
There are software we see that anarchism and other things that these are taken by this. My idea is that the reports are coming that we are creating jobs, not taking back the jobs. Right or I'm wrong?
I didn't understand.
I have recently I read that the artificial intelligence is going to give jobs and not take jobs. But you are saying one example. I will tell you that you are writing code for machine learning, and I am the person who is controlling this. And artificial intelligence is not controlling me. I am controlling the judges. I am controlling everything.
That's true, but you see, if I have a machine trained,
Monitor.
see, one machine can replace 20 people. The slide which I showed you in this, I am from industry background. In industry, there were 500 people working, but the technology has enforced only 5 to continue. 495 they don't have a job because of the new technologies which have come up. It's a fact. It's a fact. I know. If you, government policies. You see, I know that if you take a, say, I'm going to give you an example. A power plant, like a hydroelectric power plant. My brother was working in a 200 megawatt power plant in Australia, where only 5 people were working because of the technology. Whereas a 200 megawatt power plant in India, there were 2,000 people working. So just imagine, because they had technology and 5 people or 10 people were working there. They had ancient ways of the ancient processes.
Yeah, sure.
So you are right, they should, because now things are privatized. Government is also fed up. Government doesn't want to give you unnecessarily salaries, which could be converted into a technology. So what's the fun? Yes, any. So I think that
I would like to draw on this example that you gave. You connected Australia and you talked of technology. So and connected to the number of the jobs being created by AI. We time and again hear that it's going to create a lot of jobs.
lot of jobs too.
So, but given the ecosystem, how many jobs do you think will be placed locally here, or let's say in India, given the innovation index that
it's a very good question, very relevant question. It's going to take time, and it's the government who has to decide upon it. The policies of the government. What are the government policies, which we all know, and how do they prioritize the technology intervention in industries? Already they are doing it. But again, country like India, they cannot afford to do it, because what are the human resources going to do unless we don't have the choice, we don't have other jobs for them. So skilling, that's why there's a lot of budget and efforts are being spent on skilling. So we need skilled manforce. If we have the skilled manforce, I think they could be rerouted or re-employed somewhere else with the help of technology. There will be accessible technology. But until I don't skill myself, I'll be irrelevant. Government cannot help me. It depends upon me, my organization, how skilling ecosystem is again created, because skilling and innovation ecosystems are interconnected. That's the government policies is the basic, how much budget the government has for technologies and using the human resources. It's again a debatable issues in different nations, in different continents.
Another one. So you've been associated with, I would say, the startup ecosystem for some time. You have incubated a handful of startups at NIT. So, given your experience, what do you see as for the trajectory of the Kashmiri startup ecosystem in the upcoming years?
Again, there's a sad story also. There's a good news also. The sad story is that still our policies are on the papers. The implementation is very, very poor. I would not hesitate to quote it. I read it somewhere that recently, there was an innovator. IIT passed out. He came up with an idea that we do a lot of that Tatkal booking, right? railway booking, IRCT is all of you know about. So he came up with the idea. He developed an app where the Tatkal booking would be done very easily. This is because it's a very cumbersome process for those who have already done. So ultimately, what happened with him that the railways court case कर दिया उसके against.
Was arrested.
He was arrested. That IIT graduate was arrested. Unfortunately, no government official came forward. Oh, he's a startup. Yeah, let him try, and let IRCT get join hands with this innovator and improve the systems. So again, you are very right that this kind of but this is coming up. This is improving. In Kashmir also, innovation was not new. In 1970s, there was one innovator from Shalimar who invented something I don't remember. Some video, some small kind of communication device. So he had an idea. He wanted to get some kind of funding for it. He approached the government. The government appreciated him, and then he told that go to the industries department. The industries department those times gave him 2,000 rupees to develop his product. It was just a POC, a proof of concept, or a prototype which he had developed. A loan of 2,000 rupees was given to him, but ultimately he was unable to do it within that stipulated time. The government, the industries department launched a case against him, and he was arrested. He was in the central jail. He was in central jail for a long time. But I'm talking about 70s, and this is 2000. This example of IRCT is very, very recent. Very recent. So these are, the bottlenecks, constraints which we have to face. But I'm sure the good news is that now policies are changing. New policies are coming up. It's going to take time, sir, because I told you I'm there last 8-9 years. I have to struggle. I don't want to share my, that pain point with you. The kind of, my administration, my directors, the kind of problem which I face with them. Again, that's why the attitude, behavior, culture, discipline, and egos, they're very important. Unfortunately, we are very egoistic people. So once that ego comes here, there will be 10 people who will be pulling my leg down. No, why should he talk about innovation? I am not doing it. Why should he do it? This is a common problem. So you agree with it, sir?
Exactly.
So these are problems. I've written a number of articles. You can just share my articles with them. This, the kind of challenges which the ecosystems are facing. You can read about it, and then
But I have to say one thing.
Sure, sir.
Sir, AI technology are AI robots, they are developed very good. AIs are more powerful than what human being can do. That means the human mind is not extreme problem.
That's a good question. You need some technical understanding. I think it is not a
Like says,
yeah. Mr. Rusa is going to talk about it. After you talking about some AI.
Let the next speaker.
Yeah.
If we prolonging the session is history.
so what I am going to say, sir,
Yeah.
Because we are having the next speaker on AI.
now is it possible that AI can generate a robot that can synchronize his thinking with the thinking of a human person?
That can synchronize.
Synchronize his thinking with the thinking of a human person, produce a thinker like Albert Einstein.
Which is
Very good question.
So that while Albert Einstein has left to explore the universe, that robot will start here.
Yeah, it's a good question. I think it needs some time for discussion. I think we are falling short of. We will meet, and Mr. Ruksar is here. He will be answer this question. It's a good question, but if you read the historical perspective and the future of AI, you'll get the answer. So AI is a very dangerous thing. It's a very stupid thing also, and it's controlled by human being. But the kind of control which human beings have given AI is uncontrollable.
It simply is nothing but tuning of the parameters.
Yes.
So that there are desired results.
Of course.
And why humans can't do it? Because they exploit the speed of the machine.
Definitely.
That's the answer. It's actually the speed of the machine was
Yeah.
exploited.
The human mind takes time. It can do it very fast. Okay, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Samsab, for such a interactive session. I am sure we could have gone on and on with this topic because it is of the relevance and interest to everybody nowadays. But we are falling short of time as we have already been running late since morning. Now, before lunch, this will be the last session. I request the speaker that taking in view of the lunch time, I hope he will make it with. Just shorten this planned lecture. I'm sorry about that. Now I will introduce my next speaker, Dr. Ruksanul Haq. He is a physicist, quantum AI scientist, educator, and entrepreneur. Dr. Ruksanul Haq is a visionary tech evangelist with a passion for pushing the boundaries of emerging technologies. As a quantum computation scientist at IBM Quantum, he leads groundbreaking research and innovation in quantum computing. Dr. Ruksan has the privilege of being first Kashmiri-born scientist to join IBM Quantum, a prestigious organization of the forefront of quantum technology. His work involves collaborating with leading organizations worldwide, including those in USA, Europe, Japan, Australia, guiding them on their quantum journey. Dr. Ruksan's contributions to the fundamental research in computing are evident through his published papers and filed patents. I will stop here. The introduction is a bit longer, so I will let Dr. Ruksan to basically share his expertise and experiences with the faculty members. And I have to make an announcement like this session is going live through the YouTube live stream to the AICTE. And there's a strict guidelines from the AICTE for issuing the certifications. There are two types of certificates. One is the completion and other is the participation. That means if you participate every single session, having the attendance, you will get the participation this certificate. And another one, which will be the completion, I think there will be some kind of a test which AICTE is going to send after compiling about these sessions, because these sessions are also suggested by the AICTE. We are not designing any sessions. So this is a request to the participants. If they want to get the certificates, they have to be I understand it's a difficult process for teachers to sit down in the students' place, but I appreciate you have taken all the efforts to get your deputations from your principals, and I understand it's not easy. So I stop here, but I hope you will respect the AICTE policy. Thank you, and I also request you to come forward slightly in the front seats as it goes the live stream, and we want to show them you are present here. Okay, thank you. Sir, please. Yeah. Okay.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. So it's great to be here. I think so can you hear me? Yes. At the back? Okay, good. So my name is Ruksanul Haq. I am currently working as a CEO of Kashmir Quantum AI, which is an quantum AI startup based out in Kashmir and Istanbul. And I am actually I have a lot to share with you. There's a lot of significant overlap between you and me. I think many years ago, maybe a couple of decades ago, I also started thinking, becoming one of you. I had a passionate interest in physics, and I also wanted to maybe get into education, become a physics professor. That's how I was thinking back then. But then what I want to do today is that how my journey changed later on and how it is aligned with what we have been hearing from the morning. How the whole landscape of education, trainings, and whatever is going on in the world, and it is not only for students, also for all of us. I think we are not old, all of us are young, so we have a life ahead, and I think it's all not only for students, for our own personal careers. We in some sense need to realignment with what's going on in the industry or in the educational landscape. in training. So I think my story is a little bit relevant for your stories as well and what you need to do. So I'll talk a little bit on my story. How I started it's like from a scientist to a business owner. So currently I'm a business owner, but at one point of a time I was just a researcher, a student who wanted to pursue physics. I still have that same passion and fire for physics, but along the way I realized that getting into academia or pursuing that profession may not be the best decision of my life. It's like I like Urdu poetry, but it's not like I can convert it into my profession. I still like Urdu poetry. I still read plays, Ghalib, Iqbal, everybody else. But I understood that there's a fundamental difference between having a liking and a strong liking for something and then having a profession which has to fetch money and has to, give rise to a lot of economic and financial sides of life as well. So therefore, what I want to begin with is, I think I had a routine journey. I was a physics student. I studied in Emerson College, and I was also at some point of a time in Kashmir University. And later on, to pursue my PhD, I went to Bangalore, and I think that's why things started a little bit ruffling and shuffling. And in Bangalore, I got idea that I also have this entrepreneurial, aspirations, because there was a right kind of environment. Maybe when I was in Kashmir, nobody was talking about entrepreneurship and innovation. That side of me was not active. It was more of a student and other kinds of things which were active. But when I was in Bangalore, everybody was talking about startups. There's a startup culture there. You go to a cafeteria, people talk about these things. Like I don't know, I don't go too often. There are not lots of cafeterias over here, but I don't know what happens in cafeterias here. But in Bangalore, whenever you go to a cafe, conversations are all about startup and innovation. Many of the startups, they work from cafeteria. There's a school way of working. You don't go to office, you go to a cafe and you work from there. You spend 1,000 rupiah, 2,000 rupiah cafeteria. You don't need an office. It's cool. People are coming. It's very nice environment. So that is the culture I got in. And I think it activated another side of me, which was deep down there, but in Kashmir it was not activated. I started becoming more and more conscious that I'm a scientist, but I can also connect with the technology. And this question started becoming important for me. How can I connect with the technology and what it will mean for my career? And that's when something significant happened. I made a huge career transition. I was becoming a quantum scientist, but I jumped into AI industry. I did my necessary preparations, but then I also realized that many of you, maybe you start to have those connections now, career, is this connection between physics and AI. Usually people don't, computer science people don't usually talk about these connections, but there are those hidden connections between physics and AI. I will talk about Boltzmann machine, based on which there are variational autoencoders. There are generated AI is based on Boltzmann machines. Boltzmann machine is a generative model, by the way. So Boltzmann machine itself comes from the principles of statistical mechanics. And this I got eager about. I thought, okay, there are these hidden bridges between physics and AI, and I made that connection and jumped into the industry. That was huge. So when from physics I became a data scientist working with Johnson & Johnson, but it was a very liberating experience because not only is it that it gave me more money than an assistant professor earned, but it also gave me more freedom to pursue things. I proposed projects and I was working on an industry. It was a liberating experience. That changed everything for me. As if that was not sufficient enough, what happened along the way in Bangalore, there was this startup incubator, the people who fund startups. So there was one coming from UK. It was started. Sorry for interrupting you. Could you please also give some timelines as when happened and when was it? Sure. So I completed my PhD in 2017. 2017 2017 I completed my PhD. 18 I was in China. I got a postdoctoral fellowship for 2 years. That was also one of the prestigious ones. Because China attracts talent. So what do they do? They spend a lot of money in attracting the foreign talent. And I got in one of these programs. But somehow I didn't like Chinese food. Obviously, we are biryani people. So it was not going good there. I couldn't find biryanis anywhere. So I thought I'll come back to Bangalore because Bangalore was my place. I called Bangalore my second home. So I fallen in love with the place. So I thought I'll come back again. And then there was this thing in my mind that I will join industry at some point of time. I had gone for a postdoc just to explore more have a foreign experience. But then it didn't long lost. So I came back in 2018. I was back in Bangalore and joined Johnson & Johnson as a data scientist. Then I quickly became lead data scientist. In fact, this I want to tell you. If you want to earn money, because money is important, finances are important in modern world. So what happened in Johnson and Johnson? First of all, my salary was better than what I would have gotten from academia, but something significant also happened. I doubled my salary within 6 months. Let's say if I was at 1 lakh, I got 2 lakhs per month within 6 months. So this tells the power of innovation, which it is connected to the economy, it's connected to the finance. These things were huge for me because I, like you, was a academic guy. I was listening to research. I also knew Schrödinger equation, Newtonian dynamics, and string mechanics and quantum mechanics. That was the mindset. But this transition into industry, it showed to me that there's a lot of space out there. If you are someone who is into technology, who is good at fundamentals of the science, there's a lot of scope. And this is the message I want to also share with you. That there is a lot of scope for you. It is just that you're not realizing, you're not ready, maybe you're not going to Bangalore, maybe you're not in industry. But I just want to share this experience and want to make you realize that there's a lot of scope at the top. And all of you are, I know, all of you are faculty members, you have been selected to a process of very talented people, you have a lot of experience. But what is happening is that in your ecosystem, it looks to you as if there are not a lot of opportunities. So I want to tell you, for each one of you, there are lots of opportunities. And the opportunities you can unleash by connecting with the innovation, because that's very important. If you just continue teaching alone, that may not be sufficient. So what you need to do is that you need to go, as we call it in physics, to higher dimensions. You need to connect to the 11 dimensions of string theory. So adding extra dimension of innovation will change a lot in your life. In the same manner, I had 2 choices. I could have just become another person who teaches physics. In India, we have lots of physics teachers. I could have just be another physics teacher, but I chose not to. And it was a very deliberate, very conscious. It took me many, many years because I had a crazy love for physics. It was not easy for me to decouple from physics and get innovative. But I'm happy I did that. I did that because I will tell you what happened after that. Once I made that decision, it changed my personal life, my family life, but it also changed a lot of things, which I'm going to talk about, which is the story of my startup. So I think innovation, connecting with the innovation, is the way forward. There's no, you can't say I will be a mute spectator. That's not the choice we have. But I want to tell you about the implications. There are lots of implications. If you choose, work on it. It's not going to be easy. And the better thing with me was I was in Bangalore. I had a better ecosystem. The ecosystem is very supportive. You are in Kashmir. We cannot compare Bangalore with Kashmir. You are in a more restricted and little bit, I would say, narrow environment. But however, I think we should still pursue opportunities to take it forward. So what happened is that this UK-based Italian investor, I went there, I pitched my idea. I have been always interested in quantum computing. I went to their office. This was a 10 minutes conversation because there was an email correspondence with that person. So when I went there, I told them I want to build quantum computing. This is 2019. There were no, even now. Can you tell me how many quantum computing companies will be in India? Quantum computing startups? Under 10, exactly. So even now, you have the number of quantum scientists in India. There will be thousands. Like a stop now. There's Ashok Sen. There is people who founded ICTS. There are ISC professors. There are lots of people. But the number of startups, quantum startups, should be like 100. Every professor starts a company, small company. It's not too difficult to start companies in Bangalore, but there are. You have to ask this question: what is it that, if we have so much of quantum expertise in the country, why is it that people are not starting companies? And even when the problem is, I guess India needs quantum companies for security reasons alone. For the national security point of view, India cannot choose, okay, I will not develop quantum companies. We do not have a choice. No country has a choice. Everybody has to get into quantum for data security point of view. Because classical cybersecurity protocols are not sufficient, they're not robust, they're not resilient. That's why you keep on hearing about cyber attacks. So you cannot get rid of cyber attacks via classical. You cannot make classical cryptography better and better than you get rid of cyber attacks. It's not possible, it is not happening. The only way to go forward is quantum security. So you should have imagined that in a country like quantum, which is a quantum nation in some sense, in every district in India, there will be some quantum scientists, especially outside Kashmir, J&K. So there are a good number of quantum scientists, but companies are not there. This tells us that our academia, our academic fraternity, there's a cultural approach in them. They don't want to go there. They somehow, I don't know, they have closed themselves within classrooms, within their offices. They're not opening up for the innovation. Because it's not like the expertise is less. We have the best quantum scientists. I think China has also quantum scientists, but I wouldn't put India like too far down in the expertise, quantum expertise India has. But nevertheless, the story is in a country like India, the number of quantum companies is less than 10. Even the ones which are there, they're like small. Most of them are in Bangalore. I know them personally. You would have recently heard about the news. QPI AI has come up with a quantum computer of 25 people. I know that person personally, Nagendra, and he had actually offered me a position in his startup, with shareholding and all that. I didn't join that, I joined IDEO. So, but the thing is this, there is this problem, which is this cultural problem from an academic fraternity and industry fraternity. So I want to invite all of you, that you have the expertise. I would invite you, you should open up. There's a lot of space, there are a lot of opportunities. And the way forward is that you connect with the industry. Because let's say Professor Sadsa was talking about the funding problem. If you are in an academic setting, there are very less chances that you get good amount of funding. But you become a startup, you become a company, and you connect with the investors, angel investors, other people. 10 lakhs is nothing. I mean, 10 lakhs is a kind of funding which you get via MIDI scheme, but 10 lakhs, you spend 10 lakhs in buying computers. You need funding in crores, and you cannot get funding in crores by sitting in a government institution and then cutting to the funding agency. So you need to start, you need to get innovate, you need to start companies. And the good news is, government is very, very encouraging, very, very accommodating. They will be happy, because by doing innovation, not only is it that you are changing your own life and career, you are changing the economy of the country. And I think the most highest thing, and the most critical, high priority thing in our country is innovation. What India is in need of is startups. I would say millions of startups. Every person should have a startup. That is how we can go to that celebrated $1 trillion economy. I don't see happening any other way. No other way can take it. I mean, you can understand if you want to rationalize it. Apple as a company is a $1 trillion revenue. Just one company in US. If you ask yourself this common sense question, what is it that Apple did that India is not doing? India as a country is not $1 trillion, but one company in US is $1 trillion. So what is the difference? Company versus a country. What are we missing? You will see we are missing in only one place is innovation. We are not going into startups. We are not building these things. By the way, what is a startup? Can someone give me a definition what a startup is? You see, let's make it shorter. Startup just small place. It's actually some office. Small. It will be a small, cringy office somewhere. Then why? And the only thing with startup is that there is no bureaucracy. You take the decisions, and from the distance and the time distance between the idea and into the implementation is shortest. You optimize that path. Whereas if you are outside startup, the path is very long. It goes for years and years. By then you forget your area. So therefore, startup is a special environment where you optimize implementation. You set up in such a manner that you can scale up things. Because startups should have three things. They should have feasibility. You have an idea. It's feasible. You can go because startup lives somewhere. So startup is actually startups. They have addresses. They have a PAN card. Every company has a PAN card. It is an identity. It's a private entity. Like as you are entities, startup as a company is an entity. It's a legal entity. It has a legal address. It has a legal status. It has rights. That's what a company becomes. And then it has a feasibility because it lives in market or is it connected to the market. We live in a society. Startups live in a market. They're connected to the economy. Right? That's what they're connected with. And now one is the feasibility, that you are thinking about something that it should be feasible. It should be market should accept your idea. Second is the scalability. You have something, you say I want to build something, but you can build 5 of them, 10 of them, 100 of them, but you can't go to thousands. If scalability is a problem, startup will not survive. Third thing is that the profitability, which is like market has accepted your startup, the customers are connecting with you, and you are getting into that flow. These are the 3 important dimensions what startup has to survive and excel and become that unicorn. This is the trajectory, a career trajectory of a startup. And you typically you don't start these companies because you would have heard most of the companies fail. And so they say 99% of the companies fail. You know why the companies fail? I want to fail. This is a myth about startups. I want to clear it. I want to basically debunk this myth. It is not why startups fail is not like there is a natural calamity which is waiting for startups. Then they start up and boom, I will just kill this startup. It is not like that. The reason startups fail is because you are using a wrong model. Because someone says, I found those Uber cabs in New York. Now I will have some Uber cabs in Bangalore. But it doesn't, this is again is common sense. New York is not Bangalore. In the same way, Srinagar is not Bangalore. Srinagar has a different model. So if you want to bring a startup or build a startup in Srinagar, you have to look at the market. You have to look at where you are, based out of, and then you have to design the business model accordingly. What happens in India? We don't have our business model. People don't have business model. They don't think. They don't talk to experts. People think, okay, I have some small idea, which is a technical idea. It's a tech idea. It's an idea about technology, but it's not business idea. There's two things that happen. One is the technology idea. One is the business. Business is about scalability. Business is about profitability. Tech is about feasibility. Can I do it? Can I, let's say, for example, I will talk about my company in a moment. So we are based out in Srinagar. When I started here, everybody was like, are you crazy? You have been living in Bangalore. Why are you doing it in Bangalore? What's wrong with you? Don't you know what Kashmir is? It's a very unlit zone. It's an unsafe place. It's not safe for businesses. You should not be doing it. But I somehow, I don't know, as a Kashmiri, I got a little bit crazy and ambitious. I thought, no, we should base it out in Srinagar. And then we did a feasibility analysis. Okay, if you have to develop AI solution, can you actually develop it in Srinagar? Is it possible? So we have to do feasibility. And that was the time when I was in IBM. I was not leaving IBM until I was doing feasibility analysis. I was trying to understand whether it will work, not work. We were testing the market and everything. And once I found that it is working, now I left IBM. So I am no more with IBM. I'm a CEO of my own company. I'm a self-employed person. And this is, I think, I found it very graceful. You build a company, and that company holds you when you come out of a tech giant. You come out of IBM and you get into CQR. It's a huge thing for me. I mean, I will always remember through my life that you build a startup, a very small startup, which has no comparison with IBM. Then you come out of IBM, and that company holds you. It laughs, it embraces you. And it says, no, you come in and I will embrace you. So this is the power of the innovation. You do the innovation, it will take care of your finance as well. So therefore, this thing that we say that startups are not possible. On the one side, we say startups are the way forward. And on the other side, we say most of the startups fail. But the reason is, I will tell you, startups will not fail if you do them in an Indian style. What India needs, what Kashmir needs, what Jammu needs, or Delhi needs, you build a startup or you build an innovation which is designed for Delhi. You don't build an innovation as if it is designed for New York or Singapore or some other place. That is the reason 99% of startups fail. And if you look, you will find these reasons. There is no match between the tech model and the business model. So for example, let's say I will talk about what our company, Chunar Quantum AI, does. We started with trainings first of all, because when I came back from Bangalore in 2020, I realized that in Kashmir, there are no professional trainings. People are not trained. There's no quantum training, quantum computing. There's no Python training. There's no data science training. There were none. In fact, I remember I was the first guy who did a Python session in Central University of Kashmir Mathematics Department in 2018, before I went for my postdoc. So I proposed that they should be taught Python programming, mathematics students. And Willie Mamansa was there. He accepted and he said, okay, let's go for it. And I gave them cooking sessions on Python programming. One of those guys, he was a student there. He is now an employee. He's one AI engineer in Quantum AI. That is the impact. I'm sure other people also did something about it. But I realized that there are no trainings. And there may be computer science people. There were people who could have done Python trainings here in Srinagar, but they were not happening. I don't come from computer science background. So the CS guys from the place should have done Python programming. They should have started AI training, data science training. 2020, they were not happening. 2021, everybody was COVID, they were not happening. That is the moment we started. It was like virgin market. Trainings are important, but they are not happening. So we started the trainings, and we did everything was online that time. So we ran everything online, and we earned some little money. Many lakhs, by the way. If you do the number, we were able to, which is not a lot of money on professional trainings, but that was the first money in our company. We were able to generate in some lakhs, revenue of some lakhs. This was the feasibility, that you can run these Python, and there are, by the way, Python, nobody goes for Python trainings, you find them on YouTube. Still, we were able to attract people out of YouTube, out of online, into our sessions. And many of these people were, they were in India, in Kashmir, but many of them were in Europe, and some of them were also in US. And then people from ISC, from IITs started joining us. So this was telling me that the model is working. And model is working for a Kashmiri audience, for an Indian audience, and some of them from the global audience as well. So this, I mean, when we got review of some few lakhs, I thought, okay, good enough, this is working. Now we need to scale it up. So model is good, we have an offering, it needs to be scaled up, and then we scaled up. We found an alternative market. I recently went to Kuwait. In Kuwait, Arab countries, there is no, I mean, in Kashmir there may be some technology. In Arab countries there is no technology. So entirely virgin market. They have not even heard about this. You will meet a person, you will say, have you heard about AI? You will say, no, I don't know, what's that? Mazalika, something like that. So we found a market for our trainings and offerings, which were designed in Kashmir. So you have a product ready, and you have a market ready. You do the product market mapping, and then you are good to go. But then we did not stop there. We said, okay, we will now get into services and products. That's what we're doing. So CQI, as of now, started with trainings, but we are now AI services and products. Then until I was at IBM, I have a policy as a quantum scientist, I cannot do anything. I can't even run a session outside IBM on quantum computing. So there was that restriction. Once I came out of IBM, now we are into quantum trainings also. So AI, CQAI as of now, is India's one of the first companies which is offering trainings in quantum computing, quantum machine learning. There is no other company in India. In whole India, even in Bangalore, you will not find companies will be giving you sessions or quantum AI or other areas. So that way, this is like the reason I'm telling you my story. I mean, if I would not have made the decision, there's every probability I would be sitting among you, teaching physics people, physics and maybe quantum field theory. That's what I would have loved. But what happened is that day I took a decision. I said I will focus on innovation first. I will focus on technology, and it changed everything in my life, in my personal life. But it also changed something. As of now, Sonar Quantum AI, we are present in Kashmir, and we have employed, let's say, 25 people from Kashmir. If CQAI would not have employed these people, maybe they were jobless, maybe they were depressed, or they were doing something or wasting their time. So what CQAI has already done for Kashmir is that it has contributed the first maybe quantum of employment which we can offer for Kashmir. Because our goal for Kashmir is, JNK in general, is that we contribute to the unemployment. There is an unemployment index very high in Kashmir. We want to change that index. We want to get it better as sons and daughters of the soil. We would like to change that index. So this is the basic thing which innovation can do. It can offer basic jobs. It's not like we're giving high Bangalore style salaries as of now, but we are able to employ people. And these guys are now AI engineers. They're learning AI. They're learning quantum. They're growing, and that's what's happening. So this is that. And our company is not like one of the biggest companies. It's a small startup, 2-year-old journey. But there's a way ahead, and I see very positive track in front of us. After we went to Turkey, we are now based out. We have an office in Istanbul. I think I may be one of the first Kashmiris, I guess, ever who started a deep tech company in Istanbul. So that's also what we did, because we started another extension of our company in Istanbul, and then we are doing things, not trainings, quantum trainings in Istanbul, trainings in AI, in Kuwait and in Jordan, and we're planning to go to the GCC country. So that's how the story begins. And like this, I don't think I have anything special in me which makes me different. It is just that you make a special decision at some point of a time. You choose to focus on the things, whatever economic trends are there, because you have to look at economy as well, what's going on. I mean, in terms of if we want to think, what can we do, what can possibly you do in Kashmir? One is definitely, if you come from a technical background, I would say, if you would have recently read the news from that startup Mahakumbh, and there's a lot of talk going on about that startup Mahakumbh. Piyush Goyal made a statement about Indian startups. Now lots being talked about. A lot of articles are being circulated. it turns out that there are two lessons from that event. It looks like startup going forward is going to be the only business in the town. Startups going forward. You know, in my age, in your age, we were into education, we were getting certificates, we were getting marks, scores, and jobs. That was what was going on. Education, mark, grades, scores, certificates, and education and jobs. That was the thing. That was the holy trinity in our time, isn't it? And you go to school, you get good grades, and you get then, you know, you do very well, then you get into a job, you earn the money. That was it. The bad news is that this model will fail very well. It will fail today, or it will fail 2 years, 3 years, but this will fail. So going forward, I don't see there is this people will go school, grades, go great, and then get a job. This model will not be there. I am very sure going forward, government will stop jobs at all. Maybe there will be some jobs in the government sector which are critical, maybe decision making, policy making, and all that. But most of people citizens will be expected to get into innovation of any kind. I mean, I think someone was telling me about IISc also. You know, they started this quantum course. If you are noticed IISc, they started that BTech course in data science.
Yes.
IISc was not usually IIT is supposed to do it. IISc is not supposed to run a BS course in data science. It's going. IISc is a science institute. It should be doing pure science. It should be doing fundamental sciences. I have been made to understand that one of the reasons why IISc has run this program is because they need to have their own revenue. Indian Institute of Science is supposed to create its own revenue so that the dependence on the government is less. You know, this is the expectation from a science institute. Otherwise, what should have been happening? Government should have been spending a good amount of GDP on pure science, but that's not happening, my dear friends. I know it for sure. I know it firsthand. The science funding, pure science funding, is going to decrease. It is happening in India. It's happening in US. You know, Trump is cutting out the pure funding to the pure sciences. So therefore, going forward, the only job in the town is going whether you have a startup or you don't have a startup. So in one of my CEO meetings in CQ, I was just making this joke. तो मैं उनको बोल रहा था कि going forward, the girls will ask the boys, are you a startup owner or not? अगर हो तो शादी हो जाएगी, नहीं हो तो शायद मुझे देखना पड़ेगा. तो मुझे लग रहा है ऐसा भी एक टाइम आने वाला है कि जब even in matrimonials, people will ask, are you a startup owner or you are not a startup owner? And are you a startup owner by the age of 25 or you are in 40s, then you are a startup owner? So therefore, it's going to be the talk of the town, on the business in the town, and we have to focus. I just want to spend maybe in the last few moments some of the problems which I identified in Kashmir, which are not tech related, but which can be solved. 3-4 areas I will tell you. Real estate. So what is the pain point in the real estate? Do you think some business can be done around it? What can anyone say? Any business areas about real estate?
Airbnb.
That
boardwalk Airbnb.
That's one thing. Sure. Because footfall is increasing. Tourist footfall is increasing, so that can be one idea. मगर जिन घरों में हम रहते हैं, कश्मीरियों ने जो घर बनाए हैं, so we are at a different tropical zone. यहाँ पे weather conditions अलग हैं. We are not like Delhi. लेकिन लोगों ने क्या किया है? लोगों ने कश्मीर में दिल्ली वाले मकान बनाए हैं ना, कंक्रीट वाले मकान बनाते हैं, जो दिल्ली में होने चाहिए. हमारे लिए अलग किस्म के मकान बनने चाहिए, मगर हमारे पास वो मॉडल नहीं है. ऐसे हम कश्मीर में जो पुराने वाले मकान थे, they were the mud which we don't accept. Nobody is going to live in those houses which were early days. We will, but they were good. Actually, they were smart. Those people, those mud houses, are the ones which are suitable for Kashmiri weather. हम उनको गालियां देंगे, हम वहाँ पे जाएंगे नहीं उन पे. तो हमने दूसरे वाले मकान बनाए, लेकिन कश्मीरी कौम in general कोई सोचा नहीं, किसी ने ना बैठ के कोई brainstorming नहीं हुई कि अगर आप if you are shifting from mud to concrete is the best idea. Is it suitable? लेकिन मुझे लगता है कोई किसी को क्या पता चला, कोई दिल्ली चला गया या बेंगलोर चला गया, उनको लगा वहाँ पे तो ऐसे अपार्टमेंट्स है, वहाँ पे तो ऐसे मकान है, हमें भी वैसा ही कुछ करना चाहिए. While it's just not suitable. For example, this brother is from Jammu. Maybe Jammu का मकान और कश्मीर का मकान सेम नहीं होना चाहिए. Same thing, दिल्ली का मकान अलग होना चाहिए, बेंगलोर का मकान अलग होना चाहिए. हमारे पास अभी वो innovate, I wouldn't call it innovation. Basic fundamentals of construction नहीं है हमारे पास कि हम मकान उस तरह का बनाएं ताकि हमें winters में सिर्फ हमाम के कमरे में बैठना ना पड़े. 10 लोग हैं, पूरी मकान खुली की खुली है, कोई दूसरे फ्लोर में तीसरे फ्लोर में जा नहीं रहा है. It's like empty space. Could be spaces there. There are electrons maybe at the lowest level, rest of the levels are open. It's something like that happens to the Kashmiri household. ऊपर वाले कमरे में maybe it becomes आलम जिन्नात. in winter. Nobody lives there. You will not even go there. There's a space. You have to spend good 1 crore rupees on building your home, and 2 floors are not usable in winter.
So I think there is another area that we spend a lot of money in building houses. So the optimization of the resources and the selection of the construction material that goes into the building of that house, plus the need of the people, and what actually do you need? So if there's an area where people get innovative into offering people the products in the real estate. That's true. Where one thing is that the money can be saved.
Yes.
Another thing is that the resources are
Yes.
Resources are channelized in such a way so that the whatever the requirement in terms of your say building a luxurious house and all that,
Yes.
that's also met. And the area is open for innovation and for industry.
Exactly. No, just yesterday I was talking to one real estate guy, real estate agent. We were having the same conversation, and then I was also talking to an engineer, electrical engineer, who has been a chief engineer in power development department. So I am telling you, this is a very, if it is not 100 crore business, if it is not, I think it is around say in tens of crores of business. And tens of crores of school, a good private school in Kashmir earns tens of crores. Coaching center earns tens of. यहाँ पे you are saying मैं ऐसा मकान बनाना चाहूँगा आपके लिए ताकि आप सरमा में हमाम के कमरे में ना सब करो, आप दूसरे वाले फ्लोर में रह पाओ. हम नहीं बोलते हैं कि आप टी शर्ट में घूमो अपने कमरे में, कम से कम आप सर्दी से ना, you don't suffer through this. And कश्मीर की सर्दी क्या है? -5. अब कहीं पर भी जाओ दुनिया में -5 is nothing. It's not like -50 डिग्री पे हम नहीं है, हमारी तो -5 पे हालत खराब हो जाती है. और दुख की बात ये है कि when you have spent 1 crore, 2 crore, 3 crore, there are मकान है कश्मीर में जो 3 crore, 4 crore, 5 crore है, in Hyderpura, in Peerbab, they're like worth 5 crore. And then when it comes winter, आपका बस वही हमाम वाला काम है, याद रखना. We have so much of an obsession and a fascination with the hammam. It has to be there because हम ये करते तो. But the other thing is which I saw. There is in Kashmir, I think maybe 2-3-4 that's when I started noticing what's happening here. I saw there's a very fundamental problem in the Kashmiri market, Kashmiri society, which is there's a lot of assets. People लोग होंगे करोड़ों वाले लोग, लेकिन उनको वक्त आने पे they don't have even lakh rupees. 1 lakh के लिए 2 lakh के लिए तरसते हैं. You can see this is a financial mess. There is no financial planning. There is no financial literacy. लोगों को पता है, मतलब लोगों के पास पैसे भर के हैं. There's a good. And if you take the J&K bank data, if you see how much money is there in the J&K bank from Kashmir, it's huge. It's huge. You will get shocked to know how much of money is there. कहाँ पे है? Savings bank account में, current bank account में, कहीं पे. Because people have not, Kashmiri as a common मैंने देखा, they have not understood the financial literacy. How the money game, we have not figured it out. Some whatever be the cultural reason, but we have not figured it out. So if we start just a financial consulting, लोगों को बताना है भाई आपके पास आप माशाल्लाह आप सब लोग 10-12 हजार 20 हजार की सैलरी लेते होंगे. How do we take basically this money and start investing? आप क्या करते होंगे? Either you put it in current, ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा आप savings से current में जाओगे, gold में जाओगे और land में जाओगे. Isn't it? These are 3 instruments channels. But this is not all. There is a lot more. There is a lot more that one can do. There are companies. अभी मुझे लगता है इंडिया में बेंगलुरु की अगर बात करेंगे, there are people who are under 30s and their net worth is thousands of crores. चलो मान लो उन्होंने जुगाड़ किया कुछ हुआ, मगर it is possible in India, my dear friends. It's possible. It has happened in India. ये न्यूयॉर्क की बात नहीं है. लोगों के पास there are Kamath brothers, Nikhil Kamath, Zerodha. उनके पास they are not like trained like you. They're not scientists. They're not like PhD holders. They're like some guys, usual guys who got into fintech. Maybe they had some background. The net worth of these brothers is thousands of crores, which means their market will allow you to earn thousands of crores if you play it well, if you play it smart. But money is there. It's not like market में जैसे अगर हम दूसरे markets में जाएंगे, we go to Greece, we go to Somalia, वहाँ से पैसा कैसे निकालोगे? ऐसा ही नहीं है market. Similarly, if you ask a question, what is how much is the amount which you can extract from the Kashmiri market? मेरे हिसाब से अगर आप छोटे से business दोगे कश्मीर में, there should be 10 crore annual revenue. Returns should be 10 crore. If you are not doing a 10 crore business in Kashmir, you are not taking the best out of the market. है Kashmiri market cases because मुझे as a business person I have to see it. Actually, you can do more. I know some companies in Kashmir in fact, schools, private school owners, maybe there are lots of people together, they are 100 CR. I know some people also, it's just more of a private school owner association who are 100 CR worth, उनकी net worth है अभी. So there is lot that can be done. इसलिए ये जो ये है ना, अगर this thing, जो thousands होते हैं हमारे, वो होते हैं pocket वाला, pocket, you know, if we keep it in, so pocket खर्च बोलते हैं, in thousands. In lakhs we get salary, right? In crores we do business. So the question is that people like you, via innovation, what can happen is that you can connect to the economy, connect to the financial markets. You can go from lakhs to CR. It is possible. It's possible. It's very much possible for each one of you if you focus on innovation. कम से कम आपको ना CR में तो funding ही मिल जाएगी. Government is ready to give. जैसे कि मैं एक example बताऊं. अभी DST, some guy from DST called me recently. He said, we are ready to send crores of rupees to Kashmir. लेकिन है कोई माई तलाक जो पैसा देगा? Quantum computing में अभी I think some of you are from physics background. None of physics guys from Kashmir has applied for quantum grants. They are ready. If you want to start a quantum computing company, they are ready. Government is ready to fund. There are 6,000 crores just for quantum computing. 6,000 crores. उसमें कुछ एक part हो गया है, पहला वाला part हो गया है. 8 startups have been selected in India. But there is उन्होंने भी किया कितना खर्च किया होगा? मान लो 1,000 crore खत्म हो गया. 5,000 crores are available for just quantum computing. Just for people like you. It's just that you have to start. जैसे Professor साहब बोलते थे, via these institutions you have to start it, and government is. So ma'am, VC ma'am was also saying something. She was saying funding is not a problem. Actually, that is the time we are living in. एक ज़माना था शायद maybe India का, maybe funding was a problem, maybe funding was a problem in Kashmir, but funding is not a problem as of now. So there is, मुझे लगता है my take-home message from my session is, my dear friends, I am like you. I'm a physicist by profession at my heart. I'm a maths guy, but there is a lot there. There's a lot there to do in our lives. There is a lot. Economy is trying to expand. Markets are getting bigger. There is a lot of money out there, not a lot of funding out there. Please try to rethink and realign yourself to the larger market realities and economic realities of our country. Because आपके पास दो ही choice है. अगर आप चेंज नहीं होगे तो ये वाला विजुअल स्टोरी आपकी रहेगी. विजुअल वाली एक दास्तान जो है, एक फिजिक्स टीचर की, फिजिक्स प्रोफेसर वाली दास्तान आपकी बनेगी. लेकिन if you make a choice, you change and you realign the new realities of our economy. I don't know, maybe sky is the limit. You can have your own stories. And लेकिन अगर आप ऐसा करेंगे, अगर हम सब लोग innovation के साथ, deep tech के साथ, science की technology से, जो भी, it is like, in some sense, I don't like this word, but it's like commodifying your knowledge from knowledge to product. For example, how did I get to AI? The way I got into AI is because I somehow was good at statistical mechanics. I learned in my PhD quantum stack map. I converted it. I did this bridge mapping to technology. And जब मेरा पहला, in fact, there's a Samsung Research Institute that was the first interview ever. The reason why I qualified that interview is because I had a good mathematical and physical background. All the questions were about, there's something called a gradient descent in machine learning, as you know. Gradient descent is a multivariable calculus. If you are good at multivariable calculus, you will be able to understand gradient descent. Therefore, you get into deep learning and all that. So, आपका वही वाला calculus वाला जो आपका topic है, वही calculus वाला topic आपको deep learning के साथ connect कराएगा. It is like those bridge mappings, and you have those mappings, and मगर उसकी जो implications हो जाएंगी इस mapping की आपके career के लिए और आपके लोग जो आपके around है, आपके own family, उनके लिए जो इसकी implications होंगी, they will be tremendous. मैं आपको, I can say it safely, with all your wildest imagination, you cannot imagine क्या हो सकता है implication. मैंने देखा है, that's why I'm saying, and now. We have a company in place, Chinar Quantum AI, which is Kashmir is definitely first quantum AI company, and India is one of the first few leading companies in terms of their quantum expertise. We do quantum computing, we develop products, we do research, all those things. जैसे research, आपको लगेगा कि research नहीं कर पाएंगे आप, you can do research. We do research every day in our company. So similarly, if you see, I was just talking about real estate sector. And by the way, I want to share this news. I got interested so much in this real estate. We are going to start a company about it. We are planning to build green homes and houses for Kashmir. I'm very much interested because I do not have my own big house, but जब भी वो बनेगा, it has to be, because वो हमा वाली story मेरी नहीं होनी चाहिए. I don't like that one room हमा वहीं पे रहना है. It has to be bigger than that. I have to work, I have a company to run, so I can't be running my company from home. So that cannot be my reality. It has to be different. So home has to be green. So we're going to create first a few model homes in Kashmir ताकि लोगों को पता चले. फिर यहाँ पे, sorry for this Kashmir, I'll go to you some Kashmir. यहाँ पे होता है गया Zakura. So जब हो जाएगा, we go to that self-assembly mode. And now it is working, and he is making, that is making, he is making. The Kashmir will inshallah adopt it. But this is a good opportunity, and we are going to work on it. Same way education. I want to, because you guys are in education. Fintech का मैंने आपको बोला. You can, I'm giving you business idea. You can start financial literacy for Kashmiri. Kashmiris are not good at financial planning. None of them. I have not at least met some smart, financially good, financially smart Kashmiris. I have not met. So I have met rich people from Kashmir. इनके पास assets बहुत ज़्यादा हैं, बड़े-बड़े मकान हैं, बड़े-बड़े assets हैं, मगर not the financial planning वाले लोग. So if we come to education, so we since morning we have been talking about only one thing, innovation. Now अगर आप ये सोचोगे जो AI कंपनी वाले लोग हैं या जो quantum कंपनी है, वहाँ लोगों को जरूरत है, we need to know somebody has to work inside AI companies or quantum companies. या CQI में हमें लोग चाहिए. So where will these people come from? Do they come from your colleges जहाँ पे आप ट्रेनिंग करते हो? They don't come. Do they come from universities? Why? हम कैसे CQI में आपको पता है हम talent कैसे करते हैं? I take an intern, फिर I train myself. I work with him for 6 months. Give sessions regularly. And then train में तब जाके वो खुद भी कुछ करता है. It is not like college people will come from colleges, then they get into sessions and then they will work. ऐसा तो बोला. Which means here is an opportunity. Opportunity is that can we set up a center here? Let's say we have another company. What it will do? It will just create dominant के लिए quantum science. इसने quantum science बनाया. आपको पता है quantum scientist की ABT की salary क्या है? ABT. If you train a quantum scientist here, if you send this guy to Bangalore. And Bangalore में उसकी सैलरी आराम से 20-25 लाख की है. Anyway, it will increase more if you have good experience. So मान लो आपने एक छोटा सा एक सेंटर बनाया जहाँ पे आप लोगों को ट्रेन करें. ट्रेनिंग सेंटर, आप सब ट्रेनर्स हो, आप प्रोफेसर्स हो. So you set up a training center and you get these guys trained, get them best training, get them industry ready. Just set up a small facility somewhere, get people industry ready. Or industry is ready to take these guys. So you can have मान लो आपने बीच में आपका 10 या 20% cut है. So you are doing a staffing now. You create people. You say, okay, you work for CQI. आप लोगों को तैयार करो. आप उनको बोलो आप जिसे मुझे भी देनी पड़ती है ट्रेनिंग. Internally मुझे ट्रेनिंग देनी पड़ती. आप you say, Mr. Ruslan, you don't do training. We do the trainings. हम लोगों को रेडी करेंगे. जब वो रेडी करेंगे, आपकी सैलरी आप उनको 10 लाख देते हो. हमें उसका 20% दे. हमें 20% दे दो. That I am giving you the full model of the startup. ये करना है. और ये करना ही पड़ेगा. हम सब लोगों को करना पड़ेगा. ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा Because क्या हो जाएगा ये जो लोग वहाँ कॉलेज और यूनिवर्सिटी से ले रहे हैं ना, they are becoming unfortunately burden on our economy. They are becoming burden on all of us. तो GDP हम सब लोगों का है. अगर कोई बंदा unemployment है तो GDP मेरा भी खराब हो रहा है, आप सबका भी खराब हो रहा है. So it is a burden for all of us. It is messing up with the market. So if we get people who are getting trained and then get into employed, that is a good deal for all of us. So we have to do it. Government pressure बन जाएगा as we go along. ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा innovators, because we have to train innovators as we go along. These are some of the opportunities जहाँ पे आराम से पैसा बन सकता है, and you have the capability to do it. And I think on that thought, I'll maybe close it because we're getting close to life. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for this very informative session about the startups. I'm sure like all of you are tired. It has been a long time since morning, so you must be hungry also. Now it's time for lunch, and after lunch, we'll come back. We'll have a session from one of the CEOs. Mr. Mohit is a local startup company, so hopefully that will be a very interactive session as well. So after lunch at 3 o'clock, you can rejoin as I said. Okay, 3:15 will start. Okay, I get 15 minutes. Thank you. Okay, good afternoon, everybody. We will start the post-lunch session. It is a joint session, like session 3 and 4 together. And we have with us Mohit Mehraj. He is one of the, famous startups of the Kashmir. We have very few startups in the Kashmir, and one of them is startup CEO of Kashmir Works and Launchpad Kashmir. 1.5 decade of experience in entrepreneurship, startups, technology, retail, and social impact. Mohit Mehraj has previously worked as a head of the country for Noon.com, which is a multi-billion-dollar e-commerce giant in the Middle East. He started his Kashmir Box at the age of 20. So, without any further delay, I request Mohit Mehraj please deliver his session. Thank you very much. It will be, I'm sure, we have called him, it will be a very interactive session.
Yes.
We have seen we are interacting with them for last few years, and I'm sure you will enjoy this session. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hello everyone, my name is Mohit Mehraj. I'm the founder and CEO of Kashmir Works, as already highlighted by our distinguished here. And when we were reached out, so we are a group of individuals who have really built this startup ecosystem in Jammu and Kashmir, and it has been a very painful, it has been a very tiring, but at the same time very rewarding and very in a way drives value for us as well as the ecosystem that we are trying to build. So the idea almost 1.5 decades back was to build a startup ecosystem in Jammu and Kashmir, and we were very far from it because that is the time when we had not even talked about Startup India as a concept, right? So Startup India happened way later, I think somewhere around 2014 or maybe 15, that was the initiation. But we had been doing it for so long. And with all that experience of not just having built successful business, but also failing, but also learning, but also evolving, and also in a way being perseverant, that the condition of the place that we have lived in historically has not been very, very conducive for the business environment. But even then, if you have the right will and attitude, you will be able to build a business. And with that, today we are going to have this session, and this session is around having creativity flow into your business and try to use creativity, which includes brainstorming, which includes idea creation, which also includes to some extent analysis.
Sorry for interrupting. Sorry for interrupting. ये जो हमारा सेशन है लाइव जा रहा है यूट्यूब पे, इसको ऑडियो जा रहा है, ऑडियो जा रहा है, so it's recorded also. It is recorded.
Thank you. Sorry. So we are coming back. So we'll have this session around trying to build a business, and then what are the beginning elements of trying to build that business, which today, if you honestly ask me, I think that playbook and that whole system of how to build a business historically has completely changed. And I'll give you a very small example. How many of us here in this room know about the company Zepto or Blinkit for that matter? How many of us do? If you can raise your hand. Yeah, so roughly around 50% of you. Now the model that Zepto or Blinkit are following, it is absolutely available nowhere in the current infrastructure of our education. What does that mean? What does that tell us? That we have come to such a tipping point in the world where the current knowledge with humans is probably what we have been able to do historically. So it gives us a sense of how to do things, how to structure organizations, how to build businesses, scale, so on and so forth. But at the heart of it, the fundamental playbook of building business is completely changed. And until and unless we recognize and we are okay with realizing that this change is happening, and it is happening so very rapidly that if we do not end up catching that train, it will be us missing this goal by a long shot. So we will try to delve into problems which ideally are modern world problems which are relevant for today. And what we will also try to do is dig a little deeper into the tech aspect of it, into the artificial intelligence aspect of it, into maybe the content creation or the content distribution aspect of it, which has become the norm in today's times to build businesses. So before we start this session formally, I gave you guys a background about me. Sir also talked about it a bit. My personal background is that I have done my bachelor's in technology, and I did my bachelor's in computer applications from University of Kashmir itself, and that was between the years 2009 and 2012 early. And while I was doing my bachelor's, I started Kashmir Box, the company that we are talking about today. And for me, as a 20-year-old kid at that time, thinking about technology, but thinking very naively, I would also say, बहुत ही कम अकल के साथ, बहुत ही ना समझ के साथ मुझे ये लगा कि उस टाइम पे इंटरनेट काफी स्केल हो रहा था पूरी कंट्री में, इनफैक्ट पूरे वर्ल्ड में, and the communication was becoming very strong. In fact, there were a lot of use cases where we realized that internet was helping create businesses. We are talking about a time when Make My Trip, Yatra.com वगैरह वगैरह वो सब आने लगे, Buzzy.com वो सब आने लगे. तो हमने ये realize किया कि internet पे opportunity है business build करने. तो me being from a tech background thought कि मैं एक website बनाऊंगा और website बनाई तो business automatically बन गया. That was the biggest mistake I did at that point in time. But again, you are young and you don't think much and you venture into stuff. And then over a period of last 15 years, I have realized that it is a lot more different than just building a website when you equate it to building a business. So वो जो गलतियां हमने करी हैं या मैंने personally करी हैं as an individual, as a professional, as a businessman, as a CEO, as a founder, we will try to go into that aspect today with all of you. And I want it to be a very, very, conversative effort, not just from my side, but from your side as well. Because we'll take one problem and all of our heads will go into solving that direction, in that direction. So let's start with your introduction so that I at least get a background of who I am talking to. And I have massive respect for you because most of you, if not all of you, are faculty members and you are responsible for shaping the future of our children, the future of the children of this place. And for me, it is very humbling to presenting such a session, and maybe collectively we can bring something out of it that would be for the collective good of the society. So with that, my request would be anyone in any manner, please, if you can start right from the back, if you can start with your introduction.
My name is Sai Puja. Now I think as I professor of economics in the higher education department.
Amazing, thank you, sir. Respectful to have you, sir.
Dr. Hilal, I teach economics.
Okay, thank you.
I am Dr. Isai Balwani. I teach computer science and government college.
Computer sciences, amazing.
I am Ashok Yusuf. I teach computer science at University.
Amazing. Sir, I am a pass out of Amarsin College. That's where I am studying. Yes, sir.
Oya Shafi, computer applications at Degree College BA.
Sir.
Teaching commerce at IIT Zakura.
Amazing.
Robert, teaching commerce at JDC College.
Thank you, sir.
Dr. Roof, professor in commerce, teaching at School
Degree College? Trala. Ma'am. Yes, sir.
Dr. Gandhi, I teach biotechnology at JDC.
I'm from Civil College, Zakura.
Oh, amazing. Thank you.
Dr. Shabana, I teach management studies at UC.
Management studies. Wow, amazing. Yes, sir.
Dr. Suhail, from Department of Computer Science and Engineering.
Lord Money.
Teach botany or difficult.
Botany. Wow. Yes.
Actually, I have just entered late, so can I have your
Please.
introduction, please?
Yeah, my name is Guneet Mehraj. I am the founder of a company called Kashmir Box. I'm also founder of an effort which is from the community called Launchpad Kashmir, where we invest and we mentor startups coming in from this field.
Sala Anju.
Yes, ma'am, please.
Purafika and computer applications. IPL assistant.
Okay, yes, thank you. Yes, sir.
Jawahar Bhatt.
Computer.
Physics.
Physics.
Elizabeth Mead from GDC.
Dr. Tanvi from Women College, Pulwama.
I'm Suri. I'll be a little longer in my introduction.
Please.
Because, truth be told, I do not know you by name, but I could connect with something, that's deep rooted in me. I have transacted my journey from industry to academia. But I vividly remember Kashmir Box caught my attention long back, probably when it was set up. And if I am not wrong, it was a CMS-based application where you had created some funnels.
Yeah.
I'm very happy to meet you today. Very honestly. And on the other account of today's this 5-day FDP is that we conventionally see that these programs will mostly bring people from academia. But the hallmark of this from day one is that we have two resource persons from pure industry who are success stories. So I'm very happy. I mean, internally, मुझे अच्छा लग रहा है कि मैंने ये FDP added. Normally, एक mindset ये होता है कि for us it's a requirement also. For some of us, it's a sort of a direction that we have to follow. But मुझे अच्छा लग रहा है. I mean, I'm very happy that we are meeting people like you. Kashmir Box का मुझे अच्छी तरह से याद है. I was very keen to know who's the guy behind it because I had that inclination towards. I was working in industry. We had people around us who were going with the startups, and I was wondering why something like this can't be done in Kashmir. I remember. अच्छी तरह से याद है कश्मीर बॉक्स का वो इंटरफेस कैसा हुआ करता था तब. I don't know, it has been long back अब तो देखा नहीं है. But honestly speaking, as I said in the beginning, truth be told, I'm very happy to meet you.
Thank you. My pleasure, sir.
Myself, Iqbal Nasser, I'm teaching biochemistry.
Biochemistry.
Sir, Dr. Adil Ahmed, Department of Computer Science, Baba Gulanta Bacha University, Rajasthan.
But somehow I
have also.
We've met each other.
Yeah.
I don't know where, but okay.
Actually, I'm from Khayar, I think.
Oh yeah.
I have many houses here.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, that's my cousin. Okay. Small world. Yes.
This is Dr. Rakesh Kumar. I teach environmental sciences at University of Jammu.
University of Jammu. Okay. Great.
Myself, Dr. Pramod Kumar Singh, and I'm teaching library sciences at University of Jammu. And nowadays, I'm affiliating with the Institutional Universal Council, University of Jammu, as workshop coordinator.
As workshop coordinator. Perfect. Thank you so much. Did we miss anyone? I think we were able to cover everyone, right?
Yes.
Did we miss anyone in terms of introductions? Okay, so let's start. See, one thing that I have realized is there is no dearth of knowledge in this room. At least what I would probably come with my inputs would be something that you already know, you already have studied, or in fact you're teaching. So my whole intent is that we do not treat this room again as a classroom. We treat it as more of a space where there is a conversation going. There is no right, there is no wrong. It's just different perspectives. Because what I have at least learned in my life is that there's not just one way or one direction to success. And more so, the definition of success is very different to different people. For some people, it is having a very solid life with your family, where you get to prioritize your family, your health, your other aspects. Maybe not the income part of it, or it's the other way around. So it totally depends on us as individuals. So we want to respect each and every feeling of that sort, and we want to make sure that we come up with something that could be of value today. Yeah. So to start this workshop, again, I would ideally like that the idea in itself stems from someone in this room itself. and then maybe wherever possible, I'll try to give parallels through my own journeys and see if in case those work or not. And by doing that, we will at least clear the first aspect of our workshop today, which is the creative thinking part of it. So आपका सर तो आपने ऑलरेडी बता दिया, इंक्लिनेशन कहीं ना कहीं बिजनेस का रहा है, राइट? आपके अलावा anyone in the room has had ever an inclination of starting a business or does have still an inclination towards starting a business? If you can please raise your hand. आपका no one else wants to start a business? आप करना चाहते हैं या कभी कोई इंटरेस्ट भी रहा हो लेकिन मे बी बिकॉज ऑफ अदर फैक्टर्स नहीं गए? नहीं, आपका भी. ओके, ग्रेट. सो वी हैव एटलीस्ट 1 2 3 4. अब आप लोग स्टैटिस्टिक्स मुझसे ज्यादा समझते हैं, तो अगर मैं देखूं 5 लोग रफली इन एन ऑडियंस ऑफ अराउंड 30, सो आप ऐसे भी देख ही रहे हैं कि इट इज 20%, 15 to 20% बकेट जो एक ऑडियंस का होता है या एक पूल का होता है, उसमें से कोशिश होती है 10 से 15% लोग जो एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप के बारे में सोचते हैं. अब ये जो एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप के बारे में सोचते हैं, अनफॉर्चुनेटली 90% उनमें से फिर ड्रॉप हो जाते हैं क्योंकि वो शुरू नहीं करते. ठीक है, सबसे बड़ी जो इम्पेडिमेंट है हमारी बिजनेस को सक्सेसफुल बनाने में, वो ये नहीं है कि हम बिजनेस करते नहीं है, हमारी ये प्रॉब्लम है कि हम रुक जाते हैं ये सोचने में कि हम बिजनेस कब करें, कैसे करें. और जब तक हम वो सोचते रह जाते हैं, we do a lot more creative analysis just to see whether we should do it, we should not do it, that हमारा टाइम भी निकल जाता है और अल्टीमेटली वो आउटपुट नहीं निकल पाता. यहाँ पे मैं आपको एक अच्छा सा पैरेलल दूंगा अपनी तरफ से. इलॉन मस्क के बारे में आप लोगों में से किसने सुना है? मोस्ट ऑफ द पीपल मस्ट हैव हर्ड अबाउट इलॉन मस्क. इलॉन मस्क जो है, उनकी कंपनी है टेस्ला, उनकी कंपनी है स्पेसएक्स, और उन्होंने रिसेंटली ट्विटर को भी अक्वायर किया था. आप लोगों ने शायद न्यूज में सुना होगा. और कितने लोगों को पता है कि असल में जो पहली कंपनी थी जहां पे सच में वैल्यू बिल्ड किया इलॉन मस्क ने, वो कौन सी थी? Does anyone have an idea about Elon Musk's first company? It became a global company then. No. PayPal. Yes, absolutely. So PayPal was a simple solution of helping people transact over the internet. It became a payment gateway and then it became a giant. तो ऐसा नहीं है कि इलॉन मस्क को दुनिया को दिखाना था जब वो स्पेसएक्स शुरू कर रहे थे या वो टेस्ला शुरू कर रहे थे कि आई हैव दैट बैकग्राउंड कि आई कैन बिल्ड समथिंग, द विजन इज देयर. उन्होंने ऑलरेडी एक प्रूवन मॉडल दिखाया था दुनिया को कि मैं एक ग्लोबल प्लेटफॉर्म बना सकता हूं. और अगर आप लोग, एक चार्ट आता है वो दिखाते हैं, उसका नाम ही चार्ट का है, द पेपैल माफिया. द पेपैल माफिया उस माफिया को बोलते हैं जो लोग सीनियर लीडरशिप में, फाउंडरशिप में या लीडरशिप टीम्स में थे पेपैल में, वो निकल के कितनी बड़ी कंपनीज बनी हैं. आज की मेजॉरिटी ऑफ द मोस्ट वैल्यूएबल कंपनीज आर दोज जो कि उसी पेपैल माफिया से निकली हैं. सो इट आल्सो टेल्स अस that when very strong-willed, very creative people, very strategically balanced people are working towards solving a problem collectively, जब उधर से एक वैल्यू बिल्ड होता है तो वहां से जाके वो बाकी जगहों में भी वैल्यू बिल्ड कर पाते हैं, और ऐसे ही जाके ये जो एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप है ये वर्ल्ड में ग्रो करती है. तो हमारे केस में हमारी कोशिश है कि ये कश्मीर में. तो अब हमने एस्टैब्लिश कर लिया कि ये जो इलॉन मस्क है ये बहुत ही ज्यादा थॉटफुल, बहुत ही ज्यादा स्ट्रेटेजिक, बहुत ही ज्यादा विजनरी, जो मार्स पे लोगों को भेजने की सोच रहे हैं और कर भी रहे हैं. आई मीन स्पेसएक्स, द वर्क दे आर डूइंग इज फैंटास्टिक. बट एट द सेम टाइम आपने पता नहीं 1 या 1.5 साल पहले एक न्यूज देखी थी जहां पे बताया गया था कि इतना बेवकूफ डिसीजन ये कैसे ले सकते हैं. और वो डिसीजन था जब उन्होंने ट्विटर को अक्वायर किया था, तो पहला चीज उन्होंने किया कि हम क्या करते हैं, हम एक प्रीमियम फीचर जो हमने लोगों को दिया है कि हम आपको वैलिडेट करेंगे, तब जाके आपको वो जो है वेरिफिकेशन का जो टिक है वो मिलेगा. सो इट वाज वेरी क्यूरेटेड, इट वाज नॉट एक्सेसिबल टू एवरीवन. He being a businessman, he says, what influence? What are we talking about? Let people pay for it and let people give their identification and basically they are verified. But what people don't end up understanding is it was a way for Elon Musk to gain world over data at once. And in a way they did that. But there was a big flaw in this strategy. And the flaw was that there was no restriction on anyone to change the name that they have on the Twitter. Which means that all of a sudden, the moment this was made live and accessible, तो एक बंदा उठा यूएस से, उसने ले लिया ट्विटर हैंडल प्रेसिडेंट ऑफ द यूनाइटेड स्टेट्स, पोटस जिसको हम शॉर्ट में बोलते हैं, एंड बैकलैश आना शुरू हो गया. बैकलैश इसलिए कि ट्विटर ने बोला वो वेरीफाइड है, लोगों को पता है आज अगर ओरिजिनल सोर्स ऑफ ट्रुथ है कहीं पे डिजिटल मीडिया में, इट इज ट्विटर. सो उनको लगेगा ये पोटस है, ये तो तुमने बहुत गलत कर दिया. And a lot of people started, talking ill about Elon Musk and the strategic team of Twitter. कि इतने बड़े लोग, इतने बड़े statisticians, इतने बड़े engineers, इतने बड़े visionaries, और इतनी छोटी सी बात, अगर आज हम भी इस रूम में यही डिस्कस कर रहे होते ट्विटर जैसी प्रॉब्लम, तो हम में से कोई ना कोई तो एटलीस्ट ये बोलता कि यार एटलीस्ट एक चेक तो हो. हम आधार की बात करें, गवर्नमेंट की बात करें, यूनिवर्सिटी की बात करें, हमारे सारे जो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर्स बने हैं वो किसी आइडेंटिफिकेशन के बेसिस पे बने हैं, राइट? तो हमें इनग्रेन्ड है. लेकिन हम तो उतने बड़े विजनरी है नहीं, हम तो उतने बड़े एंटरप्रेन्योर्स है नहीं. सो हाउ डिड समवन लाइक इलॉन मस्क मिस दिस? एंड उन्होंने रोल बैक किया, उन्होंने उसके लिए माफी मांगी और उन्होंने 1-2 महीने बाद इसको लॉन्च किया. ठीक है, तो इट सीम लाइक दैट दे लर्न फ्रॉम देयर मिस्टेक्स and then they came back. But there was an important lesson in it, and Harvard did a study on this. कि क्यों इस गलती को भी जीनियस का ही एक हिसाब से एस्पेक्ट माना जाता है. And the reason was कि अगर इलॉन मस्क इतना सोच के वो शुरू करते उस प्रोडक्ट को बनाना, अलग अलग स्टेक होल्डर्स को लाते, अलग अलग डिपार्टमेंट्स को लाते, अलग अलग प्रोफेसर्स को लाते या लोगों को लाते, और फिर कलेक्टिवली डिसाइड करते हमें ऐसा कुछ करना है, आप अपना इनपुट दे दीजिए. Similar to the way the structure works in a university or in the government today, right? Because you have to consider multiple aspects. And उन्होंने क्या किया, उस पर्सपेक्टिव से उन्होंने वो टाइम दिया ही नहीं. They went ahead and they took a decision. क्यों? क्योंकि अगर स्टेटिस्टिक्स निकल के आया कि अगर वो ये सारा एक्सरसाइज करते, इस फीचर को रोल आउट करने में उनको 1.5 से 2 साल लग जाता. But being the naive people they were, they said let's do it. जो गलत होगा पता चल के आ जाएगा. वो पता चल के आया और 2 महीने में, यानी टोटल 3 महीनों में ट्विटर ने वो एक्टिवेट कर दिया. So as a company, they saved almost 1.5 years of company's operation, which was more about strategy, etc., etc. So the parallel I was trying to make is जब ट्विटर जैसे लोग अगर सोचने लगेंगे तो वो भी 2-2 साल लगा लेंगे डिसीजन लेने में. तो वो कोई तो उन्होंने नहीं फोड़ी है कि हम अपने आप को उनसे कंपेयर करके ये नहीं सोच सकते कि हमको अगर डिसीजन लेना है तो वी शुड गो अहेड विद इट, बट वी शुड ऑलवेज बी इन अ कांस्टेंट मोड ऑफ आइटरेशन टू सी, लुक बैक एंड सी जो मैंने स्टेप लिया क्या वो सही रहा, अगर इसको मुझे चेंज करना है, स्ट्रैटेजी को चेंज करना है, तो मेरे को कौन सा जो एस्पेक्ट है उसको चेंज करने की जरूरत है. So the first impediment in building of a business is having the courage to start. Now, let's talk about this room. Most of us have families here. I'm a father myself. I'm sure most of you are also married. When you have the burden of family, then it becomes a lot more difficult because आपके financial considerations कुछ हैं, आपके बाकी aspects कुछ हैं, और उसकी वजह से आप सोच रहे हो I don't know whether I should jump into this or stay where I am, right? Because I cannot be in 2 boats. मैं 2 boats में तो रह नहीं सकता. तो उस एस्पेक्ट को भी हम इंशाल्लाह कोशिश करेंगे थोड़ा बहुत टच करने का, और उसके बाद ये सारे फैक्टर्स को कंसिडर करने के बावजूद we will try to see if at all there is an opportunity for us to create the business. ठीक है? So इससे पहले जिन्होंने एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप के बारे में सोचा है उन्होंने रेज किया था, एक तो आप थे मैम, और कौन थे मैम? आप थे, और भी आप थे सर, और 4 थे आई थिंक आप थे. हाँ ठीक है, तो आपसे शुरू करते हैं. मैम आपका जो थॉट प्रोसेस है बिजनेस करने का, ये पहले का है, ये अभी का है, और क्या सोच रहे हैं आप? इज देयर एनीथिंग दैट यू थिंक ऑफ कि मुझे ऐसा बिजनेस करना है, और इज इट अ जनरल स्टेटमेंट कि मुझे बिजनेस करना है, आई डोंट नो व्हाट but I want to do a business. So थोड़ा सा अगर आप बैकग्राउंड में देना.
Because I basically come from a business family. और मुझे लगता है सबसे करीब मैं ही
अच्छा.
So that's the reason I just want to have a side hustle because I've seen how much money can be generated and how much market is there. And despite being on the top of the job, like whatever kid gets the best in here, but still, it's not that much money is not rolling.
Okay, understood. So your desire to enter into entrepreneurship is potentially the financial reward it will bring. Number one. Number two,
yes,
it's sorry.
One more.
Yes.
Because once you get into a job and you go to classes, come out of the classes, I've seen many people retire like that.
Yeah.
So I just want to add some more of growth to my life.
Right.
You touch new surfaces, you run into new ventures, you talk to different people.
Right.
That job gives you monotony. And I often get bored with the, once you get to something, then you just feel like you have to do something new.
Correct. So आपने दो एस्पेक्ट्स की बात की. एक तो बहुत क्लियर है, फाइनेंशियल रिवॉर्ड. So I don't think we need to delve a little bit more detail on that. But the other aspect is very interesting. जो आपने बोला कि एक पॉइंट पे आके हम सबकी जिंदगी वो मोनोटोनस हो जाती है. आप सुबह वही कर रहे हो, तो एक रोबोट की तरह आप सुबह दिन शाम आप वही एक डायरेक्शन अपनी ले रहे हो. And somehow you want to, if in case I may, you want to feel alive also कि नहीं कुछ और भी कर रहे हैं, कुछ build हो रहा है. We are able to create something of value. Now we will take that example and see how we can still achieve what we can. And is entrepreneurship or a startup or a business, what is it that makes a lot more sense for you as an individual? Because one thing that we, most of our students also, and I also to a large extent in the historical times, have considered is startup or business एक चीज होता है. नहीं ये एक चीज नहीं होता है. Startup is a completely different aspect. Entrepreneurship, wealth creation. Some of them do just wealth creation. They don't do any business. कि जो भी शेयर मार्केट में extremely successful लोग होते हैं, they don't build anything. They have no strategy, nothing. The entire focus that they have is how do we build money. And वहां पे कोई वैल्यू नहीं बनता, कोई प्रोडक्ट नहीं बनता. वो कंपनी खरीदते हैं, बेचते हैं, शेयर खरीदते हैं, बेचते हैं. बट ऐसा नहीं कि वहां से इनकम नहीं कमाई जा सकती. So people are earning. Now some people are earning like that. Some people are earning by building a business. Some people are earning by building in educational institution. So different तरीके हैं. तो हमें देखना है कि हम कन्वर्ज करके कौन से एक में भी पर्सपेक्टिव से आज हम अपने आउटपुट को ले. तो सर आप भी थे, आपने कहा था, तो इनका तो हमें समझ आ गया फाइनेंशियल रिवॉर्ड और दूसरा टू फील अलाइव. आपका सर क्या है?
On the second aspect, what ma'am said, I would probably agree with 100% with what she said. I may sound kind of, may not sound true to you, but it's not a chase for the money. Chase for the money is not a motivation, no kind of doing a business or thinking along those lines. But when I look at some of my colleagues who happen to be my colleagues at some point of time, and then I see the background they come from and the kind of value addition they have given to the society. As an example, I would say there's one of my friends, he comes from a district, Kangra, Himachal. The guy is a arts graduate. He was working with me in some organization, and as of now runs the biggest chain of oil-free chickens, and it has 19 outlets spanning all NCR region. So it's kind of a motivation that I see for what people have done, even though they have very constrained environment in which they were brought up, but yet they could, build so much value in the society, could do some value addition, real value addition in the society is something one. Otherwise, we are enough decently paid, we can have a wonderful life. I mean, the rest of 20 or 30 years, but we may be there in our life, we have enough money for that. But I generally get motivated by people like you. I mean, when I see, young guy who has been able to create some value system is what drives me to, kind of thinking on the lines of, I may not be doing it, but then at least I can probably encourage somebody to go in this direction. Right. So that's the kind of thing.
But it's not necessary that value is only economically in nature. Value has different meanings.
Yes.
It's a related concept.
No, not value addition in terms of economy. I'm saying value addition which makes people
But business is value addition in economy. To be honest, it's a GDP concept.
No. I am loving this.
Unfortunately, I think economics.
I am loving this. Yes. Yeah.
One second.
I would, sir, Yes, please. I see that was the whole. Sir, one second. Sir, please. 1 second. With respect, 1 second. Sir, with respect, 1 second. Just let me make one thing clear. Sir, let me make one thing very clear. This is exactly the right kind of discussion that should happen. It should never be a unilateral discussion. I'm loving. And if there are conflicting ideas, they will come to a conclusion if we talk about them. Not keep blabbering about it. Please.
Conflicting ideas. All I'm saying is that doesn't talk about value. It is a very vague concept. Nobody can define value absolutely as such.
Correct.
Because when we talk about business, you have to agree upon one thing that entrepreneurship purely talks about value in the form of economics.
Correct.
Each and every problem is economic. Nothing beyond that. But if we, yes, I agree with that jungle lady that if money reward is then it is good. But if we talk about value as a professors, as intellectual class of the society, we have other ways to contribute to the society in the form of value rather than going into the entrepreneurship. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, and you are absolutely right, and so is he. Because
yes, I'm not challenging somebody.
No, of course. But what I'm saying is that different perspectives.
It's a prism through which you look.
Exactly. It is your prism, which is right, and it is his prism. He may want to contribute, but that style and the way of contribution might be different. But that is the entire point of this conversation. Sir, I'll come to you. But before
program యొక్క కాల్జోస్ ఇన్నోవేషన్ బాగుస్
So we will talk about innovation because at the heart of what we are trying to do.
If I quickly add one point to what she said, just to kind of put the things into context, right perspective.
Okay.
Just to give my definition of value.
Sir, इनका भी respect देके सुनते हैं.
नहीं, your colleagues, it's a very healthy thing. You know,
I'm happy.
When somebody is interjecting you, it's a very healthy discussion. I just want to give definition of what value addition means here, right? Not necessarily saying it through the prism of money.
Yeah.
Take an example of yours, right? KashmirBox.com. Yeah. The best thing I know about is that you're able to channelize the products indigenously made out of Kashmir and ship it to the European nation. Let's say, for example, to some other country. So how much of that is value addition?
Correct.
Right? Yeah. Which we could not have even thought of. Right? A product which is being made out of Pulwama or a Pampo is actually being routed to Europe, and not necessarily think it how much money it's giving you, but understand the value addition that it's creating.
100%.
That's the point.
100%.
Understand the point?
Yes, sir, completely. No disconnect here. Yes, please.
Sir, I would like to share.
पहले तो sir, I am not a sir. Actually, ये थोड़ा और लगता है, but please go.
I would like to share my type of a dream. It was a type of a social business activity which I was trying to. I thought of that at some point of time I might start that kind of an activity.
अच्छा.
तो वो activity इस तरीके से थी कि I would start a manufacturing unit.
Nice.
A low cost product might be in some sort of a product that will wear Heron, kurta pajama.
Acha. Manufacturing unit.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Now, whom I am going to target, who would be my human resource? That is actually the focus which I was trying to create for that.
Okay. Human resource in terms of who would work for you?
Yeah. The actually focus is that. That's why I was trying to do that kind of an activity.
Okay.
So that I would be contributing to some sections of the society. I was just trying to target the orphanages which we have here. The children which reside there, they come from different backgrounds with different difficulties. So I was trying to establish a training unit for them. तब के तौर पे सिलाई मशीन का ही अगर जो है हम एक ट्रेनिंग सेंटर उन लोगों के लिए जो वो करना चाहते हैं, ठीक है. Then I would trying to I thought of that I would develop certain products with the help of them. So I would be contributing to the society in terms of now I'm going to say employment.
Absolutely.
And at the same time, I would be creating some product that will be selling in the market. That way, I would be creating value.
Right.
Low cost products which would be suitable for consumption in terms of good quality, low affordability that way. And at the same time, I was trying to contribute to the society.
Amazing.
The main aim was to contribute to the society, but the way I was choosing that was the business.
Amazing. Thank you so much. तो मैम का जो इनपुट था और मैंने पहली कॉन्वर्सेशन में कहा था ना कोई सही इनपुट है ना कोई गलत है. Every input is a welcome input.
No, you have to take a position.
No, we will.
It's not that.
No, we will. That is the whole
idea. Cannot be
idea.
right and wrong and both. I'm not saying I am right, somebody is
Yeah,
wrong.
but what I'm
saying that the rule says take a position.
Yeah.
And justify that, right?
Okay.
Have an argument and then listen to the counter arguments.
Yes, but the whole point of this session is to make rules disappear. Let us not think from the prism of what we have been taught so far. Let us break that barrier first and let us listen. Let us listen to each and every input that is coming and we converge towards something that at the end of the day we can all agree on. So you can have a difference of opinion, you can have a difference of thought, but that is how the universe works, that is how the world works. So different लोग different directions में जाते हैं, तभी जाके इतना ज़रा हमारा ecosystem या society develop हुआ है. वो ऐसे नहीं होता अगर हर कोई एक ही approach लेता तो आपकी बात को बिल्कुल respect करते हुए मैं ये कहूँगा कि हमको ultimately फिर आपके perspective को उठाना है, उनके perspective को उठाना है, क्योंकि ये समाज का part है, आप समाज के part हैं, ये आपकी thinking है, वो उनकी thinking है, उनकी thinking कुछ और है, उनकी thinking कुछ और है. Ultimately ये सारे converge होके एक ऐसे point पे आ सकते हैं कि maybe value साथ में create करें या separately value create करें. That is the idea of then the conclusion of this session.
Customer is always right.
Absolutely, customer will always decide, and we'll come to that also. But सर ने बहुत अच्छी बात करी. पहले मैम ने क्या कहा तो हम एक बार इसको revamp कर लेते हैं. मैम ने कहा financial stability or financial reward, and at the same time feeling good about what you're doing. Number one. आपका था societal improvement. अगर मैं उसको nutshell में कहूँ, societal आपका अपना improvement और एक impact आप society पे डाल रहे हो, ठीक है? उनका जो था सर का वो था कि वो एक ऐसा business ecosystem बना रहे हैं जिसमें social good भी हो, यानी जो हमारे समाज के जो ऐसे तबके हैं जिनमें issues हैं, चाहे वो financial हो या बाकी हो, already orphanages की उन्होंने बात की, बहुत बड़ी problem है हमारे कश्मीर में, तो उनको मेन स्ट्रीम सिस्टम में लाने के लिए उधर एक सोशल कॉज, इसको हम कहते हैं सोशल इम्पैक्ट, बट एट द सेम टाइम इट हैज अ बिजनेस एलिमेंट टू इट. बट वी वुड टॉक अबाउट दैट अ बिट मोर बिकॉज Kashmir Box, I don't know how many of you know, it is actually an inbuilt social impact model company that we have created. So we will get to talk about some things that we have been trying to do and be successful in the direction that you want to proceed on. इसके अलावा मैम आपका था सॉरी आपका भी था मैम. We would like to hear your inputs also.
From business background family,
Achha.
I have explored both the business and the academic side, so I know this growth in the business sector. And also when you are with something like drone technology, you know those applications that are being implemented outside India but not here in India. So the starting comes in my mind that we should do this because it's not being yet started in India. So that was my second motivation. First was the business. I'm from business background. I know the
Lovely. So this is basically that you get business virasat mein, your family is doing that. So whether you liked it or not, you always knew business is all you knew around you, right? So because you were comfortable in that environment, एक आप वही environment को pursue करेंगे because maybe आपको family की life exciting लगी या कोई भी aspect हो सकता है. और दूसरा आपने कहा कि कोई नई चीज जो हमने मार्केट में आज की डेट में चाहे कश्मीर हो या इंडिया हो या कोई वर्ल्ड हो वो आपने नहीं देखी. सो एक इनोवेशन का एरिया बीइंग द फर्स्ट टू द मार्केट, दैट इज समथिंग दैट पुशेस इट. अमेजिंग. एनी अदर person or any other gentleman or gentlelady would want to give their final inputs, because otherwise we will take this as our input, we will process it, we will have brainstorming around it, and then we will try to come to an output.
सर एक चीज है,
Please.
मुझे इस बिजनेस के बारे में कुछ पता नहीं, लेकिन जस्ट समथिंग एज पर द मोर्स लॉ, अगर किसी चीज का जो मोर्स किसी चीज का कास्ट इंक्रीज होता है, तो जो उसकी डिमांड होगी वो ऑटोमेटिकली, जब डिमांड ज्यादा होगा तो कास्ट उसकी इंक्रीज हो जाएगी, जब डिमांड कम होगी तो कास्ट डिक्रीज हो जाएगी.
Yes.
अब related to this Morse curve, how we can start this.
तो देखिए आपका जो सवाल है वो है, and if I understood this correctly, कि from a theoretical standpoint, if we say that there is a business problem, and any business problem in the world for that matter will have the same law which is applicable to it, and that law is the demand and your supply are in a way inversely proportional to each other. जब demand का बढ़ता है यहाँ से cost भी जो है increase होता है, business के लिए inversely proportional हो जाता है. क्यों? क्योंकि उनको margin से effect आने लगता है. So आपका जो भी demand बढ़ता है और आपके cost बढ़ते हैं, आपका margin जो है वो धीरे धीरे कम होने लगता है. But demand के बाद क्या price is also a factor that one can play with, is also something that is one aspect that we can look at. So we will come to that also. We will take this also as one of our input metrics into the discussion.
And at that time, the cost of using the Facebook is very costly application. Now,
costly in what sense?
Costly in price.
Data is costly.
Data is using.
Data is costly.
Achha.
Okay. Nowadays, more people are using this application. Out of the 100, now 95 people are using this application. But at the same time, the cost of using this application is reduced.
Yes, it has.
We have the economies of scale.
Yes, not just economies of scale. You're right. Any scale, for that matter, will always start bringing down the cost. Yeah? Because of the parameters that are set. किसी भी business में देख लो, आप restaurant हो, आप दिन का एक चिकन निकालते हो, आपको 800 रुपए का पड़ेगा. आप दिन के 10,000 चिकन निकालो, वही 800 का आपको 300 रुपए में मिलेगा. So economy of scale is a given for sure. आप absolutely सही हैं. दूसरा जो एस्पेक्ट है, मैं वही इसलिए इस कॉन्वर्सेशन के बिगनिंग में थोड़ा आपको बोल रहा था
कि जो मेरे कहने का मकसद ये था,
जो मूर्स लॉ फॉलो नहीं हो रहा है,
जो मोर्स पोटेंशियल कर्व है,
हां,
इट इज एक्चुअली जो मॉलिक्यूल्स में होती है, जब उनकी जो पोटेंशियल इंटरेक्शन होती है मैक्सिमम, तो वो ड्रॉप हो जाएगी.
बिल्कुल
ठीक है. एट वन पॉइंट दिस इंटरेक्शन बिकम मैक्सिमम. एज इट बिकम्स मैक्सिमम, देन इट स्टार्ट्स अगेन सेपरेटिंग.
करेक्ट.
द सेपरेशन.
तो उसी का एग्जांपल मैं आपको दूंगा. अगर आप देखते हो, आपने सही बात की कि कॉस्ट ओवर अ पीरियड ऑफ टाइम फेसबुक का कम हो गया, हालांकि डिमांड सिग्निफिकेंटली बढ़ी, बट वो फ्यूल सिर्फ उनके स्केल करने से नहीं हुआ. देखिए बिजनेस में कुछ चीजें होती हैं जो जितना आप स्केल करोगे वो प्रोपोर्शनली उतना स्केल होती जाएगी, बट कुछ चीजें ऐसी होती हैं जितना आप स्केल करोगे वो प्रोपोर्शनली कॉस्ट को गिराने लगेगी, क्योंकि उनका टाइम और एनर्जी आपको लगेगा वो कम है. सिंपल सी बात है, अगर आपने ये बिल्डिंग बनाई और इस फाउंडेशन में आपने 50 साल लगा दिए बनाने में, कि अगर 11 टाइप का भी कोई ये भूचाल आ जाए तो इसमें प्रॉब्लम ना, तो आपका जो एक्सेलरेशन होगा इधर इसके ऊपर कंस्ट्रक्शन करने का वो बहुत बढ़ जाएगा. तो आपने इन्वेस्ट क्यों किया, बिगिनिंग में किया और उसके रिवॉर्ड्स आपको मिल रहे हैं. टेक में क्या है, आप जितना स्केलेबल आर्किटेक्चर बनाते जा रहे हो, और वो स्केलेबल जरूरी नहीं है हार्डवेयर से हो रहा है, वो हार्डवेयर और सॉफ्टवेयर दोनों से हो रहा है. आपका इंटेल का चिप आज से 10 साल 15 साल पहले कितना छोटा होता था, तब भी उसमें कितने प्रोसेसर होते थे. आज अब वही चिप को देख लो, इट हैज increased in its efficiency by 24,000 times, and that acceleration of technology which has fueled कि less is more.
वो तो डिफरेंट है जो आप बोल रहे हैं, बात जी का वो आईटी जो है.
नहीं, वही मैं वही समझा रहा हूँ. जो प्रोसेसिंग पावर जरूरत पड़ रही थी उसी सेम आउटपुट के लिए वो 1/24,000 हो गई. So the cost as a resultant started declining. However, we can have a very deep discussion about it. क्योंकि ये भी बहुत काउंटर इंट्यूटिव है, कुछ केसेस में चलता है, कुछ केसेस में नहीं चलता. और वही मैं आज बोल रहा हूँ, आज बिजनेस का भी प्लेबुक चेंज हो गया है. जो कल तक चीजें अप्लाई होती थी बिजनेस के फंडामेंटल्स में, आज वो नहीं है। फॉर एग्जांपल, जब गूगल शुरू हुआ था, आई डोंट नो आप लोगों में से कितने लोगों को नॉलेज है। सर आपका थोड़ा सा टाइम प्लीज, थोड़ा सा प्लीज रिस्पेक्ट द कॉन्वर्सेशन सर, प्लीज 2 मिनट्स। तो बेसिकली क्या होता है, जब गूगल शुरू होता है 2 साल पहले, उनके शुरू होने से लगभग 1 साल 1.5 साल पहले, वो स्टेटिस्टिशियंस है, ठीक है, जो लैरी है और सर्गे भी है, स्टेटिस्टिशियंस, मैथमेटिशियंस है। एंड उन्होंने जब ये बिजनेस स्टार्ट किया तब ये बिजनेस नहीं था, दे वांटेड टू बिल्ड अ सर्च इंजन। जो पहले उनके इन्वेस्टर थे जिन्होंने उनको चेक दिया, वो एक इंडियन इन्वेस्टर थे। एंड जब उन्होंने अपना आइडिया पिच किया, वहां पे न डिमांड की बात थी, न सप्लाई की, न कॉस्ट की, न कुछ की। वहां सिंपल था, हम एक ऑनलाइन सर्च इंजन जनरेट करना चाहते हैं। मुझे नहीं पता मैं पैसे कैसे कमाऊंगा, मुझे नहीं पता मैं डेटा कैसे बनाऊंगा, मुझे नहीं पता, बट आई वांट टू बिल्ड दिस। एंड उसके ऊपर उनको आज से 20-25 साल पहले $1 मिलियन की पहली इन्वेस्टमेंट मिली। सरप्राइजिंग बात जो बहुत लोगों को नहीं पता है, गूगल is worth somewhere in the range of $500 to $700 billion, right? And when Google started, for 2 years, the same founders, the same amazing out of the box genius statisticians, for 2 years did not know how we will make money from Google. And we are talking about Google founders. 2 साल तक उनको पता ही नहीं था कि हम इससे पैसा कमाएंगे कैसे। वो प्लेबुक चेंज क्यों हुई? क्योंकि लोगों ने इनोवेशन में पैसा डाला, इनोवेट करो, फिर देखते हैं इससे क्या वैल्यू निकल के आएगा। तो ये जो वेंचर कैपिटलिस्ट का आप देखते हो, बाइजूस जैसी कंपनी में 100 मिलियन जाते हैं। किस कंपनी ने 100 मिलियन के हिसाब से रेवेन्यू किया है कि आप उसको वैल्यू कर सकें? वो अभी 10 मिलियन 20 मिलियन की वैल्यू पे है, लेकिन 100 मिलियन पैसा रेज कर रहे हैं। क्यों? बिकॉज इन्वेस्टर्स आर ऑल्सो रियलाइजिंग दैट वंस इन अ डेकेड कोई ऐसा बिजनेस मॉडल या कोई ऐसी टेक्नोलॉजी आएगी जो उसके उस डेकेड को शेप करेगी। एक डेकेड में वो कंप्यूटर्स था, उसके दूसरे डेकेड में वो लैपटॉप्स बन गया, फिर वो कैमरास बन गया, आज मोबाइल फोन बन गया। आप देखो, आप मुझे बता सकते हैं सबसे एक्सपेंसिव रियल एस्टेट कौन सा है आज की डेट में दुनिया में? अगर आप वर्चुअल और फिजिकल दोनों जगह देखें, इट्स नॉट दुबई, इट्स योर स्क्रीन। आपके होम स्क्रीन में जो 5 एप्स हर किसी में है, वो है दुनिया का सबसे एक्सपेंसिव रियल एस्टेट, बिकॉज यू आर एट एवरीवन्स हैंड। दिस इज द रियल एस्टेट। वो पुराने कॉन्सेप्ट की रियल एस्टेट कहीं जमीन पे, इट इज ऑल गॉन। आज जो आपका अटेंशन है, आप घर पे होते तो हो फिजिकली, बट आप इसके अंदर है, आपका घर है इधर। सो फेसबुक, व्हाट्सएप, इंस्टाग्राम, क्यों? आप लाइफ के साथ जो भी चीज कर रहे हो उसको डॉक्यूमेंट किया जा रहा है, और जिसको आपने अपने होम पेज पे, अपने पहले स्क्रीन पे रखा है, वो आज की डेट में सबसे महंगा रियल एस्टेट ओन करता है दुनिया में, नॉट द ट्रेडिशनल रियल एस्टेट जिसकी हम बात करते हैं। एनीवेज, सो एक मिनट, सो कमिंग बैक, तो आइडिया ये है कि ये सारे जो 5 एस्पेक्ट्स हैं हमारे पास, आई डोंट थिंक टाइम भी उतना है, वी हैव जस्ट 30-40 मिनट्स, एंड आई नो बोर भी हो जाएंगे लोग, तो हम थोड़ा इसको फिर एक्सेलरेट करके कोशिश करते हैं कि हम अल्टीमेटली किसी एक मकसद पे आए। तो मेरा बोलने का जो पॉइंट था कि क्या ऐसा नहीं हो सकता कि हम हर किसी टाइप ऑफ इनपुट को एज एन इनपुट मेट्रिक लें और एक ऐसा सिस्टम डिजाइन करें जहां पे हम इन बातों पे बात करें, डिस्कशन करें, और एक आउटपुट पे इसके बाद हम निकल के आते हैं। सो लेट्स जस्ट से फॉर द सेक ऑफ दिस आर्गुमेंट, दिस इज समथिंग दैट इज ऑलवेज इंपॉर्टेंट कि फाइनेंशियल स्टेबिलिटी तो होना ही चाहिए, अदरवाइज बिजनेस क्यों कर रहे हैं? If you are putting your time and effort and energy and you are building a business, if it doesn't reward you, then what is the point? So we establish that. The second is that you feel good about it. You get to feel that you are adding value. You get to feel that you're living. You get to feel that you're doing some important stuff. So वो दूसरा aspect है। तीसरा एस्पेक्ट आपने बोला सोसाइटी का इंप्रूवमेंट, सोसाइटी पे इम्पैक्ट, सोसाइटी को बेहतर बनाना। आपने कहा सोशल इम्पैक्ट, लेकिन साथ ही साथ ऐसा हो कि उसमें बिजनेस इकोनॉमिक सेंस बने। और लास्टली आपने कहा कि जो कर रहे हैं, जो पता है, जो नॉलेज ऑलरेडी है, तो उसको बिल्ड करते हैं, और जो नई चीज है उसको मे बी इंट्रोड्यूस करते हैं।
सोसाइटी जो आप बोल रहे हैं ना, my point of valuation was slightly different. Okay. I am able to place an order for something, for an item that exists somewhere in Bangalore through Amazon. That's a valuation that I'm trying to say. You understand what?
True.
It's Amazon that is facilitated this thing for me.
Yes, but
a mobile phone.
by doing that,
And the
Amazon
valuation.
has, but by doing that, Amazon has supported the society in terms of their impact.
Impact of one that second goes to financial aspect. That's byproduct to the valuation.
Yes, of course.
That is byproduct of valuation, right? अगर ये चीज नहीं होता, I would not even think of kind of
Understood, sir. Understood. So we will make sure that today we devise a model. जिस model में हम आपके concern को at least address तो करेंगे कि भाई आप प्रॉफिट के बारे में बाद में सोचो, आप देखो कि आप वैल्यू क्या क्रिएट कर रहे हो. जो पैसा है या वैल्यूएशन है या बाकी चीजें हैं वो ऑटो बिल्ड होता है. यस.
बिजनेस मॉडल में हम क्या करते हैं, प्लीज
सर प्लीज.
बिजनेस मॉडल में हम क्या करते हैं, हम पहले एक प्रॉब्लम को आइडेंटिफाई करते हैं. चाहे आपने गुड डिलीवर करना है या सर्विस डिलीवर करना है, आप एक कंज्यूमर के लिए एक सोल्यूशन ढूंढते हैं एक प्रॉब्लम की. ठीक है. जब उस बंदे के पास जिसको वो कंज्यूम करना है, चाहे गुड्स कंज्यूम करना है, सर्विस कंज्यूम करनी है, अगर उसमें किसी चीज में उसको वो सोल्यूशन नजर आता है तो वो उसको वैल्यू उस चीज को देता है. क्योंकि जब वो चीज वो खरीदेगा उससे उसकी प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व होती है तो वो उसमें यूटिलिटी मतलब आइडेंटिफाई कर लेता है. जब उसमें वांट सेटिस्फाइंग पावर उस चीज में है, प्रॉब्लम सॉल्विंग एबिलिटी है, तो वो उसको वैल्यू देता है. तो ये कंज्यूमर पर्सपेक्टिव के हिसाब से है. अब जितना आप उसके पर्सपेक्टिव के हिसाब से उस वैल्यू को बढ़ाते जाएंगे इन टर्म्स ऑफ बिजनेस मॉडल, प्रोडक्ट, सर्विस, तो होगा. दूसरा, आप जिन लोगों को एंगेज करते हैं अपनी बिजनेस ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में, ह्यूमन रिसोर्स को, जितना आप उनमें डेवलप कर पाते हैं रिलेटेडनेस विद देयर जॉब, सेटिस्फैक्शन, अफेक्शन, बाकी चीज, तो उनके लिए वैल्यू डेवलप होता है. जितना आप कनेक्ट होते हैं अपने बिजनेस में एज एन ओनर, एज एन इन्वेस्टर, आपको रिवार्डिंग लगता है तो आपको उस बिजनेस में वैल्यू नजर आता है. तो वैल्यू फॉर डिफरेंट पार्टीज फ्रॉम डिफरेंट पर्सपेक्टिव डिफरेंट.
बिल्कुल सर, उसमें आपसे मैं कोई ऐसा नहीं है कि सहमति नहीं रखता, और आपने बिल्कुल सही बात की. बट अल्टीमेटली अगर मैं ये देखूं, आपने अपने छोटे मोटे इकोसिस्टम की बात की, वहां पे आपने बात की बच्चों की, वहां पे आपने बात की कंज्यूमर की, यानी कंज्यूमर को वैल्यू मिल रहा है, बच्चों को सपोर्ट मिल रहा है, ह्यूमन रिसोर्स को क्वालिटी ऑफ लाइफ मिल रहा है. ये सोसाइटी ही तो है. So you benefit, that impact is on society. Now, there are certain business models that prioritize the impact from a consumer standpoint. There are certain who prioritize the impact from a consumer as well as from a supplier standpoint. There are some who don't care. And every business model is being built. It is just that आपका दिल, आपका ज़मीर आपको किस तरीके का business model इजाजत देता है, और क्या ऐसा पॉसिबल भी है कि आप एक ऐसा बिजनेस मॉडल खड़ा कर पाए जिसमें फाइनेंशियल रिवॉर्ड भी बहुत ज्यादा हो और सोसाइटल इम्पैक्ट भी बहुत ज्यादा हो, और आप ये ना सोच रहे हो कि आप वो बिजनेस इसलिए बना रहे हैं क्योंकि उसमें फाइनेंशियल रिवॉर्ड है. आप ये सोच के बना रहे हैं कि आप उससे जो उन सर का पॉइंट था, इकोनॉमिक वेल्थ कितना आप बिल्ड करते हैं. व्हाई? Because by doing society impact, by doing efficiency, by bringing better things, you are improving the society. And how does the improvement of society get measured? It gets measured by the GDP. So every aspect of what we have discussed so far is an equal, if not equal, but equitable part of building that whole narrative together. It's not that एक aspect से हम वो build कर पाएंगे. मैं आपको एक example देता हूँ. सॉरी सर, आपने ह्यूमन रिसोर्स की बात की, राइट? कश्मीर बॉक्स में हमारा जो प्राइमरी प्रोडक्ट है वो क्या बिकता है? हम बेचते हैं कश्मीर का आर्ट, क्राफ्ट एंड प्रोड्यूस. तो चाहे वो कश्मीर का सैफरन हो, वो चाहे कश्मीर का हनी हो, चाहे कश्मीर के ड्राई फ्रूट्स हो, कारपेट्स हो, पश्मीना हो, हम 60 से ज्यादा कंट्रीज को पिछले 15 साल से हम बेच रहे हैं. हमारे पास जो हमने सर्व करे हैं मोर देन 300,000 कस्टमर्स अक्रॉस द ग्लोब, जिसका सिर्फ और सिर्फ 0.4% कंट्रीब्यूशन कश्मीर से है. ठीक है? सो दिस वी हैव बिल्ट इन द लास्ट 15 years, बट द स्टैटिस्टिक्स आई एम ट्राइंग टू शेयर आर नॉट बिकॉज हम ये बता रहे हैं कि हम कितनी बड़ी कंपनी, हम बहुत छोटी कंपनी है, we are nowhere to be found. But what I am trying to say is that जब हम ये बिजनेस बना रहे थे ना, तो हमने कुछ ना कुछ रिसर्च की अपने ही डोमेन में, ये अंडरस्टैंड करने के लिए कि हो क्या रहा है। अगर 1700s और 1800s में ये साहब एक आते हैं जिनका नाम है नेपोलियन, जो कि बहुत बड़े बादशाह थे, एंड ही गिफ्ट्स हिज वाइफ these beautiful पश्मीना शॉल्स, तो जोसेफिन एम्प्रेस का नाम था। और उसके बाद जो ये रेज बना पूरे यूरोप में कि उनके पास भी, क्वींस के पास अपनी पर्सनल कलेक्शंस होती थी पश्मीना की। उन दिनों वो पश्मीना नाम नहीं बोल पाते थे, वो कश्मीर को एज कैश्मीर बोलते थे, और वही कैश्मीर को आज हम वर्ल्ड में सुनते हैं द फाइनेस्ट फैब्रिक, बट वहां पे पश्मीना नेम नहीं है, वहां कैश्मीर है। वो क्यों पड़ा, वो हमने क्यों नहीं ओन करा? दैट इज समथिंग दैट वी हैव टू आंसर एज सोसाइटी, नंबर 1। नंबर 2, हमने देखा कि 1980s से और 1990s एक्चुअली जब मिलिटेंसी स्टार्ट हुई, उससे पहले जो कश्मीर के आर्टिजन और कश्मीर के क्राफ्ट्समैन थे, वो वर्ल्ड के लीडिंग डिजाइन स्टूडियोज और रिटेल चेन्स के साथ काम करते थे। Which means that आप अगर यूएस में थे, आप जापान में थे, बड़ी बड़ी मेजर कंट्रीज में जहां पे आप थे, वहां की सारी लग्जरी स्टोर्स में जो प्रोडक्ट है वो कश्मीर से बन के आता। 2-3 साल तक उनके अपने एम्प्लॉइज, मर्चेंडाइजर्स, बायर्स इधर बैठते थे कश्मीर में, 1-2 साल रहते थे, कलेक्शन डेवलप कराते थे, फिर यूरोप में एक्सपोर्ट होता था। तो कश्मीर का नाम दुनिया के ब्रांड्स के बिल्कुल प्रीमियम एस्पेक्ट में आने लगा। तब ना शनेल था, तब ना लुई विटॉन था, तब ना ये वो ब्रांड्स इतने बड़े बने। पर आप लोगों से मेरा सवाल है, आप मुझे एक ऐसे ब्रांड का नाम बता दें जो कश्मीर से है, क्योंकि हमारे पास वर्ल्ड का क्लास प्रोडक्ट है, हमारे पास पश्मीना, पेपर मैशी, हमारे पास ड्राई फ्रूट, ये सब इतना भरमार है हमारा, और इतना नेचुरल रिसोर्सेज का हमारे को बेनिफिट मिला। कभी कोई आपने कश्मीरी कंपनी देखी है जिसका ग्लोबल रिकॉग्निशन हो, जबकि इस प्रोडक्ट का ग्लोबल डिमांड था? और इसके डिमांड को बनाते हुए दिल्ली से, बॉम्बे से, यूरोप से लोगों ने अपने ब्रांड्स बनाए। एंड दैट इज इन अ वे वेयर वी थिंक as Kashmir Box founders that Kashmir lost. We became the mazdoor of a brand rather than owning the brand ourselves. So how do you change that narrative? कि 1940s में, 30s में आपका जो import to export ratio था वो था 1:7. For every 1 rupee of import we used to export 7, and most of that used to be handicrafts. Then today it has changed to 11:1. For every 1 export we have to import 11. So it has drastically changed. And why did we never really create value from our own products? Kashmiri honey, जो सबसे बड़ा ब्रांड आपको दिखेगा वो डाबर देखेगा बेचता होगा। Where is the ownership of Kashmir? और दूसरी जो हमारी अपनी भी प्रॉब्लम है, जिसके लिए मुझे लगता है हमारी सोसाइटी भी, इंक्लूडिंग मी, us, all of us, in a way are responsible, is जब 1990s में ये बंद हो गया, all of this stop, क्योंकि यूएस की बाकी जो वेस्टर्न कंट्रीज थी उन्होंने एक एडवाइजरी दी कि कश्मीर के हालात बेटर नहीं है, आप मत जाइए। तो वो जो सारी बड़ी बड़ी रिटेल चेन्स थी, उनका जो काम था कश्मीर के साथ, वो बंद हो गया। तब तक आर्टिजन्स भी एक डिसेंट इनकम अपने लिए रख लेते। आप लोगों में से बहुत सारे होंगे जो पश्मीना या क्राफ्ट्स के साथ वाबस्ता होंगे, डायरेक्टली या डायरेक्टली। आपको पता होगा 80s और 90s में बहुत अच्छा चल रहा था, फिर 90 आते आते बहुत बड़ा इम्पैक्ट जो है इस इंडस्ट्री पे पड़ा। तो हुआ क्या, जो कुछ लोग थे जिनके पास अच्छा खासा पैसा था या वेल्थ था, या कुछ लोग जिनके पास वेल्थ तो नहीं था लेकिन एक विल था कि बिजनेस कुछ करना है, चलो देखते हैं, तो उन्होंने देखा कश्मीर में क्या पोटेंशियल है, यही हैंडीक्राफ्ट उठाया, तो दुनिया में स्टोर्स बनना कश्मीर के शुरू हुए। तो आई एम श्योर आप लोग भी काफी ट्रैवल किए होंगे, मैं भी थोड़ा बहुत ट्रैवल किया हूँ, लगभग 10-12 कंट्रीज में जिनमें मैं गया हूँ। मैंने एक कंट्री ऐसी नहीं देखी है वर्ल्ड की जहां पे मैंने ये नहीं देखा कि वहां पे एक कश्मीर का स्टोर है। आप यूएस चले जाइए, आप यूरोप चले जाइए, आप जापान चले जाइए, मिडिल ईस्ट चले जाइए, मैं सऊदी में रहा हूँ, मैं दुबई में रहा हूँ, मैं यूरोप में रहा हूँ, मैं यूएस में थोड़ा बहुत रहा हूँ, मैं इन सब जगहों पे जहां भी मैं गया तो मैंने देखा कहीं ना कहीं पे मैंने एक कश्मीरी हैंडीक्राफ्ट स्टोर देखा जो कश्मीर का नाम बेचा है। तो कश्मीर ब्रांड है एज अ प्लेस, बट अनफॉर्चुनेटली हम इटली को स्विट्जरलैंड को स्विस वॉचेस के साथ, जोड़ते हैं ना, टिसर बनाते हैं या बाकी स्विच बॉक्सेस बनाते हैं, बट हम कश्मीर एज अ नेम है, बट हम अनफॉर्चुनेटली कश्मीर एज अ ब्रांड नहीं है। और ब्रांड क्यों नहीं? क्योंकि जब हालात खराब हुए तो ये बड़े बड़े ब्रांड जब कश्मीर आना बंद हो गए तो डिजाइन इंटरवेंशन अनफॉर्चुनेटली रुक गई कि नए डिजाइन बनाना। तो लोगों ने क्या किया, जो उनको आता था बेचारों को, और ये दुकानदार छोटे छोटे दुकान बनने लगे, जो 5 स्टार में होटल में प्रोडक्ट बिकता था, अब उसने एक और दुकान एक कोने में खड़ा कर दिया, और उसका प्राइस पॉइंट जो है वो ऑब्वियसली वहां पे अगर 2 लाख का बिकता तो यहाँ 20-30 हजार रुपए का बिकता था। तो उस वजह से जो आर्टिजन की वेज है वो भी धीरे धीरे डिक्लाइन होना शुरू हो गई, और एक अपॉर्चुनिटी खड़ी हो गई हमारे नेबरिंग स्टेट में, जहां पे लुधियाना और अमृतसर वालों ने बोला, अरे यार ये तो प्रोडक्ट में कोई चेंज ही नहीं हो रहा है, ये 20 साल से जो था अभी भी वही है, ये तो मशीन पे रेप्लिकेट किया जा सकता है। उन्होंने रेप्लिकेट करना शुरू किया, और उन्होंने कश्मीर के नाम पे एक इंडस्ट्री एस्टैब्लिश की, और वो जो कश्मीर का वैल्यू है वो कश्मीर की जगह वो कहीं और पे जो है पुश हो गया। Now that's not a bad thing. If you ask me, I'll say why. Because they thought about it, they did it. However, we had our own challenges. हमारे पास उस टाइम पे अपने जियोपॉलिटिकल इश्यूज थे, हम नहीं कर सकते थे। But the question you have to ask yourself is, can we do something about it? क्योंकि एक जो सेगमेंट उन्होंने बना लिया है इंडिया में, which is a massive segment, is कि वो एक कस्टमर जो कश्मीर एस्पायर तो करता है, लेकिन उसके पास इतनी फाइनेंशियल कैपेबिलिटी नहीं है कि वो कश्मीर की प्रीमियमनेस पे कर सके। That consumer does not have that price bucket right now कि आप उसको हाथ की आरी का एक सूट बना के 10,000 रुपए में बेचे। क्यों? आर्टिजन को भी आपको बेहतर इनकम देनी है। तो ऐसा कैसे पॉसिबल होगा कि हम इस इकोनॉमी को बनाएं, लेकिन वो जो इससे 8 गुना बड़ी इकोनॉमी बन गई, जो फास्ट फैशन बना वो मेन फैशन के बेस पे बना ना, तो फास्ट फैशन आज की डेट में मेन फैशन से भी 10 टाइम्स बड़ा हो गया। फास्ट फैशन कॉन्सेप्ट आप लोग जानते हैं ना, ज़ारा जैसे ब्रांड्स 2 हफ्ते में पूरा नया डिजाइन, नए स्टोर्स आ जाते हैं। The level of engineering that they have done around it is fantastic. But coming back to our own example, what we have to understand is कि ये जो हमारा एक 80% कंज्यूमर है जिसके पास वो फाइनेंशियल कैपेबिलिटी नहीं है, लेकिन उसको कश्मीरी शॉल चाहिए, क्या वो कश्मीरी शॉल फिर अमृतसर में बनना चाहिए कि वो कश्मीर में ही बनना चाहिए, irrespective of whether it is done by a machine or hand? Because what is ultimately happening, we are saying as industry, आपने देखा होगा हमारे बहुत सारे ऐसे इंडस्ट्री के स्टेक होल्डर्स हैं, वो क्या बोलते हैं, अथगो खत्म, हाथ खत्म हो रहा है, नई मशीन को बंद करो। That will not stop. We are idiots to think that it will stop. Why? Because it is not driven by these folks. It is driven by the demand that they have. कश्मीर के नाम की डिमांड है, लेकिन हमारे पास उतना आउटपुट नहीं है हम उसको सर्व कर सके हैंडमेड। तो एक 10 टाइम्स बड़ा सा एक बिजनेस एस्टैब्लिश हो गया, जिसमें कश्मीरी सिर्फ ये बोलते रहे हमारा एज अ सोसाइटी और एज अ कम्युनिटी कि ये नहीं करना है, ये नहीं करना है। लेकिन आज की डेट में हम लोग भी मजबूर होकर हम खुद उस इंडस्ट्री में आ गए हैं, एंड बाय अ रिजल्ट 90% of the product that is sold in the markets of Kashmir, saying that it is Kashmiri, is unfortunately not made in Kashmir. So उससे क्या इम्पैक्ट हो गया? कश्मीर का वास्ट बिजनेस अपॉर्चुनिटी तो खुल गया, लेकिन जो ट्रस्ट है कंज्यूमर के माइंड में कश्मीर को लेकर, उसका डेफिसिट जो है होना शुरू हो गया मार्केट। तो हमारा ये आइडिया है कश्मीर बॉक्स में कि चाहे ये वाला कंज्यूमर हो 80% जो कश्मीर की फीलिंग चाहता है, चाहे वो प्रोडक्ट मशीन से बने या वो कश्मीर इंस्पायर्ड प्रिंट हो या कश्मीर की एम्ब्रॉयडरी हो या कुछ भी हो, वो कंज्यूमर कश्मीर को ही वैल्यू वापस देना चाहिए। नंबर 1, दैट इज आवर मिशन एट कश्मीर बॉक्स। नंबर 2, द मिशन इज दैट ये जो लेकिन हाथ का हम बना रहे हैं, अनफॉर्चुनेटली वो इसको इसलिए ईट अप कर रहा है क्योंकि इसमें कोई डिफरेंस आज की डेट में रही नहीं है। आपको ये जो हाथ वाला काम है, इसको इनोवेशन के जरिए, और ये मैं एक्सपीरियंस इसलिए शेयर कर रहा हूं ताकि हम आप सबके पॉइंट जो आपने शेयर किए ना उनके साथ आप पैरेलल्स दो। मैं ये एग्जांपल सिर्फ इसलिए शेयर कर रहा हूं कि आपके जो पॉइंट्स थे उनके साथ मैं इनको कैसे कनेक्ट कर रहा हूं। तो हमने क्या सोचा कि हम एक ऐसा प्लेटफॉर्म क्यों ना बनाए दुनिया में जहां पे आप इसको भी सर्व करो, इसको सर्व करो, लेकिन यहाँ पे 2 चीजें बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है। नंबर 1, ये जो ऑडियंस है यहाँ पे कंज्यूमर की, उसकी प्रेफरेंस चेंज होती है। वो क्लासिक कस्टमर नहीं है, वो अर्बन कंज्यूमर है। they are living in DLF Camellias, 2-2.5 करोड़ का फ्लैट है उनका, उनको नेचर का, उनको आर्ट का, उनको शौक तो है, लेकिन वो ऐसे डिजाइन नहीं देखना चाहते जो हर किसी के पास है। वहां पे लिमिटेड सप्लाई ज्यादा वैल्यू डिमांड करती है, तो डिजाइन इंटरवेंशन बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है। सो अपने डिजाइन को चेंज करना, मॉडिफाई करना और उनको आज के जमाने के साथ कनेक्ट करना कि आज के कंज्यूमर को वो पसंद आए। क्या हम नमदा जो बनाते हैं, क्या आज के कंज्यूमर को वो पसंद आ रहा है? क्या आज की मॉडर्न स्पेसेस में हमारा नमदा वहां पे फिट होता है? क्या हम उस डायरेक्शन में इनोवेशन कर रहे हैं या फिर इम्पैक्ट कर रहे हैं? इम्पैक्ट तब होगा जब प्रोडक्ट में इनोवेशन करके हम उस प्रोडक्ट को उस तक पहुंचाएंगे। जब प्रोडक्ट ही नहीं है इन द फर्स्ट प्लेस, हाउ कैन यू डू दैट, राइट? So design comes before even the product, because design is where you get your philosophy of how people should perceive you as a geography, as a brand, or any other business that you would want. So वो हमारा एक टारगेट बन गया कि we have to start working on the product. Second, ये आर्टिजन, और सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट, आपकी बात को मैं कंप्लीट करूंगा, आज की डेट में 200 से 300 रुपए कमाता है दिन के, और अगर वो महीने में 20-25 दिन भी इसके साथ पूरा काम करे तो 5 से 6 या मैक्सिमम 7-8 हजार रुपए वो कमा रहा है बाय बीइंग एन आर्टिस्ट। अब यही आर्टिस्ट उठ के अगर आज की डेट में मजदूरी करता है, he starts picking up bricks from tomorrow, he becomes a mason, he will earn 2 to 3 times of what he is. So is it better for an artisan today to be an artisan, create these beautiful masterpieces, but get paid peanuts about it? Or is it that he should go ahead and work as a daily wage laborer? At least he will be able to take care of his family. So you are looking at an industry which is actually dying, and unfortunately we have not done much about it. So that becomes one of the driving forces of Kashmir Box, that we don't know how, but we have to devise a model जहां पे हम मेक श्योर करें कि जो हमारा आर्टिसन है या हमारा क्राफ्ट्समैन है, इसको हमारे बिजनेस से या हमारे इस पूरे इकोसिस्टम से जहां से हम बिल्ड कर रहे हैं, इसको वैल्यू कैसे ड्राइव हो, इसको डिग्निटी कैसे मिले, इसको रेस्पेक्ट कैसे मिले, और इसको एक इम्प्रूव अर्निंग कैसे मिले। और वहां से शुरू होता है आपका जो फेज होता है आइडिएशन का, विच वी आर कमिंग टू, जो हमारा आज का टॉपिक है कि आइडिएशन ऑफ योर बिजनेस, how it should function. पेपर पे आइडिया डालना बहुत इजी है, पेपर पे कोई भी आइडिया डालना बहुत इजी है। हजारों लोगों के पास, लाखों लोगों के पास आज की डेट में आइडिया है। ये इस रूम में 10 लोगों के पास, 5 ने तो शेयर किया भी नहीं, लेकिन एटलीस्ट 10 लोगों के पास आइडिया होगा, या मे बी कर भी रहे हैं, who knows. But point is that what we have to understand is that there are certain ways and certain tools by which we can actually take better decisions, and we can take some input but keep the same mentality of a startup. What it is कि तेज करो, ये नहीं कि सोचते रह जाओ, आप करो, लेकिन चलते चलते 2-3 चीजें, 4-5 चीजें इनका ख्याल रखो मेन, ताकि आप अपने बिजनेस को आगे बढ़ा सको। अब अगर मैं कश्मीर जैसी बात करूं, हमारे पास वो लग्जरी नहीं है जो एक गूगल के पास थी कि इन्वेस्टर आया और बोला ये लो $1 मिलियन जाओ बनाओ। इंडिया में भी कहीं हद तक वो अब थोड़ा थोड़ा आया है, बट कश्मीर में अगर आप किसी भी ऐसे कश्मीरी को बोलोगे जिसके पास पैसा हो या वेल्थ हो, और उसको आप बोलेंगे इवन दो इट इज एन एस्टैब्लिश्ड बिजनेस हाउस, और आप उसको बोलोगे मैं ना आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस में एक बना रहा हूँ, मुझे 1 करोड़ रुपए चाहिए, तो कश्मीरी बिजनेसमैन बीइंग कश्मीरी बिजनेसमैन, फॉर दैट मैटर ऑल ऑफ अस, वी विल से अरे वापस क्या आएगा वो तो बोल। सो आपको ये भी कंसिडर करना है द नेचर ऑफ रियलिटी ऑफ द प्लेस दैट वी आर स्टेइंग इन इज दैट वी, whether we like it or not, we will have to have some affection with money. Because if you don't end up having a system that earns money out of it, after a point in time, आपका interest उसकी तरफ कम होने लगेगा। और ये मैं आपको पर्सनल एक्सपीरियंस में बता सकता हूँ कि years and years you give something कि सोसाइटी में improve हो, but ultimately जब वो आपको रिवॉर्ड नहीं करता, आपको अच्छा नहीं लगता। क्यों? क्योंकि आप ही चाहते हो जिस चीज के साथ आपने अपना ब्लड, स्वेट और टीयर्स दिया है, अगर आपको ये वैल्यू नहीं दे रहा तो फिर क्या फायदा। कश्मीर बॉक्स की हिस्ट्री में आज तक 5 बार बिजनेस कंप्लीटली बंद हो गया है, जीरो, इट हैज गॉन टू जीरो, एंड इट इज ओनली बिकॉज वी बिलीव्ड इन दिस सो मच दैट वी सेड नो, हम नहीं छोड़ेंगे, हम इसको वापस करेंगे। 2014 में फ्लड्स के टाइम हमारा ऑफिस बंद हो गया, 5 महीने तक हमारा पूरा ऑफिस फ्लडेड था। तो हमारे कस्टमर्स ने हमें मैसेज भेजा था कि हमने न्यूज में देखा है आपको 6 महीने लग जाए वापस भेजने में प्रोडक्ट, बट प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, वी विल वेट। तो वो एक एस्पेक्ट ऐसा था बिजनेस का जिसने उस टाइम पे बिजनेस को बचाया। 2016 में हमारे साथ फिर वही हुआ। We being an internet business, the internet was completely shut from Kashmir. And honestly मैं आपको बताऊं, मैं घर पे बैठा था, मुझे नहीं पता था हम क्या करेंगे। Probably I was 25 or 26 years old. तो फिर हमारे पास हमारे कुछ आर्टिसन लोगों ने मेरा पता कहीं से ढूंढ के मेरे घर पे आया और उन्होंने बोला हम प्राइमरीली काम करते हैं यहाँ छोटी छोटी दुकानों के साथ। आज की डेट में अगर टूरिज्म खत्म हो गया है तो उनका बिजनेस हमारा रुक गया, वो पैसा भी नहीं दे रहे। अगर आप लोग भी नहीं काम करोगे तो आपको क्या लगता है हम कैसे कमाएंगे? अब रिस्क देने वाला तो ऊपर वाला है, हम तो है नहीं। बट हमने ये सोचा कि अगर अल्लाह ताला ने कोई सलाहियत दी है तो व्हाट कैन वी डू इन ऑर्डर फॉर अस टू मेक श्योर दैट कहीं ना कहीं से इंजन चले। बट आप एक ई कॉमर्स कंपनी को जो इंटरनेट पे ही बेस्ड है कंपनी, उसको आप कैसे चलाओगे इंटरनेट के बिना? ये तो सोचने वाली बात है। तो हमने ज्यादा सोचा नहीं, हम उठ के मैं और मेरे कुछ ऑफिस के कोलीग्स हम दिल्ली चले गए और एक अपार्टमेंट में जाके बैठ गए। एटलीस्ट वहां पे हमें इंटरनेट कनेक्शन मिल गया। तो हम अब देख रहे हैं तो बहुत सारे कस्टमर्स हमें गालियां दे रहे हैं कि बहुत टाइम के बाद आप रिस्पॉन्ड कर रहे हो, कहाँ थे? बहुतों को ये नॉलेज नहीं थी कि कश्मीर में क्या हुआ है, हमको नहीं पता हमारे प्रोडक्ट का क्या होगा, ये क्या होगा। तो हमारे पास एक तरीका आया कि यार हम ऑर्डर अगर दिल्ली में होता तो फुलफिल करते, बट हमारी सप्लाई चेन सारी कश्मीर से है और कश्मीर में हम कैसे कम्युनिकेट करें, हालात भी ऐसे हैं। तो देन we sat together the team and we decided let's do the following। हमारा ऑफिस जो था डाउनटाउन में है, इंडो कश्मीर कार्पेट फैक्ट्री, आप लोगों में से कुछ जानते होंगे जो डाउनटाउन साइड्स हैं। इट यूज्ड टू बी एशियाज लार्जेस्ट कार्पेट फैक्ट्री एट वन पॉइंट इन टाइम। तो वो बिल्कुल डाउनटाउन में जहां पे पूरा कर्फ्यू लग जाता था एंड द सीआरपीएफ एंड पुलिस यूज्ड टू बी देयर। सो व्हाट वी यूज्ड टू डू इज हमने इन्वेंटर से बात की, देखो हमारे पास तरीका तो नहीं है तुम्हारे साथ कम्युनिकेट करने का कि ऑर्डर किस चीज का है, लेकिन अगर तुम हर दिन सुबह 4 बजे या 5 बजे हमारे ऑफिस आ जाओ तो एटलीस्ट यू नो यू विल फाइंड अस देयर और हमारे पास जो ऑर्डर्स होंगे हम आपको बताएंगे कि आप क्या फुलफिल कर सकते हो, राइट? अब ये प्रॉब्लम तो यहाँ पे सॉल्व हो गई। दूसरी प्रॉब्लम थी कि लेकिन हम दिल्ली वाली टीम से कश्मीर टीम तक ये बात कैसे पहुंचाए कि किस चीज का ऑर्डर आया है, क्या पैक करना है। तीसरा, कोरियर कंपनीज जिनके थ्रू हम माल मंगवा सकते थे वो भी ऑपरेट कर नहीं रही। सो इट सीम्ड ऑलमोस्ट इम्पॉसिबल, बट दैट इज वेयर innovation comes in. But innovation is not necessarily about having the most advanced technology. Sometimes it's about looking at a problem and feeling कि मेरे पास कोई ना कोई तरीका है इसको solve करने का. And the way we solved that was very interesting. Somehow we got to know that the fax service in Kashmir is working. Fax जो है वो चल रहा है. तो हमने क्या किया, हमने अपने ऑफिस में फैक्स एस्टैब्लिश किया। हमारी दिल्ली की टीम कस्टमर्स के साथ इंटरेक्ट करती थी, उनको बताती आपका ऑर्डर ये है वो सब है। जो भी ऑर्डर आता था उसको कंसोलिडेट करके हम वो फैक्स में कश्मीर भेज देते थे। अब लेकिन कश्मीर में जब फैक्स पहुंचा तो उनके पास वहां पे फैक्स के बेसिस पे लेबल्स तो लग नहीं सकती, वो तो कंप्यूटर से इंटरनेट से निकलता है। तो वो क्या करते थे, वो अलग अलग डब्बों में हाथ से मार्कर से लिखते थे कि कौन सा ऑर्डर आईडी किस वाले डब्बे में, और उनको एक ट्रक में बिठाकर सीधा एयरपोर्ट से कार्गो करके हमारे पास दिल्ली पहुंचाते थे। हम दिल्ली में उसको लेते थे, अपने घर पहुंचाते थे अपार्टमेंट में, वहां पे उनको ओपन करते थे, इंटरनेट से उनके पेस्ट करते थे और फिर अपने कस्टमर्स को वो भेजते थे। एंड वो जो 3 या 4 महीने हमने वैसे गुजारे, हमको ऑब्वियसली पैसा नहीं कमा पाए, हम लॉसेस में थे, हमारे कॉस्ट बढ़ गए, लेकिन इट मेड श्योर ऑफ वन थिंग दैट द कंपनी सर्वाइव्स। सो समटाइम्स although you have to be cognizant of the cost, you have to realize in some instances the costs are not costs but investments of either building a business or building a community or building a relationship। कभी भी लाइफ में इस बिजनेस के एस्पेक्ट से कभी लॉस लेना पड़ता है, लेकिन जब लॉन्ग टर्म में आप वो देखते हो वो लॉस असल में इन्वेस्टमेंट होती है, ठीक है? तो फिर क्या हुआ कि 5 महीने बाद जब हम दिल्ली में थे और फिर हालात थोड़ा बेहतर होने लगे, तो हम कुछ इन्वेस्टर्स से मिले जिन्होंने हमको ये बताया कि यार जो लोग ई कॉमर्स चला सकते हैं वो भी फैक्ट से, अगर आप लोग कश्मीर जैसी जगह में बिजनेस कर सकते हो, 2014 देख लिया, 2016 देख लिया, तुम तो कहीं भी दुनिया में बिजनेस कर सकते हो। And that is the first time when Kashmir Box became the first startup from Jammu and Kashmir to raise a round of angel investment. जिसमें हमने angel investment raise करा बहुत notable लोगों से, जो LG के इंडिया पैसिफिक और नॉर्थ ईस्ट अफ्रीका के रीजन के हेड थे, उन्होंने हमें इन्वेस्ट किया. ब्लू डार्ट फैमिली आपने सुना होगा, DHL एक बहुत बड़ी कंपनी है, उनकी जो फाउंडर्स हैं उनकी फैमिलीज ने हमें इन्वेस्ट किया. डॉइचे बैंक की जो MD है फ्रॉम कश्मीर, शी हैज अ रूट्स इन कश्मीर, तो वो पूरा ग्लोबल डॉइचे बैंक का पोर्टफोलियो देखती थी, उन्होंने हमें इन्वेस्ट किया. और उसके बाद से हमने 3 या 4 इन्वेस्टमेंट और लिए हैं. तो Alhamdulillah, Almighty has been kind, but it was only because they felt that we are investing in you. And let me tell you very honestly, at that point in time, the purpose of the business was not money. वो पॉइंट पे जब आपका बिल्कुल बॉटम मोस्ट पॉइंट होता है ना, तब आपकी विल और आपकी कन्विक्शन डिसाइड करती है कि आप बिजनेस को किस डायरेक्शन में लेंगे. वहां पे आप एज एटलीस्ट इंडिविजुअल लेवल पे ये नहीं सोचते कि इसका फाइनेंशियल इम्पैक्ट क्या है या मैं इकोनॉमी में क्या इम्प्रूवमेंट कर रहा हूं. इट इज वेरी पर्सनल, इट इज डीपली इमोशन, आपका इमोशन. यू नो, जैसा आप कह रहे हो मैं पीछे रह गई, वो इमोशन आपको ड्राइव करता है, ये नहीं कि इससे बाद आप क्या बिजनेस बनाओगे. सो बिजनेस में भी ऐसे एस्पेक्ट्स आते हैं जहां पे कभी ना कभी इंसान को एक स्ट्रक्चर होने की जरूरत है, जहां वो डिफरेंट पर्सपेक्टिव्स को देखे कि मेरा लाइफ स्टेज क्या है. मुझे लेट्स से फॉर द सेक ऑफ आर्गुमेंट हमें एक रेस्टोरेंट खोलना है, ठीक है, कल हम एक रेस्टोरेंट खोल रहे हैं, हम उसी बेसिस को ले लेते हैं और देखते हैं कि इस वर्कशॉप के हिसाब से उस पॉइंट तक हमें पहुंचने के लिए क्या चाहिए. लेट्स से हमें एक रेस्टोरेंट बिजनेस शुरू करना है. क्यों मुझे लगता है रेस्टोरेंट बिजनेस? क्योंकि शायद मुझे खाना पकाना अच्छा लगता है, मुझे अच्छा खाना अच्छा लगता है, लेकिन मुझे शायद कश्मीर में ऐसा ऑप्शन कोई मिल नहीं रहा. लेट्स से मैं चाहता हूं कि हमारे पास एक चलो मेरे पास एक लाइव एग्जांपल है. आज से 10 साल पहले मुझे एक आइडिया आया, जो आज की डेट में आपको स्ट्रीट फूड मिलता है कश्मीर में सबसे ज्यादा, जो कश्मीरी नहीं है, जो कश्मीर से बाहर का है, वो कौन सा है? कौन सा स्ट्रीट फूड आप लोग खुद भी पसंद करते हैं? पानी पूरी, मोमोज, ओके, गोलगप्पे, वही पानी पूरी हो गया. नादरी मोंजे, so वो Persian, but not Kashmiri.
Then there is nothing of Kashmiri origin.
And there is nothing. Okay. Interestingly, मैं आपसे एक बात पूछूं, क्या गोलगप्पे का बिजनेस बड़ा है कश्मीर में आज की नादरी मोंजे का?
गोलगप्पे का.
That's a problem, right? आप यहाँ छोटे छोटे रेस्टोरेंट्स में चले जाए, आपको हर जगह या तो शौरमा मिलेगा या तो वो रोल मिलेगा. काठी रोल बोलते हैं ना, काठी रोल कहाँ का है? फनी काठी दरवाजा का आई होप होता है, बट आई थिंक शायद दिल्ली, लखनऊ या कहीं पे. मेरा पॉइंट ये बोलने का कि ऐसा क्यों नहीं कि कश्मीर से कोई ऐसा चेन आए, मे बी रेस्टोरेंट का. पारसाज भी बहुत बड़ा सक्सेस स्टोरी हम बोलते रहते हैं. JJ Food is doing great because they are playing on the concept of authentic Kashmiri, है ना, authenticity है कश्मीरी. लेकिन अगर आप देखें, उनसे भी बड़ा जो जिन्होंने पूरा नेटवर्क बनाया पारसाज, बट पारसाज में कोई ऐसा प्रोडक्ट नहीं है अब छोड़ के. वाजवान ने अभी शुरू किया 10 साल में. हाँ? No, 100%. But what I'm saying is कि आज जब तक उन्होंने सबसे बड़ा ब्रांड बना लिया, ये तो बना, वो तो सच है. किस डायरेक्शन में क्या प्रोडक्ट क्वालिटी कैसी थी, we will not go there. But one credit to the guy who has built the largest chain of food. But the question is, what product was it built on? That is not even Kashmiri.
Roll, basically it was
रोल ना, काठी जंक्शन से शुरू किया था, फिर उन्होंने पारसाज बनाया. मेरा ये मानने का मतलब है, आज से 10 साल पहले मुझे आया, भाई ने अभी नादिर मंच बोला, मैं कहीं भी जाऊं सड़क पे भाई मुझे मसाला रोटी मिलती है, लेकिन हल्की फुल्की मैंने देखा इनोवेशन हो गई. आज वो कुछ उन्होंने कार्ड्स बना लिए, आपने देखा होगा है ना, ग्रीन कार्ड्स बना लिए. तो थोड़ा सा मे बी उनको कैरी करने में भी बेटर लगता हो या ऐसे रिस्पेक्टफुल लगता हो, आई डोंट नो, बट इट्स अ गुड साइन. बट वाव मोमोज, कितनों को पता है यहाँ पे वाव मोमोज? इट्स अ 500 करोड़ कंपनी, दे आर सेलिंग मोमोज. इतना बड़ा ऑफलाइन मार्केट है, हर जगह मोमो मिलता है, तब भी वाव मोमो ने 500 करोड़ का बिजनेस इंडिया में बनाया सिर्फ मोमोज बेच के. पानी पूरी, हल्दीराम्स, one vertical of them is pani puri. Pani puri in itself does more than 1,000 crores, but the brand is Haldiram, right? So मेरा आइडिया था कि हम क्यों ना ऐसा करें कि हम कश्मीर के लेते हैं स्ट्रीट फूड को, इसको एक ग्लोबल ब्रांड में तब्दील करते हैं, ठीक है। तो मेरे साथ मेरे एक और को-फाउंडर है, तो हम बैठ के बात कर रहे थे, बट अनफॉर्चुनेटली क्योंकि मैं कश्मीर बॉक्स और लॉन्च पैड के साथ बिजी रहता हूँ, तो we are looking for someone who can, let's say, take ownership and build this brand. The brand name is Lavas, and the idea is that this Lavas brand is a QSR brand, but specifically selling the street food of Kashmir. So we say Lavas from the streets of Kashmir. Now, what kind of products are we talking about? So, for example, हम एक सोच रहे हैं, हम लवास में आपने देखा होगा कि वो मसाला रोटी बनाते हैं, उसमें चटनी होती है, उसमें मसाला होता है, बट बहुत कम लोगों को पता है कि उस मसाले में बहुत लोग, सब नहीं बट बहुत लोग मिक्स करते हैं बेकिंग सोडा, ताकि वो थोड़ा फूल जाए और थोड़ा सा नरम हो जाए, एंड उस क्वांटिटी में शायद इट इज नॉट दैट हेल्दी फॉर यू, क्योंकि उनको वो नॉलेज है नहीं कितना एक्सेप्टेबल है कितना नहीं है, तो थोड़ा बहुत हेल्थ का कंसर्न है, बट मी बीइंग मी एंड आई एम श्योर यू बीइंग यू, आप सबको भी पसंद है, मुझे भी पसंद है, तो हम कंज्यूम करते हैं। लेकिन अगर आप एक ऐसा ब्रांड बनाएं, तो प्रॉब्लम स्टेटमेंट क्या आ गई? प्रॉब्लम ये है कि इतना अच्छा प्रोडक्ट है, हम सबको पसंद है, लेकिन आज की दौर में, आज की जो जनरेशन है, क्योंकि वो थोड़ा बहुत हेल्थ कॉन्शियस हो गई है, वो शायद पसंद करेंगे कि अगर एक हेल्दियर ऑल्टरनेटिव हम उनको दे सके, ऑब्वियसली एट अ प्रीमियम कॉस्ट, बट अ हेल्दियर ऑल्टरनेटिव। नंबर 2, मसाला रोटी में या तो आपको मिलता है, लेट्स से वो चटनी होती है 2 टाइप की और दही होती है, राइट? उसके बाद भी कोई और इनोवेशन नहीं हुआ, तो आज कुछ ऐसा बनाए जो आज के लोगों को थोड़ा सा डिफरेंट लगे। तो हमने क्या सोचा था, हमने 7 चटनियों का एक मेन्यू बनाया है, तो आप अपना मिक्स एंड मैच कर सकते हैं चटनी, 5 चटनियों में से 6 चटनियों में से यूज कर सकते हैं। और आइडिया क्या था कि आज की यंगर जनरेशन को इंस्टाग्राम वगैरह से टारगेट करेंगे और मेक श्योर करेंगे कि इसको हम ब्रांड ना ही खाने के एस्पेक्ट से बनाए, बट एक फीलिंग के एस्पेक्ट से बनाए। इट इज अ फीलिंग ऑफ फन, इट इज अ फीलिंग ऑफ क्वर्कीनेस, इट इज अ फीलिंग ऑफ यूथ। सो उस प्रॉब्लम स्टेटमेंट को लेकर हम अपना एक छोटा मोटा एक्टिविटी अगले 15 मिनट में क्लोज करेंगे और देखेंगे कि हम कहां से कहां पहुंचते हैं, और आप सबके पॉइंट्स को हम उसमें कंसीडर करेंगे, ठीक है। सो नंबर 1, आपका पॉइंट फाइनेंशियल रिवॉर्ड और स्टेबिलिटी, एटलीस्ट फ्रॉम दिस। सो मुझे ये बनाना है, ये मेरा आइडिया है, मैं एक रेस्टोरेंट बनाना चाहता हूं। अब मैं चाहता हूं कि मैं ऐसा बिजनेस मॉडल बनाऊं कि उसमें एटलीस्ट कहीं ना कहीं से मेरे को ये पता हो कि मुझे फाइनेंशियल स्टेबिलिटी हो। सो इट इज नॉट रॉन्ग टू से कि 3 या 4 या 5 या 6 महीने बाद, वट एवर दैट टाइम इज, मेरी एक एक्सपेक्टेशन रहेगी कि ये बिजनेस से मुझे वापस पैसा आने लगेगा। दैट इज माई फर्स्ट एक्सपेक्टेशन, ठीक है, नंबर 1। So what does that tell us? That we have to be cognizant of our cost and we have to be cognizant of our sales. So we have to put effort into optimizing cost and we have to put effort into optimizing sales. ये पहला इनका कंसर्न। Let's discuss now कि वो कैसे अचीव हो सकता है, ठीक है। हमको यह क्या करना है, हमको एक इधर आई डोंट थिंक वो मैं यूज कर पाऊंगा ना, मॉनिटर सिस्टम है, यूज दिस पिक्चर ऑफ द व्हाइट बोर्ड आल्सो वी हैव, या देयर कैन आई नहीं बोर्ड आपको व्हाइट बोर्ड, अच्छा नहीं, ये तो इंस्टेंट आ गया ना, ये है ना, यहाँ पे व्हाइट बोर्ड में लिख सकता हूँ ना, एक्चुअली ना सर मेन्यू में चले जाओ, मेन्यू में ना, मैं सर्च भी कर रहा था तो उधर भी मिल ही जाएगा, क्रॉस करना है
ये यहाँ से डिस्कनेक्ट करो एक बार, डिस्कनेक्ट करो यहाँ।
नहीं सर, इफ इट इज टू मच हैसल देन लेट अस, आपको लिखना है जस्ट, हाँ बस इसलिए हमारे पास 15 मिनट है। आई होप आप लोग बोर नहीं हुए। ओके सो हाँ, थैंक यू। Okay, so let's say the business that we are building is Lavas, okay, and हम एक्टिविटी जो करने वाले हैं वो एक्टिविटी है कि हम इसके एक माइंड मैप को बनाएंगे, ठीक है। अब लवास के बनाने की कौन कौन से एस्पेक्ट है बिजनेस के, हमको ये ब्रांड खड़ा करना है तो कौन कौन से एस्पेक्ट है, तो शुरू करते हैं। सबसे बड़ा एस्पेक्ट क्या है इसका, पहले हम लिस्ट करेंगे सारी चीजें और उसके बेसिस पे हम माइंड मैप बनाना शुरू करेंगे। लेट अस पुट एवरीथिंग वी कैन थिंक ऑफ। 5 मिनट वो एक्टिविटी कर लेते हैं, क्या लगता है? कैपिटल, ओके, तो वी नीड कैपिटल, स्किल, रिसोर्स। हाँ, पहले देख लेते हैं कैपिटल कितना मोटा मोटा लगेगा। लेट्स से हम छोटा मोटा रेस्टोरेंट सोच रहे हैं, सो एक जगह पे तो मोटा मोटा 3 से 4 लाख का फॉर एग्जांपल सेटअप कॉस्ट। हाँ, मैं ये ले रहा हूँ जस्ट एज अ रैंडम एग्जांपल। और सॉरी, ह्यूमन रिसोर्स, स्किल्ड, HR। तो लेट्स से 6 महीने का हमने माल पकड़ के चले तो 2-3 मुलाजिम भी अगर हैं तो 50-60 हजार, तो 6 महीने का 3 लाख रुपए, ये भी मेरा रिक्वायरमेंट आ गया, ठीक है। और क्या है? ब्रांडिंग, लोग मुझे जाने, ये मुझे करना है ब्रांडिंग, इसमें भी तो पैसा थोड़ा खर्चा आना है। लेट्स से कितना एवरेज 1 लाख रुपए, ठीक है, ठीक है। पैकेजिंग, बिल्कुल सही सर, क्या बात है। लेट्स से पैकेजिंग, अगेन पैकेजिंग डिपेंड करेगा, जब हम बिजनेस मॉडल की बात करेंगे मैं उसमें बाद में आऊंगा, उतना टाइम नहीं है हमारे पास। पर लेट्स से मोटा मोटा पैकेजिंग के लिए हम 30,000 रख लेते हैं, ठीक है। डिलीवरी, लॉजिस्टिक्स, so logistics is, let's say, but the question is, ये मैं किस पे लॉजिस्टिक्स लगा रहा हूँ? ये डिलीवरी करने पे नहीं है, वो चीजें है ना, एक तो रॉ मटेरियल
डिलीवर करने का टू कस्टमर,
तो डिलीवर करने का टू कस्टमर, वो तो तब उतना ही कंपोनेंट बनेगा जितना मैं बिजनेस करूंगा। इट विल बिकम अ रेशियो ऑफ दैट, बट लेट्स जस्ट से दिस लॉजिस्टिक्स फॉर नाउ इज सेटअप करने के लिए जो चीजें लानी है अपने लिए इनबाउंडिंग के, वो वाले। और क्या है? सॉरी, ओके, स्पेस यानी फिजिकल स्पेस। हाँ, तो कैपिटल मैंने कहा ना फिलहाल डालो, दैट इज द होल पॉइंट। आप मत डिफरेंशिएट करो दिमाग में, आप डालते जाओ, इट डजंट मैटर because it will give you a lot more benefit later on. Let's say space, you're saying it is part of a capital, but space anyways, let's say 1 लाख रुपए, ठीक है। उसके बाद
piloting for product improvement,
piloting of product, so that means हाँ, थोड़ा सा पायलट करना है लोगों को, थोड़ा एक छोटा मोटा, जिसको हम मे बी प्रूफ ऑफ कॉन्सेप्ट बोल सकते हैं कि भाई चलता भी है, मैं 10 लाख रुपए डालूंगा और 0 वैल्यू आया तो मैं क्या कर रहा हूं? तो रिस्क ले रहा हूं, लेकिन छोटा रिस्क ले रहा हूं। यहाँ पे आ गई आपकी बात कि पैशन सही है, मगर दिमाग भी रखो कि पैशन डुबो ना दे, ठीक है। सो प्रूफ ऑफ कॉन्सेप्ट, लेट्स से इट वुड बी डिफाइंड विद मंथ्स, सो 3 to 6 मंथ्स का प्रूफ ऑफ कॉन्सेप्ट, उससे हमारा कॉस्ट फैक्टर आ जाएगा। और क्या है? इन्वेंट्री की तो किसी ने बात ही नहीं की, बेचेंगे क्या? रॉ मटेरियल, सो इन्वेंट्री विल प्रोबब्ली टेक सम मनी, ठीक है। और क्या है? Yes, absolutely, very well said. I am still crying because of this. Compliances, registration, business का, FSSAI का, उधर का, होम एंड एस्टैब्लिशमेंट का, ये सारा है, ये सारी करनी है। और कुछ आ रहा है ख्याल में? कोई बात नहीं। तो क्योंकि हमारे पास टाइम कम है, अब हम क्या कर सकते हैं, इनको हम अलग अलग बकेट्स में डाल के देख सकते हैं कि हमारा माइंड मैप कैसे बनेगा, और इसमें सिमिलैरिटीज क्या है, डिफरेंसेस क्या है, हमें समझ आ जाएगी। तो अगर मैं लवास को देखूं, इसका जो आप लोगों में से बहुतों ने बात की, एक डिमांड साइड है, करेक्ट, और इसका जो एक साइड है वो सप्लाई। एक तरफ से डिमांड है, एक तरफ से हम यहां पे वैल्यू एडिशन कर रहे हैं, करेक्ट? वो इस सिस्टम के अंदर है, बट ये वैल्यू एडिशन ये सिस्टम कैसे बनाएगा उसको अब हम ब्रेक करना शुरू करेंगे. हाउ डू वी गो अबाउट दिस? ठीक है, वी हैव 10 मिनट्स. तो पहली डिमांड कहां से आएगी हमारी? कस्टमर कौन है, ये सवाल पूछना शुरू करना कि मेरा डिमांड कहां से आएगा. मेरा डिमांड, क्या मेरा डिमांड का कंज्यूमर ये रूम है? अगर ये रूम है तो मेरे को एक अलग तरीके की मार्केटिंग करनी है. अगर मुझे आज का कॉलेज का यंग लड़का चाहिए तो मेरी मार्केटिंग का चाहिए होगा. सो आप धीरे धीरे माइंड मैप बना रहे हैं अपने आप को क्लैरिटी देने के लिए, और ये माइंड मैप बहुत ब्यूटीफुल चीज है. इस पे अगर आप और थोड़ा अपने साइड से स्पेंड करें, I don't think 1 hour or 2 hours would do justice to something like this. This will really help you. So demand में आपको क्या करना है? आपको एक मार्केटिंग का वर्टिकल एस्टैब्लिश करना है. Yes, correct. We will get to that segmentation also. So demand का एक पहलू है कि मुझे मार्केटिंग करनी है, और डिमांड का दूसरा पहलू है कि मुझे चेंज हो गया, सिलेक्शन देनी है. डिमांड का एक पहलू है कि मुझे मार्केटिंग करनी है कि मेरे पास भाई ये सब है, लेकिन मेरे पास क्या सब है वो भी सिलेक्शन के तौर पे मुझे आगे पहुंचानी है. ठीक है, अब ये सिलेक्शन जो है ये सप्लाई के साथ जुड़ा हुआ है. क्यों? मैं तभी सिलेक्शन दे पाऊंगा किसी भी प्रोडक्ट की जब मैं उस प्रोडक्ट की सप्लाई एटलीस्ट बना पाऊंगा. अब सप्लाई क्या है यहां पे? सप्लाई है आपका असल में मेन्यू, करेक्ट? जो आपका मेन्यू है वही आपको सप्लाई करना है. लेट्स से आपके मेन्यू में है 2 ही SKUs, जस्ट फॉर द लैक ऑफ टाइम, सो विल फोकस ऑन 2. लेट्स से आप रोटी, दूसरा है मसाला, या 3 रख लेते हैं, तीसरा है चटनी, लेट्स से. ठीक है, तो अगर मुझे एक सिलेक्शन देनी है और उस सिलेक्शन को मुझे सप्लाई से ड्राइव करना है, तो इसको हम ऑर्गेनाइजेशनल हिसाब में कैसे बनाते हैं? यू क्रिएट अ कमर्शियल डिपार्टमेंट. जिसको आप कमर्शियल कह सकते हो, ब्रांड मैनेजमेंट कह सकते हो, बाकी चीजें ये सब कह सकते हो. ये कमर्शियल मैनेजमेंट जो होता है ना, ये होता है ब्रेन ऑफ द कंपनी. ये डिसाइड करता है व्हाट टू सेल. तो आप एक माइंड मैप बना रहे हो कि मैं कैसे इंजन पूरा खड़ा करूंगा. कमर्शियल मुझे बताएगा व्हाट टू सेल एट व्हाट प्राइस टू सेल. तीसरा बताएगा वेयर एंड हु टू सेल टू. ठीक है, एंड देन वेयर टू प्रोक्योर. तो कमर्शियल डिपार्टमेंट का काम है ये बोलना कि बेचना क्या है, किस प्राइस पे बेचना है, उसके लिए किस प्राइस पे खरीदना है, और कहां से खरीदना है, और किसको बेचना है और कहां पे बेचना है. ये अचीव करने के लिए फिर ये वाला वर्टिकल इसको सपोर्ट करता है. मार्केटिंग देखता है कि बेचना क्या है, वो अपने प्रोडक्ट को समझता है. वो देखता है कि भाई मैं एक यंग एस्पायरिंग ऑडियंस के लिए एक स्ट्रीट फूड बेचना चाह रहा हूं. तो स्ट्रीट फूड को अगर मुझे लेना है तो मुझे ये मेरा प्रोडक्ट है, मार्केटिंग को समझना है. उसके बाद किस प्राइस पे सेल करना है, वो मार्केटिंग को देखना है कि जिस प्राइस पे वो सेल हो रहा है क्या मेरी मैसेजिंग उस वैल्यू को डिफाइन कर पा रही है. वेयर एंड हु टू सेल टू, ये कमर्शियल जब बता रहा है, फिर मार्केटिंग ये देख रहा है कि मैं उन लोगों तक सबसे ज्यादा कॉस्ट इफेक्टिव तरीके से कैसे पहुंचूं. सो बेसिकली व्हाट टू सेल, प्रोडक्ट कैटलॉग, यानी कमर्शियल बोलेगा बेचना क्या है, उसको दिखाना तरीके से वो काम है प्रोडक्ट कैटलॉग का जो मार्केटिंग के अंदर फिट होता है। दूसरा, एट व्हाट प्राइस टू सेल, फाइंडिंग द राइट कंज्यूमर उस प्राइस पॉइंट के लिए, ठीक है। ये मार्केटिंग करके उन ऑडियंसेस में ढूंढना, आज की डेट में हम डिजिटल मार्केटिंग बोलेंगे, डिजिटल मार्केटिंग में उस ऑडियंस को ढूंढना। तीसरा, वेयर एंड हु टू सेल टू, सो बेसिकली चैनल मैनेजमेंट। चैनल मैनेजमेंट का मतलब हो गया इंस्टाग्राम पे, फेसबुक पे, यहाँ से ऑडियंसेस, कभी ऑफलाइन इवेंट कर लिए, यहाँ के इन्फ्लुएंसर्स को बुलाया, तो वो सारा फिर मार्केटिंग जो है प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व करती है। बट कमर्शियल होता है मुझे बेचना है एक यंग लड़के को, एस्पायरिंग लड़के को, मार्केटिंग बोलेगा अरे फिर एक काम करें, हम क्यों ना पार्टनरशिप करें लेट्स से विद कश्मीर यूनिवर्सिटी, यहाँ पे ऑलरेडी एक ऑडियंस है, तो यूनिवर्सिटी से पार्टनरशिप करते हैं। सो मार्केटिंग का काम ये होता है आपको ढूंढ के देना कहाँ को ये आपको ऑडियंस मिल सकती है। एंड यहाँ पे मार्केटिंग उतना एफर्ट ऑब्वियसली नहीं लगाता, तो आपका एक और वर्टिकल खड़ा होता है जिसको हम बोलते हैं ऑपरेशंस। अब ऑपरेशंस का काम क्या है, जो इसने बोला व्हाट टू सेल, वो मेक श्योर करना इट इज अवेलेबल। कमर्शियल वो ऐसा सच सास इसका नहीं, मैं मेक श्योर करूं कि सास का वहां पर टफ लोकेशन पे मिसाल के तौर पे अवेलेबल। एट व्हाट प्राइस टू सेल, इसको देखना है मार्जिन मैनेजमेंट या कॉस्ट मैनेजमेंट, कि अगर मुझे किस प्राइस पे बेचना है उस हिसाब से मेरे खर्चे चेक में है कि नहीं, तो मुझे वो ऑपरेशंस के अंदर देखना है। सिमिलरली वेयर एंड हु टू सेल टू, उधर के डायनामिक्स पता होना कि जिसको मैं बेच रहा हूं वहां पे क्या खर्चा है, वहां उस लोकेशन का क्या है, रेंट क्या जाएगा, वो सारा क्या जाएगा, ये आपके लिए ऑपरेशंस करता है। और वेयर टू प्रोक्योर, तो यहां पे वेंडर मैनेजमेंट या कॉस्ट मैनेजमेंट करता है, ठीक है। सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट बात जो कमर्शियल देखता है ना, वो देखता है पीएनएल। आप लोगों में से सबको नॉलेज होगी पीएनएल किस चीज को कहते हैं। सो प्रॉफिट एंड लॉस को जो है वो कमर्शियल वाला डिपार्टमेंट ड्राइव करता है कि मुझे किसको बेचना है, कितने में बेचना है, तो तभी वो डिसाइड कर पाता है जब उसको पता होता है कि खर्चा कितना होने वाला है, जब उसको पता है कि मेरा मार्जिन कितना होगा। सो पीएनएल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी कमर्शियल की होती है। ये लोग डिसाइड करते हैं कि मार्केटिंग वालों को कितना बजट मिलेगा, मार्केटिंग वालों को कितना सपोर्ट मिलेगा। सिमिलरली फॉर ऑपरेशंस। बट एक बार जब आप कंज्यूमर्स के साथ इंटरेक्ट करना शुरू करते हैं तो आपको एक और वर्टिकल चाहिए जिसको हम बोलेंगे कस्टमर सर्विस, जहां पे आप कंज्यूमर्स की प्रॉब्लम्स को एड्रेस कर सकते हैं, उनको एक मार्केटिंग तरीके से भी यूज कर सकते हैं। और एक और जो बनता है लास्ट में आपका इकोसिस्टम, वो है फाइनेंस, ठीक है। तो बिकॉज हमारे पास टाइम कम है, मैं पूरा कवर नहीं कर पाया, बट एक बिजनेस को शुरू करने से पहले अगर आप ऐसा बनाएं, और इट डजंट मैटर वो कितना भी रॉ हो, जितना जितना एक को आप खरीदते जाएंगे आपको क्लैरिटी और मिलती जाएगी, वो माइंड मैप और बढ़ना हो जाएगा। जैसे मार्केटिंग में हमने अभी बात की ऑफलाइन की, तो बहुत सारे टूल्स आते हैं। मीरो एक टूल है, फ्री का टूल है जो आप लोग यूज कर सकते हैं। फिर मार्केटिंग के दो आप ओपन कर दीजिए। मार्केटिंग का एक हो जाएगा आपका लेट्स से ऑफलाइन मार्केटिंग, दूसरा हो जाएगा ऑनलाइन मार्केटिंग। ऑफलाइन मार्केटिंग में हो जाएगा स्कूल्स, कॉलेजेस वगैरह वगैरह। फिर स्कूल के लिए क्या स्ट्रेटेजी होनी चाहिए, आप समझ रहे हो। तो जितना जितना आप इस डॉक्यूमेंट को धीरे धीरे बिल्ड करना शुरू करोगे, ये आपको क्लैरिटी अपने बिजनेस के बारे में देता रहेगा और बहुत सवाल भी उठाएगा, ये देखने के लिए कि क्या मैं सही डायरेक्शन में जा रहा हूं या नहीं। तो विद दैट आई थिंक द टाइम इज ओवर।
कितना टाइम है क्वेश्चंस के लिए? I mean, tea is ready in the next upstairs. जो लोग the people who want to go for tea immediately they can leave for tea. जिनको questions है like they want to interact with the speaker, he is here.
Again, interact with the
Yeah.
वहीं पे चाय पीता
चाय पीता हूँ।
It is one missing point. Can you share your online details so that I can explain hosting
Very nice presentation. Please.
Thank you so much.
How do you feel about that?
It's okay. We are a small company still.
No, but like in the beginning, I was not expecting my engagement hoga. Very nice.
9611111122.
एक पॉइंट है where I would disagree with you. ठीक है? एक पॉइंट है, and that disagreement point is what you said in the beginning. ये आपने एक पॉइंट बोला, जी सर, to which I need you to do some introspection. जो आपने बोला कि वेबसाइट शुरू करने वाली मेरी लगी लगा वेबसाइट शुरू की यही मेरी सबसे बड़ी गलती थी.
Please charge the battery is low.
आप भी ऊपर ही रख रहे हो so that we can be back. हाँ. ये
अच्छा ये तो एक्सपोर्ट की तो नहीं हो गई
एक सेशन हो गया कंक्लूड
हाँ जी
आज और कुछ करते हैं
ना बस
ये भी आप चलाओ
ये
ये चाबी का रखिए उसके बैग है ना चाबी का है